Watch.
What video? Oh yeah, I seen he had the hold up. Let me get this playthrough. What is it about, Chris?
So this economist, um, he's from Germany, and
Mm-hmm.
basically, what happened was, to make a long story short, I think you need to watch the whole thing though. Um, he talks about uh, how basically how things are and how they're wrong, especially when it comes to banking and the economics around banking, because they put the Fed at the center of that, when in reality it's not the Fed, it's the banks themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and how they create uh, credit.
Right.
Um, so he talks extensively about that. He wrote a book called uh, the Prince of Yen, I think is the name. Let's see. Let me see. Because his name is Richard Werner. So he wrote a book called The Prince of Yen, and he wrote it because he spent a lot of time in Japan, and he was studying the banking system in Japan, and how they engineered recessions basically on purpose. And so in his book, he writes about certain countries, and one of the countries in there was America. So it got so what he wrote about America was so taken aback by a lot of authors, because originally the book was written in Japanese only, so you had to be able to read Japanese to be able to read it. But later on, he got it written in different languages or whatnot. So when they found this out, like the Fed, I think it was Alan Greenspan, they had the CIA approach this dude and told him, like, basically, if you don't get rid of uh basically you don't get rid of the book or stop selling the book, you gonna have a lot of problems. The CIA is gonna be watching you. So he had certain people in America that was trying to, you know, do interviews about the book or whatnot. They was trying to get copies and whatnot, and then the companies ended up saying no, they can't do it, because they were so confident that this was a great book. He did a lot of research and study,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you know, about this topic, that people were curious, very curious about what he was talking about, because it made sense. Because the way the world is about economics and banking, it's false, it's wrong. And so his research, he even did a back test too. So he did a back test with another bank to see if the banking's operations was actually, if they actually did what he was saying they do. And they do. The banks are the center of everything. It's not the Fed. The Fed has its power and its issues, but the banks can do everything the Fed does. But they were creating basically fake money, of course, printing money out of thin air, and this is how the banking system works. So it don't work according to how you know the system says it works. That's it's not true because I think it's a three tier. It's a three-tier test um, on if the banks are who they say they are, or what economists and government and finance say they are. And so the way that we think it really works, it doesn't. So the three-tier test, um, there's two which society has us believe that how a bank works. And then the third one is actually how the bank works. So um, he did it with Tucker Carlson. So that was a big ass interview, good ass interview. Um, I looked up his work. The man is legit. He's legit. He's so legit. Like I said, America sent the CIA after this guy and basically told him, "Listen, we watching you." Because he discovered that these countries was basically engineering the recessions on purpose. And how you can end a recession, you don't have to do nothing drastic. Damn, man, I wish I can pull up this goddamn interview because this interview, the shit he talks about is so goddamn clear on how fraudulent, shit is running and how real uh his study brings out. It's the truth. He even brought it to the Federal Reserve at the time, the chairman at the time, Alan Greenspan. And Alan Greenspan kind of played him off. So did Ben Bernanke. And Ben Bernanke kind of stole some of his stuff out of his book. So this is my wow moment because I'm over here doing research too. I'm like, shit, damn, I read his book. I read he has an article that discusses a lot of this, basically going through everything. And I can pull it up. I downloaded it. Matter of fact. So more importantly, that out of anything, and this is why I say awareness. Awareness is so fucking important, man. Awareness is so important. Uh, you may not be a big fish in the game. You may look at yourself as a pawn or a chess piece on a chessboard, um, or a small fry. But being aware of the fucking truth and what's really going on, you're a fucking king. You're a god because you know what's up. And it's not about how much money you got or how much assets you own because the shit is all fake in reality because we live in an engineered fake society that's propped up by asset ownership. But here's the key that this brother is making. I don't give a damn if he white. I don't care about any of that. He unlocked the fucking code. You can simply get rid of a recession by doing the fucking right thing and nobody will get hurt. But these people are doing this shit on purpose. They're doing it on purpose because they got this information already. The brother print out the book years ago. But guess what? You don't want to stop playing the game. You want to continue to get richer and richer. That's why they sent the CIA after that brother. We know this. Whether you believe in conspiracies or not, we know, you know, that these motherfuckers do shit like this all the time. They do it to entertainers. Anybody start telling the truth and snitching, guess what? They end up dead. That's not a fucking conspiracy. That's a fact. We can name multiple people behind that. So I don't want people coming on here, oh man, that shit fake. No, bro, we got evidence. We got evidence. They do that shit. If I wrote what I actually knew, how banking works, and how they literally do this shit on purpose when they don't have to, when they can really just stop a recession at the click of a button, and nobody has to get hurt. And people are getting curious about it, especially Americans. If Americans get curious about shit, we start to run our mouths. We broadcasting, we going live, we getting millions and millions of followers, and people logged in, tapped in, ready to hear this shit. And then you getting big companies like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal who want to interview you about your book and the information that you found. And then the heads, the CEO, turn around and say, "Oh no, we can't do that." So enough talking. Let me pull up this damn thing. Not the video. A video over 2.5 hours. But I did have the pleasure of downloading.
You want to share your screen?
Hold on, let me see.
You
Yeah, I can.
okay? Let me stop sharing. What's up, Price?
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Bryce?
What's the topic tonight? I'm just, hey, stopping through.
Can banks individually create money out of nothing? The theories and the empirical evidence.
Mm.
Oh wait, how I share my screen on here?
You see at the bottom where it has a little plus? It
What plus?
look like a little computer monitor and a plus. Wait, what type of device are you on?
I'm on my cell phone.
Let me see how to do
Wait,
I
this.
don't know if you can do it from the phone. I don't know how
wait.
to do it
I'm
from
gonna
the
just
phone.
I'm gonna just send it to you, Mo. You can pull it up.
Okay.
How about that?
All right. Yeah. You got the good one.
All right, hold on. Let me send you the link.
I got a million things open.
Yeah, cause credit creation theory. Let me see. I like this one. Uh, it's not the one I got, but I like this one.
It's,
Also, let me. They gotta put a security check on this shit. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah, you can just pull it up and I can read it. All right.
you sent it to me?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
All
So,
right.
so, so, Chris, you saw that question? Can they create money? Are you speaking to like fractional lending and the whole 90%? And
No,
uh,
it's something completely different.
okay, okay.
That's the shit they get us to believe.
So
That's
you
the
saying
stuff they
that's
get
not
us.
real?
No, that's just one of the theories they get us to believe.
Hmm.
This brother Richard Werner, he like I don't know how long you've been on, but he spent a lot of time in Japan. Uh, I think I don't know if it was an internship or whatnot, but he was working during a banking crisis and a recession. He's from Germany, and he's an economist, right?
Uh-huh.
And so he was basically doing research on how the banking system works. He even did his own, he even practiced his theory with a bank that let him test out his theory.
How you spell his last name?
Uh, is is Werner, but it's spelled
It's
Werner,
on the screen.
Werner, but it's Werner because he's German.
Oh, he German. Okay.
Yeah,
It's on the
He a,
screen.
he a black German or he just German?
no, he white man.
Okay.
Yeah, he Euro. I'm gonna just say European. So
Okay. I'm checking. I'm checking.
yeah, uh, okay.
Is this it? This is what you want me to bring up, right?
Hold on, let me see. Go to that second link.
Second link.
Yeah, in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is the second link.
yeah. So click download full
I
text PDF.
I did. That's what I had up.
Oh, hold on, man. We can use them because they all pretty much the same. But which one did I download?
Can banks individually create money out of nothing? The theories and empirical evidence.
Yeah, I know. I downloaded one though. I'm just trying to see where did see view PDF. Okay, no, the first one, the first link mode. Click on view PDF.
All right.
Oh, you had it up already. You was right. My bad.
He fired. This it right here.
Let's see. Yeah, that's it. All right, I can I can go ahead and read it whenever y'all get ready.
You ready?
All right. Can banks individually create money out of nothing? The theories and the empirical evidence. This is by Richard Werner. Um, he's basically he's an economist and he does research for banking finance, and he did a lot of time in Japan. So it says that the abstract. This paper presents the first empirical evidence in history of banking on the question of whether banks can create money out of nothing. The banking crisis has revived interest in this issue, but it had remained unsettled. Three hypotheses are recognized in the literature according to the financial intermediation theory of banking. Banks are merely intermediaries. Can we agree with that? That's what they teach us.
Mm-hmm.
That banks are intermediaries and they're not really the main players.
Right.
Okay.
They're just the vehicle to house the money.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Banks are merely intermediaries like other non bank financial institutions, collecting deposits that are then lent out. According to the fractional reserve theory of banking, individual banks are mere financial intermediaries that cannot create money, but collectively they end up creating money through systemic interaction. A theory, a third A theory maintains that each individual bank has the power to create money out of nothing and does so uh what when it extends credit. The credit creation theory of banking. The key point. The question, which of the theories is correct, has far reaching implications for research and policy. Surprisingly, despite the long standing controversy, until now, no empirical study has tested the theories. This is the contribution of the present paper. An empirical test is conducted whereby money is borrowed from a cooperating bank while its internal records are being monitored to establish uh, whether, in the process of making the loan available to the borrower, the bank transfers these funds from other accounts within or outside the bank, or whether they are newly created. This study establishes for the first time empirically that banks individually create money out of nothing. The money supply is created as fairy dust produced by the banks individually out of thin air. Okay. Introduction. Since the American and European banking crisis of 2007 2008, the role of banks in the economy has increasingly attracted interest within and outside the disciplines of banking, finance, and economics. This interest is well justified. Thanks to the crisis, awareness has risen that the most widely used macroeconomic models and finance theories did not provide an adequate description of crucial features of our economies and uh, provide an adequate description of crucial features of our economies and financial systems, and most notably, failed to include banks. These bankless dominant theories are likely to have influenced bank regulators and may thus have contributed to suboptimal bank regulation. Systemic issues uh, emanating from the banking sector are impossible to detect in economic models that do not include banks or in finance models that are based on individual representative financial institutions without embedding these appropriately into macroeconomic models. As you see, he got footnotes on both sides. Um, Let me continue on. Okay, so consequently, many researchers have since been directing their efforts at incorporating banks or banking sectors in economic models. This is a positive development, and the European conferences on banking and the economy, EcoBake, are contributing to the task showcased in this second special issue on EcoBake 2013, held on the 6th of March 2013 in Winchester Guildhall and organized by the University of Southampton Center for Banking, Finance, and Sustainable Development. As the work in this area remains highly diverse, the article aims to contribute to a better understanding of crucial features of banks, which will facilitate their suitable incorporation in economic models. Researchers need to know which aspects of bank activity are essential, including important characteristics that may distinguish banks from non-bank financial institutions. In other words, researchers need to know whether banks are unique and crucial aspects, and if so, why. In this paper, the question of their potential ability to create money is examined, which is a candidate for a central distinguishing feature. A review of the literature identifies three different mutually exclusive views on the matter, each holding sway for about a third of the 20th century on the matter, each holding sway for about a wait, each holding sway for about a third of the 20th century. The present conventional view is that banks are mere financial intermediaries that gather resources and reallocate them just like other non bank financial institutions, and without any special powers. Any differences between banks and non bank financial institutions are seen as being due to regulation and effectively so minimal that they are immaterial for modeling or for policymakers. Thus, it is thought to be permissible to model the economy without featuring banks directly. This view shall be called the financial intermediation theory of banking. It has been the dominant view since about the late 1960s. Between approximately the 1930s and the late 1960s, the dominant view was that the banking system is unique since banks, uh, unlike other financial intermediaries, can collectively create money based on the fractional reserve or money multiplier model of banking. Despite their collective power, however, each individual bank is in the view considered to be a mere financial intermediary, gathering deposits and lending these out without the ability to create money. This view shall be called the fractional reserve theory of banking. There is a third theory about the functioning of the banking sector with an ascendancy in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Unlike the financial intermediation theory, and in time, and in line with the fractional reserve theory, it maintains that the banking system creates new money. However, it goes further than the latter and differs from it in a number of respects. It argues that each individual bank is not a financial intermediary that passes on deposits or reserves from the central bank in its lending, but instead creates the entire loan amount out of nothing. This view shall be called the credit creation theory of banking. Okay, so let's stop right there, right? So we got the fractional reserve banking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, pay attention to this credit creation theory of banking, basically creating loans to create credit. I think some of us, kind of will understand this overall, but in theory is where I think it brings the light. Uh, okay, the three theories are based on a different description of how money and banking work, and they differ in their policy implications. Wait, okay, I did read that. Intriguingly, the controversy about which theory is correct has never been settled. As a result, confusion reigns. Today, we find central banks, sometimes the very same central bank, supporting different theories. In the case of the Bank of England, central bank staff are on record supporting each one of the three mutually exclusive theories at the same time, as will be seen below. It matters which of the three theories is right, not only for understanding and modeling the role of banks correctly within the economy, but also for the design of appropriate bank regulation that aims at sustainable economic growth without crisis. The modern approach to bank regulation, as implemented at least since Basel One, which is 1998, is predicated on the understanding that the financial intermediation theory is correct. Capital adequacy based bank regulation, even of the counter cyclical type, is less likely to deliver financial stability. If one of the other two banking hypotheses is correct, the capital adequacy based approach to bank regulation adopted by the BCBS, as seen in Basel 1 and 2, has so far not been successful in preventing major banking crises. If the financial intermediation theory is not an accurate description of reality, it will throw doubt on the suitability of Basel III and similar national approaches to bank regulations, such as in the UK. It is thus of importance for research and policy to determine which of the three theories is an accurate description of reality. Empirical evidence can be used to test the relative merits of the theories. Surprisingly, no such test has so far been performed. This is the contribution of the present paper. The remainder of the paper is structured as follows. Section 2 provides an overview of relevant literature, differ, different, wait, differentiating authors by their adherence to one of the three banking theories. It will be seen that leading economists have gone on the record in support of each one of the theories. In Section 3, I then present an empirical test that is able to settle the question of whether banks are unique and whether they can individually create money out of nothing. It involves the actual processing of a live bank loan taken out by the researcher from a representative bank that cooperates in the monitoring of its internal records and operations, allowing access to its documentation and accounting systems. The results and some implications are discussed in section 4. So, well, we'll be reading all day, going through this shit, um, and I don't intend to do that. So, for those of you that were listening, just by listening to that, you should be able to tell me what those three theories are. What those three theories of banking are.
Well, it sounds like it's three different ways to describe fractional lending to me. And being that he mentioned uh European accounting versus I think in American accounting, I know those rules are different, but it still sounds like fractional lending to me, they just using some technical jargon to express in more detail that I don't know nothing about.
Okay, right. So, I mean, I can read some more.
It's not gonna clear.
So
It's
you
still gonna
saying
be clear as
intermediate?
mud.
So you
Huh?
saying? So you saying financial intermediation theory,
Hmm.
fractional reserve theory, and credit creation theory of a bank?
Yes, those are
Th-
the three different theories. The only thing about the credit creation theory is that the bank can make that shit disappear.
Agree.
The other
But
two, oh, we got to have a recession and go through it.
what that was one that kind of wasn't clear. The what was it? Capital. What was that term? You said capital something. Capital. Damn it.
Um,
Let me go back.
it was
Capital allocation. Capital.
Let me go back.
It
Capital
sounded
adequacy based bank
yes.
regulation.
Well, yeah, well, that sounded the most legit, but all of them seem to depend on the regulation or the general accounting regulation.
Not the
like,
not the not the
not
credit not the credit creation.
not gap. Yeah,
Okay.
Because the reason why the credit creation is not is because the bank themselves are creating that and
right.
calling it credit. There's no
Agreed, but
limit. There is no um
oh, so I didn't know it was no limit on that. I thought, see,
Mm-mm.
I read into that as to mean that they can do the 90% on the
n-
books. You
no.
you,
This
you
is
borrow a
simply,
hundred.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, there you go. You got it. There. Yeah. Yeah. They basically creating their own loans for
Out of money
people.
that's not there, exactly, and then they make
Out of
money
nothing.
off.
Right. You saying it, Price?
So
Nah,
that's why I wish I could play the damn video because us reading it.
I could come off of Garfield's and we could play it on mine.
Okay, let's do that. Let's
Okay.
do that. Um. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Are they gonna be able to let you stream it without getting a strike?
How delete it? How
Cause they,
long will they let me stream it? Is the question.
yeah, cause
oh, we don't know.
they,
They sometimes I can stream it all the way through,
yeah.
and then I'll just delete it.
I think mine was 14 minutes in.
Oh, they got you.
Yeah.
So
Uh.
what does he advocate for, Chris? Just I mean, paraphrase, because I got his name and I see what he about. But I mean,
He advocating like, okay,
He's saying,
listen, we basically we he basically understand. Okay, we know y'all engineering recessions, and y'all making it seem that we have to do it this way. This is the way it should be done. And he's saying,
mm,
no, that's not the way it should be done. That's not what's really happening either. That's just a theory that was pushed. Now it may have happened at a certain time period, but that don't no longer happens. That theory is no longer how they do things. He's saying the credit creation theory is what um they
"Oh,
should do because you don't have to quote unquote go through a recession. You can just stop the shit right there with one button. End everything. You ain't gotta wait 6 to 18 months for a recession to happen and go through it and rebuild and all that shit.
I mean, when
He,
you say stop it, what do you mean stop it? How?
you don't have to go through it at all. Like you don't have to engineer shit. Like
What extend credit?
yes, so that's one part of it. The other part is you can use that credit creation to for the good, for the good of the economy
yeah,
Like
and
what?
for the people. Huh?
Like what?
By doing this for the people because they're not just creating loans, for everyday people. They doing this
Uh-huh.
for businesses and corporations. So they're benefiting off of this. And they benefit
Well,
off of it, especially when a recession happens. So they intermingling all three theories together and then saying, oh well, we gotta go through a recession. Like they playing a game. It's like a play. Like they acting this shit out in real time. And they don't have to. And on top of that, they not getting affected by it because they purposely do this. It's purposely set up like this. That's why I want to play the interview because he break this shit down in real time instead of spending an hour, 2 hours just reading this. I just rather you hear
right.
it out his own mouth how he break it down because it's 2.5 hours that he getting interviewed by Tucker Carlson
you put the
about
link
Okay.
in the chat,
what?
the interview link.
Yeah.
Oh, let
Nah,
me.
I'm right. Yeah, I had to listen through that piecemeal and piecemeal and piecemeal. But
Yeah,
I
because
mean, it's
I haven't studied this enough to be able to eloquently put it so you can understand it.
no. I mean, it sounds interesting, but I just don't see how something can be cut off without. You said nobody get hurt. It's gonna be some level of discomfort.
Well, see, what's making you believe that is the way you believe things about banking and economics, on how you've been trained to think. But that's not how they don't do that shit no more. That's not how they do it. So that's why you
And
thinking like that.
no,
But
So you
but that's a
how?
fair point. But
you
The,
said
hey,
you said they turn it off and turn it on when they want. So
they
if they
use this
want you to
shit.
get, if they want you to have access to capital, they make their lending practices available. If they don't,
okay.
they just stop.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm saying. They okay. Let's say you got three weapons you can use at any time, and you can intermingle all three of them when you want and to whoever you want. What I'm saying is they doing all three, but they only doing whichever one benefits them.
okay.
Is what I'm saying.
when we say they, who is they? First of all, let's
The
clarify that part.
the people who run this fucking world is who I'm talking about.
Okay, is that the Fed? We talking about
The
central
feds
banks?
don't the feds don't run the world.
He's talking about the banks.
The 1%,
The,
bro.
the feds don't run the world. You got all of these different families out here that people don't know about
Oh, see, well, that's what I'm
that
getting
have
at.
controlling interests.
So
Huh? I'm saying
yeah,
whoever is
so
in these positions to be able to
uh-huh.
control things, these are the people I'm talking about. They're not getting affected by none of this shit.
Okay, so you're saying all the central banks across the globe and the central bank of central banks, all of those are irrelevant.
Yes, they are relevant to a certain degree. What I because remember, banking has been around way before the Federal Reserve or central bank was created. You had banks way before then, and he gonna break
Hmm.
that down. He gonna break that down too. So look, I put the video in the chat.
Okay.
Um,
So so
if what
well,
happened?
go ahead, because I just had another question or comment
Uh
because
huh.
what it sounded like you was describing, it sounded like when the Fed raises rate or it increases the value of money, that's denying credit. That's what it sounded like to me.
When he raises the value of money,
Well,
I
you
mean,
said cut it off or make money inaccessible. So when you raise the rate, is it that not making the money inaccessible?
no, because the bank is showing you that they creating the money.
I don't know. That's kind of going against everything that we've been seeing, though, Chris.
Hey, that's the reality because we have been believed we have been suckered into these different theories that the Fed is the El Capitan. Now, in some rights they are, but when it comes to money creation, the bank can do everything the fucking Fed can do.
Mm,
There ain't shit a bank can't do that the Fed can't do.
I would disagree on that.
Okay, we you about to find out.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm listening. I'm just saying right now, I disagree with that one.
Cause what's the main thing? What they said the Fed's job is to create stability, basically,
Hmm.
employment, control the money supply.
Price stability and maximum employment.
They don't have shit to do with maximum employment.
Well, that's an objective of theirs. That's what Jerome Powell always say. I understand that they don't
But that's
because
my that's my point.
it's the players in the game. That's what I'm saying. And it's all about a balance sheet. I think about this all about a balance sheet, the left and right sides of a balance sheet.
That's the credit creation. That's
Yes,
the credit. That's
that's what I'm saying. That's fractional lending. That's how I perceive it as fractional lending. Because
yeah.
under fractional lending, I could take 100,000, I could take 90,000 of that, and now I have 190,000 available, and I only owe 100,000. And I can make interest off that 90,000 that's not even really there.
Yes, you can. But he not only saying no, because that creates instability. He's not only saying that. What he's also saying is that you can do credit creation, but you can
Hmm.
do it for good, where it encourages economic growth, and there you have no recession.
Yeah, that's what I'd be interested to hear about. That's what I'm trying to wrap
Yeah,
my mind around.
that's the other part of it. It ain't just about fractional lending. It's about using that shit for the better. With the other two, you can't do that because all you're doing is cause a recession, cause a recession, cause a recession, and saying that we have to go through that. But the reality is, no, we don't have to go through that.
So I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, Mo.
Okay, wait a minute.
If this don't work, we can always go to X and pull up the video, and it should be able to play on X.
Hold on.
One of the best known economists in the world, most significant. But you have a story that I think that I didn't know. And let me just summarize what I understand of it, and then I'm just going to turn it over to you to tell the whole story. So it's the 1990s. You're living in Japan, a consultant to the Bank of Japan. You speak Japanese. And in 2001, you publish a book about the banking system in Japan in Japanese. It's not published in English. It's only published in Japanese in Japan. And that book about the Central Bank of Japan and explaining why the country is in this protracted recession becomes number one in Japan, which is kind of amazing, even in Japan, beating Harry Potter. And then your life changes completely. I think this is one of the more significant stories that I hadn't heard. So if you don't mind, if you could take it from there, explain what the book was about, why people responded to it as they did, and what happened next.
Right. Well, it's a bit of a detective story. I was, working on the book and doing the research for the book, which really was the greater part of the 1990s. There's a lot of work that's gone into this. By the way, the name of the book is Princes of the Yen.
Princes of the Yen.
And yeah, it's not so easily available, but I can mention that later. I was trying to solve some puzzles. I'd come to Japan, I'd learned Japanese, and I was, economist, had studied economics at the LSE, was at Oxford working on my graduate work and doctorate in economics. And Japan was actually really posing some major puzzles that the world couldn't explain and economics couldn't explain. All the world famous experts could not explain. And for some reason, I decided, okay, I want to solve all these puzzles. When really digging into it, it transpired that maybe I've bitten off a bit more than I can chew. All the experts were shaking their heads and telling me, oh, give up. You have to change your topic. There's no solution to this, and you will never find out. So one of the puzzles was,
I was about to ask, what was the puzzle?
Well, there's several, but one was a concrete puzzle. I was just doing an internship at Deutsche Bank in Tokyo at the peak of this fantastic stock market bubble. Well, it wasn't called a bubble at the time, at the time they were just saying this is Japanese productivity and, this is all, it's going to go up more and more and more. It's only afterwards when they sort of point out, okay, that was a bubble. So in this bull market of Japanese, stock market in 1989, and there were some problems with the official story, and actually they led me to conclude also that the stock market, it was a bubble and it's going to crash and it's going to take the banking system with it. That's what I then, once I found the answers, that's what I then concluded. So in 91, I was one of the first to very loudly and clearly state, as a discussion paper I published at Oxford, having come back, that we should be very cautious about Japan. The international strategists were saying, oh, the Bank of Japan is lowering interest rates, it's stimulating the economy. Stock market has come down, but growth is 6-7%. And the market has become cheap. Buy Japanese stocks. That's what they were always saying. Buy Japanese stocks. I concluded in 91, based on this research, that's answers to some of these puzzles, that Japanese banks were likely to go bankrupt. And you have to remember that in those days, 1991, the top 20 banks in the world were Japanese, okay? And the 21st century was going to be the Japanese century. Japan was, in the 80s, buying up everything left, right, and center. Japanese capital flows flooding the world, buying Rockefeller Center, Pebbles Beach Golf Course, Hawaii, California, investments in Britain, you name it. And here I was saying, no, Japanese banks are likely to go bankrupt, and Japan is likely to move into the biggest recession since the Great Depression. That's what I concluded in 91 in this discussion paper. And of course, it took a lot of investors by surprise what happened in the following years, when to me it was very clear that this had to happen, although there were policy responses that could prevent the worst, which I then also proposed. So I proposed a new monetary policy concept that I called quantitative easing, which has been used and abused and distorted and has been quite popular with central banks, but we'll come to that. So, but back to your question. So what were the puzzles in the late 80s, which led me to all these other things? Well, one was Japanese capital flows. They were extraordinary. The scale was unprecedented in modern history. But also, not just the scale was so massive, it just was against all the economic theories. Now, the main theories about capital flows concern, again, interest rates and interest rate differentials. And Japanese money was flowing in the opposite direction. Then Japanese investors were also losing money because the yen was rising. So it was actually a losing trade to then invest abroad. And so no economic model could explain it. And that was the task I set myself. So then I was going around talking to all experts. I was only a student, this is my first piece of research. I just graduated as an undergraduate from the London School of Economics. But I had been thrust into these sort of positions and opportunity. And yeah, I took the challenge. And the response was give up. You can't find an answer. But I also then spent a lot of time with practitioners and actually investors that were investing abroad and looked at the institutional investors, life insurance companies and major international investors. And then I was searching for a link to the other phenomenon, which was pretty crazy and economists couldn't explain, and that was land prices in Japan. So in 1989, Japanese land prices had reached such stratospheric proportions that if you took the central Tokyo, and it was particularly, of course, the big cities, but the central Tokyo land price to value something like the Imperial Palace Garden, which is a public park. I mean, it's nice, it's large, but it's not, on the scale of things, not that large. So if you valued that at standard central Tokyo market prices and then exchange rates, it would be the same market value as all the real estate in the entire state of California, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, you name it. And that is the correct response. You got to laugh, or cry. This is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. Now, my idea was that, okay, there's got to be a link. We've got these two crazy phenomena. One is these absolutely nonsensical land prices in Japan. And the other one is Japanese capital flows, just Japanese money seemingly fleeing the country, buying up the world. Well, if I was a landowner and, these are the land prices, I would say, well, let's quickly buy some land outside Japan.
Oh, yes.
Or something else, anything outside Japan, before people realize that the land price is overpriced, the yen is overpriced, and so on, right? So in a sense, the intuition was there. There had to be a link, and I was convinced of that. And so I was going around, and in those days it's pre-internet, so I had to literally, how do you do academic research pre-internet? You had to go to the library, get all the journals' indices on topics, your topic indices, keywords, and then physically go through various journals and 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So I spent months doing that. I was looking for some kind of economic model or paper that linked capital flows and real estate because, I thought, well, there is a link. And there wasn't. And I wasn't looking just on Japan. It could be any country, right? You should be able to use the same analytical framework then from another country. But there wasn't. I couldn't find anything. So the clock was ticking. And actually, I was a bit in trouble because at the time I was the first foreign research fellow at the Japanese government's development bank, the Development Bank of Japan. I was the first Shimomura fellow. If you're interested, we can talk about this, Mr. Shimomura, because he's a bit of another secret, They didn't tell me, okay, why is there a prize for him and who was he? It's like almost a state secret, but...
Boy, there's a lot of lying. And some of the worst deception surrounds your health. How come Washington never talks about the poison in your food supply? What about what's in your drugs? You have a right to know what goes into your mouth, and the more you know, the more distressing it is. That's why it's critical to seek out alternatives you can trust. As an alternative to the garbage that you can pick up at any store, we strongly recommend RE Fountain from Peak. It's a clean electrolyte designed for rest. It's got triple biomax magnesium and no sugar, no artificial sweeteners, no artificial flavors. Everything in it is real. And it's good because staying up all night wrecks your ability to function. RE Fountain can help. It's not a sleep aid. It's not a narcotic, a sedative. It's what your body actually needs to recover and thrive. People here rave about it. We wake up feeling sharp and clear. Peak has really made a big difference. So if you care about actual health, then Peak is the way to go. PIQUE. And right now, you can get up to 20% off for life when you start your first month with Peak. Go to peaklife.com/Tucker. That's PIQUE life.com/Tucker. You will feel it the very first morning. It is.
Get 30 protein sticks for just $36. That's only $1.20 each. Here are 3 reasons why
It's great.
Anyway, so, and they give me 6 months, and I'd sort of rashly chosen this topic as my research topic, and I'll write a paper on that. And that was my job. And they treated me so well. I mean, they treat foreigners very well anyway in Japan, yes, but I was their first Shimomura fellow, the first foreigner. And I was invited to all their events and all the clubs and circles, learning baseball, which for a European is kind of unusual activity, with the other staff, and, Japanese calligraphy. They give me this huge apartment in central Tokyo, which is part of this Shimomura fellowship. And I felt like a bit of a fraud because I can't deliver my part of this deal because there seems no solution. All the experts, there was one capital flow expert in Tokyo at the Nomura Research Institute. I knew some people there, and they were saying, "Nah, you can't find an answer to this." And no, so give up was the story. And well, I needed a miraculous intervention, and actually, I got my miracle, and I got I got the solution. If we have time, I can come back to that and explain how this happened, but let me just give the answer first. So I knew the solution. Now, actually, before then, there was somebody saying, "Oh, there is a solution. There's an American scholar who'd come to Japan. His name is Professor Jeffrey Sachs." And his I think PhD student
in that seat about 4 days ago.
Oh, excellent! Right. Oh, I sent him the paper actually recently, saying, "Hey, do you remember this?" And so people were telling me in Japan, "Oh, there's this American and his collaborator, I think Peter Boone. They had written about this topic, and they had actually posed the same hypothesis. There's a link between land prices and capital flows." So they were at MITI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, slightly renamed it now. It was a famous ministry supporting the economy and trade. And go there, it's pre-internet. So they will have the physical discussion paper that they produced on this topic. So I went there, asked around it. "Oh, yeah. We had Professor Sachs." Okay, and there was the paper. So I went back to my research institute at the Development Bank, and same idea, which is fine because I was just a young researcher. I just slightly modify that, and I'm okay. I don't need to rediscover the wheel or come up with a great insight. But then I came to that sort of main part and conclusion, and therefore we conclude there is no link between real estate, land market, and capital flows. What? So, at that point I was really in trouble, and I needed divine intervention. Because humanly it was impossible to make this link, and all the experts were saying there's no link, but there was a link. Yeah. And when I understood that, I knew exactly what data to get. Now, what Professor Sachs and Peter Boone were arguing was that, you see, if you're a Japanese landowner, you own this super expensive real estate, and now you figure out it's probably better if I buy half of California, let's say.
Which they did.
So let's do it. They were arguing, well, they would have to sell the land. Now, who's going to buy Japanese land? And it was true that foreigners were not buying Japanese land. It was totally overpriced. No foreigner would buy Japanese land. So only other Japanese would buy it. But that means the money stays in Japan. And that means there's no link. So that was their argument, you see.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
But I realized that's not how it works, because I'd spoken to a lot of practitioners. That's not how it works. And the solution is, and it's the solution to many other puzzles in economics, and to essentially almost all the big puzzles, and there's many in macroeconomics. Macroeconomics has not been successful for 200 years.
I've noticed.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a failure for 200 years, no progress. That's actually official. There's a study in the what's it called? Journal of Economic Perspectives, which is, it's quite a highly ranked journal, in 2019 by two Stanford University professors about progress in economics. And they mention that, sadly, we haven't had any progress in macroeconomics for at least a century. Okay. And why is that? So the solution to all this and why economics has made no progress is bank credit. Now, bank credit, and actually you should say fully, bank credit creation. This is a concept that's been a taboo or a secret in economics. Banking had been frozen out of economics for a long time. There's no banks in economic models and theories. And that's, of course, also why they don't work. Because in reality, if you ask some ordinary people in the business district of any town, they will tell you, what's important in the economy. They will mention banks.
Yes.
But ask an economist, an academic research economist, and they will not mention banks.
Well, ask any person, who do you owe money to? The bank. Some version of a bank.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, the reason is that the economists follow this theory that banks are just financial intermediaries. They just, gather deposits here, do their analysis, credit analysis, risk assessment and all that. And then they allocate the funds and invest. Okay.
Right. They just take a percentage. They're a pass-through.
So they're intermediaries.
Yes.
But that's wrong. That's not what they are. It's one theory of banking, and it's still the one that's still dominant. In all the textbooks and the leading journals, they still use that. But actually, if you look into it, you realize there's three theories of banking. A second theory, slightly older, that was dominant until the 1960s, so-called fractional reserve theory. And you may have heard this fractional reserve banking. What is that? Well, this theory says, and this part is similar, each bank is a financial intermediary. It just collects deposits and then does the analysis, lends out the money. But in aggregate, as banks interact, there's money creation. Oh, and that's where students' ears should have pricked up. Money creation. They even talk about a money multiplier. What? That's the second theory. Now there's a third theory. And that one had been made out to be a wacky conspiracy theory.
Oh.
But it is the one that was more or less quite widely known until about a century ago.
Mm.
And that's the credit creation theory of banking. And this one says banks are not financial intermediaries. Banks are special. They have a unique power that no other player in the economy has. And that is the power to create money. And actually, that theory had been called all sorts of names like, this is kooky people and, cranks. Keynes said in his general theory, or it was the treatise on money, these are the cranks who talk about the banks creating money.
I think the average person believes the ability to create money is reserved for governments alone.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, I did a survey with my students in Frankfurt in 2011. My audience was getting larger when I was teaching at Goethe University Frankfurt. It was only sort of for a few years substitute professor, optional courses. So the first one was only 50 students, but next one was already 150. In the end, it was 450. Everyone was there, also from politics and law. And so I thought, this is a great audience. Listen, guys, let's use these numbers. Let's do a survey. So I sent them out, because if you've got so many people, then if everyone does 10 questionnaires, you're talking big numbers. So we did a survey of Central Frankfurt. And one of the questions asked was just this question: who do you think creates and allocates the majority of the money supply in the economy? And to make it easier, here's multiple choice answers. The government, the central bank, the financial markets, the banks, and so on. Give a few options. or savings, people through their savings, which is another economic theory. So, and the answer was, just as you said, and you spoke the facts. 84% responded either the government or the central bank are the ones that create and allocate the majority of the money supply. Because that's common sense. It's something very important that clearly affects everything and everyone. It should be in the hands of the government. It's what people feel. But it's not true. That's not how it works. And so what is the answer? Well, of these three theories of banking, which one is correct? Well, what's the scientific thing to do? Is to do an empirical test. That's what a scientist would do. But it turns out I was the first to do an empirical test of the three theories of banking.
Empiricism and economics? I didn't know that happened.
Exactly.
You ran experiments and replicated them? I thought that was...
Exactly.
Here's a depressing but true statistic. Nearly half of American adults say they would suffer financial hardship within 6 months if they lost their primary income earner. That's a telling sign that people are living on the edge. Many of them, the economy's fragile. That's true for millions and millions of people. What do you do about it? Well, life insurance is one of the best ways to protect yourself from potential hardship. We recommend Policy Genius to get it. Policy Genius's plans offer life insurance policies starting at just $276 a year for $1 million in coverage. It feels complex to buy life insurance. They make it really easy. They help you compare different quotes from the market's top insurers so you get the lowest possible price, the best deal for your family. Policy Genius lays out all of your options really clearly. Coverage amounts, prices, terms, no guesswork at all. It's all very clear. They handle the questions. They handle the paperwork. They advocate for you throughout the process. So if you don't have life insurance because it seems too complex, they are the answer. Your family's future could be guaranteed to a great extent with Policy Genius. Go to policygenius.com/Tucker to compare free life insurance quotes from top companies, see how much you could save and to what extent you could protect your family. Policygenius.com/Tucker.
Well, you can do empirical tests. The replication is debated whether you can always replicate it, but certainly you can test. You can do tests, and we can certainly control for certain things. And that's what it did. And I thought it's crazy that, you had for over a century this debate between these two theories, but nobody had actually done the scientific thing. So let's find out. Let's just test with the data and observation which of the theories is in line with the data and which is rejected by the data. Now, to do this, I needed a bank that would cooperate. And my plan was, well, I'm going to take out a bank loan, and we're going to watch inside the box, inside the bank's accounting system, how are they accounting for this and what transactions are taking place when I take out my loan. The intermediation theory says deposits get lent out. The fractional reserve theory says that the bank needs to have excess reserves at the central bank, and that's then used for the new loan.
Yes.
And the credit creation theory, you know what it says? It says when you get a loan, no money is transferred to you. It's transferred away from anywhere else. And you just credited new money out of nothing that is not transferred away anywhere inside or outside the bank, which seems, quite sort of extreme.
Like magic.
In fact, one uses, the convention is to use Latin for this. The money is created ex nihilo, out of nothing. So when it did the empirical test, the conclusion was the financial intermediation theory is rejected and the fractional reserve theory is rejected. Banks create money out of nothing. By the way, you can look it up. It's the most downloaded paper of all Elsevier publications.
There you go, right there. Did you go further?
No, but well, I'll wait for y'all.
Say it again.
I think bro just described the current system in the three theories. I think that's the current system. A central bank, national banks, regional banks operate on the levels of those three theories that he just described. And it's done on the ledger. That last one is money comes out of nowhere just on a ledger entry. What's the terminology, Miss?
You gotta finish the video, man.
Okay.
Man.
Well, I'm just saying we done ran. I mean, he got several talking points that
I want him to land it. It needs
we're
to
gonna
be
listen.
landed.
It's gonna take 2 hours,
I
or
don't think it's gonna take 2 hours, but no, it's not gonna take 2 hours because he talk about a lot of different stuff. But I need her to continue to play that because he's not done talking about
okay.
it.
Well, okay. I get that he's not done talking about, but he said a lot of interesting things. He was talking about the Bank of Japan So are we talking about the Bank of Japan? Are we talking about a
So
bank in Japan?
this is for all banks, all banks. Let the man finish. And
All right.
you've been a contrarian, and I get it.
No, I'm trying to get clarity because it sounds
Well,
like
we gotta play the
all right.
rest of the video,
I,
bro.
I'm gonna stick around. You want me to listen, but you don't want to clarify anything for me, bro. Am I
I
being
can't
too
clarify
contentious?
nothing. The man gonna clarify for you. It's his theory. It's not
Okay.
mine.
All right. All right. All right. I'm
All
going on
right.
mute.
Hold on.
It's called, and it's open access. So, can banks individually create money out of nothing?
Any bank.
Any
Not
bank.
just, to be clear, not just central banks.
Any bank. In fact, that's the whole point. We're talking about normal banks. With central banks, it wouldn't be a surprise.
But the Bank of Omaha can
Yes,
just.
any bank creates money. When you take out a loan,
If you've got pink salt, apple cider vinegar, and baking soda in your kitchen and you're not using this recipe yet,
the money that you're given as the borrower didn't previously exist. It is net new purchasing power that is being created and added to the money supply. And that's how the system works. Now, to understand how the system works is a precondition for having good economic analysis and good policy recommendations. And that explains for over 100 years, macroeconomics has made no progress. They have no banks in there. They have no bank credit creation in there. You know, when the 2008 crisis happened, and the journalists, I'm sure yourself also, want to ask some experts. Let's go to MIT professor of economics. What's going on? Lehman Brothers gone bust. Banks are going bust. Bank of America in trouble. What's happening? The honest answer of all the professors of economics would have been, well, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Why not? You're the expert. Aren't you at MIT? Aren't you an economist? Yes, certainly. Well, why can't you answer? Well, we have no banks in our models. So, of course, I can't talk about banks. That would be the correct answer. Of course, they didn't give that answer.
No,
they're fudging it. They're pretending because they don't want the public to know.
No one ever admits ignorance. But may I ask how I'm not an economist. I'm interested, but I did not know until you just told me that banks play no role in economic models.
No, they're not in there. So when the 2008 crisis happened, the central banks were using the so-called DSGE models. This is a huge, complicated sounding name. Dynamic stochastic general equilibrium models, which sounds very sophisticated. There's some like super bright rocket scientists in there with complex models. Well, the whole thing is nonsense from start to finish, and it doesn't include any banks whatsoever. And it's built on really pretty crazy assumptions that are true, perhaps on some remote planet in some very far away solar system, certainly not in ours, and certainly nothing to do with planet Earth.
I just think, as a non-expert, the idea that banks would play no role, would not be included in an economic model, a macroeconomic model, seems insane because the experience of every person living in the world includes banks.
That's right. That's right. And the trick was to argue, well, we don't need them because, you see, they're just an intermediary. They're not really important. Role, right. So, yes, they exist, and we all know there's banks, but they don't change anything. The money just goes through one-to-one, in here, out there. There's no reason to include them. Oh, we include the bond market. Oh, and we include interest rates. So that's all we need. By the way, that's the second big myth I busted in economics. You know, this idea that interest rates drive the economy, yes, and they're the key variable. And of course, even today, I mean, every central banker, every market commentator,
every TV show, exactly,
investor,
every president, by the way,
and it's a daily thing. It's mentioned, and it's, yeah, everyone's supposed to, is this presupposed knowledge that if we lower rates, this will stimulate the economy. If we raise rates, this will slow the economy. And it's been said in the last 50 years, I don't know how many thousand times by all these people. Well, I can ask you, what's your guess? How many empirical, data-based, fact-based studies exist that demonstrate this? That actually demonstrate that, you know, look, here's the data. Yes, we lower rates. It leads to higher growth. We raise rates. It slows growth.
I would assume none because I've never met anyone who doubts it. It's like gravity. We just know
you don't even need to test it.
Well, of course not. We know it's true. It's obvious. I thought that until right now.
Yeah, it's so true. This is called an axiom, by the way. Yes. An axiom is something that is so true, we never have to check whether it is true. Right. And if we did check whether it's true, we'd find it's not true.
but we wouldn't believe the results because we know it's true.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You can't disprove it.
Yeah. Well, in fact, this is you've described now the methodology of the dominant mainstream economics, which is the hypothetical axiomatic deductive methodology, where you pose an axiom that you know to be true, so you don't have to check whether it is true, and if you did check, it's not true. It would be the result. And then you add assumptions, which you admit are simplifications, heroic assumptions, which are, yes, we know they're not true, but it doesn't matter. And then you build your model on it. And that's the approach they use. Now, this approach is particularly useful if you have a predetermined conclusion you'd like to come to, because then you can actually start out with your preferred conclusion, work backwards, then define what assumptions do I need to pose this model, what axiom do I need to present this, and then the key step, present in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just, for sake of argument, assume these and these things. Oh, look at this. The model is telling us, interest rates, lower rates lead to higher growth and higher rates lead to low growth. We don't need to look at banking. It's totally uninteresting. Don't go there. Move on. Nothing to see here.
What you're saying is, I believe that there are a lot of people who just never thought that option 3, your description of banks, the bank credit creation, could be a meaningful factor. They just never thought of it. But there had to have been a lot of people who realized this before the 1990s. So if it's not publicly known, it sounds like it was hidden.
Absolutely. Oh, certainly. Well, actually, so I've got 2 papers on this. One is the Can Banks Individually Create Money Out of Nothing? The other one's called Lost Century in Economics, about these past 100 years.
They must hate you. Your fellow economists. Sorry to interrupt. They must hate you.
And I do go through the literature and the sort of history of economic thought. And there's some very curious things happening. So, for example, there's John Maynard Keynes, and many people would say, well, he's certainly the most famous economist of the 20th century. That's certainly the one who's quoted a lot, cited a lot, and had some policy influence and so on.
Here's what eggs do to your wrinkles. Moisturizer helps your skin, right? Nope. What about collagen? Nope. Do this to erase wrinkles and...
Now, when you look at his writings with the topic of credit creation, bank credit creation, his development is kind of curious. So when he was young, he discovered it. There's a book by him from 1924 in which the book was on something else, but he stumbled on this and he writes, I'm paraphrasing, something like, and, look up my papers, then you'll see the exact quote, but he was writing like, the bank's actually adding to the money supply through their activities. That's a very important fact that changes everything. I will return to this later. That sort of thing. It's something that will have to be examined further. That's very important. Well, 6 years later, in his important book, Treatise on Money, 2 volumes, he had moved from the credit creation theory that he clearly had discovered in 1924 to the fractional reserve theory. He was saying, banks are just intermediaries, but yes, in the system, the interaction is creating some money. 6 years later, he published the famous general theory. And in that general theory, he'd moved on to the financial intermediation theory. Now it is, again, the savers who need to save money and then deposit it, and that is then lent out by the banks. There's no money creation at all.
So, in other words, he progressed away.
Regressed, exactly.
Regressed, thank you. So, with each successive theory, he obscured the role of the banks ever more.
Now, interestingly, his financial wealth increased proportionately. And by the last stage...
people have stayed this long in the conversation. This is really interesting. And you're a great explainer, by the way. It's almost like you can't... Are you really an economist? You explain it so... Well, here's a story you probably haven't heard a lot about. The Chinese mafia is exploiting rural America to create a drug empire. This is not available on cable news. The network's not telling you about this, but it's totally real. Communist-affiliated drug gangs destroying parts of the United States, the parts that Washington ignores, to sell drugs, laundering money, and building a black market network inside this country's most beautiful but least served areas. We've got a brand new documentary on this. It's called High Crimes, the Chinese Mafia Takeover of Rural America. It's available now on tuckercarlson.com. It's excellent. The purchase of churches and schools to aid the operation, the jerry-rigging of power boxes to steal electricity, foreign pesticides, collusion with the Mexican cartels. It's unbelievable. By the way, one of the drug houses is like walking distance from my house. I didn't know that. It's a layered and fascinating story. Head to tuckercarlson.com to watch now. We think you'll love it.
Well, you see, in the last few years of his life, he had been, I mean, most people don't know this, but he had been appointed director of the Bank of England. And you have to realize the Bank of England was 100% privately owned. And to be a director, you had to be a significant shareholder. And that is billionaire level nowadays. So he was doing pretty well, moving away from the truth step by step. But you see, it's similar with some other economists. I'll give you two more examples. Actually, three more examples. Economists you will have heard of. One is Professor Ben Bernanke.
Yes, I have heard of him.
Now he was a good macroeconomist. Was it Princeton and Yale? Anyway, and he used to, he did his research. He started out research on the Great Depression, where he was beginning to realize, banks were a factor. I mean, he didn't write this, but actually 10,000 banks were busted. I mean, it's one of the saddest periods of US and world history.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
The Fed was created on the pretext, on the main argument, because there's lots of doubters who didn't want the Fed. It's very un-American, was the general view. And they were very sneaky to actually get the Fed and get the law passed. They used some of the rules on how you can schedule a vote, and they went for the most obscure procedure, which is easy to overlook, that there's actually a vote. And the vote was on the 23rd of December. And most congressmen actually weren't even aware. But in any case, they're already gone for Christmas.
Yes.
And so it's just the hardcore group of insiders, and they voted the creation of the Fed. That's how it was done. But in terms of arguments in favor of establishing the Fed, the main argument is the lender of last resort function. And it's true that if you have a fantastic bank, very solid, strong, conservative, is doing well, is helping many small businesses, good bank, if a very convincing, nasty rumor is circulated, and let's say it's effective and people believe the rumor and they just run for their deposits, they all pull out the deposits, that good bank will be in trouble. That is true. Of course, there's policies against that you could do. But the argument was, well, the best is to have a central bank because they can provide endless liquidity through money printing, which is, internal money, reserves, or if needed, if they want cash, the central bank provides the cash, paper notes, and therefore this good bank will not go bust. And that is sort of convincing. But when it came to that, beginning of the Great Depression, what did the Fed do? It let more than 10,000 banks go bust. In the nastiest way. These were banks that were small, lending to local businesses, to the farmers in particular, and they let them go bust. Now, in the 1920s, there was mechanization of agriculture, tractors and so on. So there's expensive equipment, and the banks were giving the loans, the farmers were taking the loans. Now, these banks were bust. Well, they were taken over and by big banks, bigger banks, and banks that were part of the Fed cartel. But to lose 10,000 banks is just such a setback for the economy. Unbelievable. Now you'd think, good for the farmers, at least they're out of these loans. No. Number one, when the banks went bust, there was no deposit insurance. These families, these farmers, these small businesses, they all lost and their personal savings. All that money they had in the bank was gone. That wasn't refunded. Okay. Number two, you think they'd be off the hook from their loans? No. The banks were then taken over, bought cheaply, and they still had to repay the loans, but they had nothing left, and they were destitute.
Wait, you lose your deposit but keep your debt?
Yes. That's
How does that work?
That's a Federal Reserve policy. Of course, the Fed could have, done it very differently, and
where
certainly
was
saved those
President
banks.
Roosevelt in this, the man of the people?
Well, the banking systems, once you set up a central bank that's not controlled by the people, then, you're in the hands of the central bank. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is 100% privately owned, and that is really the center where all the decisions are made. you have the Washington board of the Fed, but that's a political shop. The actual central bank operations are all in New York, 100% privately owned. So, and that what happened in the 1930s is therefore these farmers became destitute. The land was the collateral for the loans they couldn't repay. They lost their land. They lost their livelihoods. Some lucky ones became day laborer on the farms that they previously owned. The unlucky ones starved. There was starvation in the United States of America of honest farmers. And it's really read The Grapes of Wrath by
Yes, I have.
John Steinbeck. These are better descriptions of economic reality than the economics textbooks where they tell you banks are financial intermediaries. So we don't need to talk about banks. That's for sure. So the central banks, when push comes to shove, they pursue the agenda of concentrating the banking system and reducing the number of banks, which increases the power of the central banks. But we were talking about the three theories of credit creation. And so conclusion there was, I did the empirical test. Banks create money. They are therefore the most powerful economic player in the system because they're special. They have a license to print money, and the majority of the money supply is created by banks. And knowing that changes the analysis entirely.
Where does that power come from? How are they granted that power? Why can't I create money out of nothing?
Oh, we should work together. I wrote a paper with that title.
Why can't I create money out of nothing?
Well, so when I published Can Banks Individually Create Money Out of Nothing, I published at the same time another paper which is entitled How Do Banks Create Money? And Why Can Other Firms Not Do the Same? Google it. It's also open access.
Great
Which is exactly the question you'd asked, and it's very sensible. And it gets very curious. It has to do with accounting. But I really wanted to get to the bottom of this accounting. If you look at the accounting, the difference is, when a loan is granted, and of course we can take a loan from a non-bank. There's major non-bank financial institutions,
yeah,
and companies can give you credit, and insurers give sometimes loans, and
I think one of the most underrated joys in life is knowing that in the middle of the day when I need a snack, I know exactly what I'm going to. I don't even have to think about it. And by the way, I can get 30 of these
While we
for
on commercial,
$36.
notice
100% grass-fed,
accounting.
100% grass-finished beef sticks from Paleo Valley, naturally fermented, which means they're good.
So why can't they do the same as the bank? And in order to find the answer, I realized one needs to break up this the accounting process into further steps. Because it's clear, if you compare the accounting, the bank balance sheet, when the bank lends, the bank balance sheet lengthens. You get the loan as an asset. That's the same for everyone, no matter whether you're a bank or not. And on the liability side, the borrower is credited with the money. Now, that's true only for banks. And non-banks, when they pay out a loan that they give you, they have to draw down something, some money holding on the asset side. So the balance sheet doesn't lengthen. So I wanted to find out, okay, what is the thing that allows banks to do it this way?
Yes.
And it is what in England, which is the home of banking, the first modern bank was the Bank of England. And in the 17th century, all the banking rules and the laws concerning banking came essentially about in England. And in England, this is therefore most apparent. They call it the client money rule. And there's an equivalent in the US. In every country, there's a slightly different name, but it means that if you have client money, then this money has to be kept off your books. You have to hold it in custody like a custodian, and you have to put it in practice with a bank and say, well, that's the client account. That's not my money. I'm not claiming this. That would be fraudulent, right? And you have to be careful. It can be a criminal offense. So everyone has to separate client money from their own funds. And except banks, they're exempted from the client money rule. And that means when we put our money with a bank, it's on the bank balance sheet. And the bank is the keeper of the books. And if you're the keeper of the books, keeper of the records, you can fiddle the records. You know, if you put money of a client into a bank, you can't tell the bank, oh, can you please just be a bit creative with the accounting? It's not going to happen, right? But if you yourself, you know, you're the keeper of the record, you can be slightly creative. So what the bank does is the loan contract. Here's how it works. You're the borrower. I'm the bank. You want a loan, mortgage, anything. And the important thing is the contract that you have to sign, you know, in your own blood. You have to sign it. The loan contract, the agreement, the credit agreement, mortgage, whatever it may be. I mean, they're all more or less the same type of instrument. And actually, I should say this, economists classify banks as, they always say this, when they mention banks.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
Banks are financial intermediaries. They're deposit-taking institutions that lend money. But because they're intermediaries only, we don't need to look at this. And then, you know, they take deposits and they lend money. Well, if you look at the legal, you know, situation, it's clear that this is not true. Banks don't take deposits and banks don't lend money. And there's rulings in English courts. What is actually a bank deposit? Well, that is to confuse people. At law, there's no such thing as a bank deposit. It's simply a loan. Well, hang on. A deposit is a loan? Yes, it's a loan we give to the bank. We give credit to the bank when we do what is called deposit our money.
Yes.
And that is the legal status. So it's like the tables are turned. So banks don't take deposits. We lend to them. And the deposit, a bank deposit at law actually is not privileged. But surely banks lend money? No. Banks are in the business of purchasing securities. And when you sign that loan contract, that's an IOU, a debt instrument that you've issued, and the bank will buy it. That's what's happening. Now,
it can sell it.
Well, exactly. It can sell it. And also, you will point out, oh, hang on, fine, these are details. This says, I will get money. I'm borrowing money, so please give me the money. I don't care about the details. And the banker will say, they're careful, they will say, you'll find this in your account with us. They may carelessly say, we've transferred it to your account, which is incorrect because no transfer happens. Your account will be credited because the accounts payable liability arising from the loan contract is represented or misrepresented by the bank as another type of liability called customer deposit. And that is the trick you can only do when you're the keeper of the records. And that's only banks that can do that. Others have to keep it off their books, and they can't do this trick of switching the type of liability from, you know, accounts payable liability from the loan contract, present that or misrepresent it as another type of liability called client deposit. That's how money is created. So the conclusion is, when you borrow money, the bank just writes the number in your account. And that's what I could empirically confirm, because at the bank that I finally found, which was happy to do this and let me look inside their books and their transactions and their system, and we had all the bankers there, so we literally were watching what everyone is doing. The BBC was filming this, by the way. They haven't used the actual footage yet, but they were there. How long
has it been?
This was in 2014. We should turn this into a proper documentary.
So they've had it for 11 years and haven't aired it?
Yes, no. Well, they're close to the City of London Corporation, which is the banker's state, a sovereign state inside the United Kingdom or outside the United Kingdom, you can even say, because the king is not allowed to enter without permission. So it's not part of his sovereign territory. And I guess maybe it wasn't considered convenient to air this documentary, but it's on the record with the BBC. So when I did this empirical test, which is published in a peer-reviewed journal. So this is what happens. The banks create the money and others can't do it because the banking license gives you this power to invent money. And so that's why it's very important to actually have the right type of banks in your country. Now, what type of banks would we want? And here's an important principle I need to explain. It's very important who a bank is lending to and for what purpose. And that is because it's money creation. If it was just an intermediary, it wouldn't be so important because it's a zero-sum game. You now have money, but somebody else is less, plus minus zero, not a big impact. If you use it more efficiently, maybe a small impact, but basically not a big impact. But if it's money creation, there will be an impact on all of us. Therefore, it's really a public privilege that the banks have to create money. And the question is, how should that be used? Now, hopefully it's used, in favor of the people. And it can be, bank credit can be a marvelous engine of enormous economic growth, prosperity, and in fact, abundance. And that's one message I want to get across. We can have high, sustainable economic growth, which is very stable and smooth, but very high, creating a lot of wealth for the majority of us, prosperity, without inflation and without crises. This can be done. But we're not getting it.
No.
Why?
No.
Why?
Yeah, why?
And I'll explain the mechanism. So there's three scenarios. When a bank creates credit, there's three possibilities. What has been happening since the 1980s in most industrialized countries, most Western countries, is that banks, encouraged by the regulators, by the way, the BIS in Basel, bank regulation, international bank regulation, the Basel framework, they've been encouraging that the banks lend for unproductive asset purchases, for the purchase of ownership rights, mostly in real estate, but it could also be financial assets, any type of asset. Now, that doesn't contribute to national income. It doesn't contribute to GDP. And if you look at the definition of GDP, it's not in there because, hang on, you're buying this asset, somebody else is selling it. Well, that doesn't add value. GDP is a value-added concept.
Right.
So it's not in there. And that's
real estate's
correct.
not, real estate itself is not a productive asset.
Exactly. Well, the transfer of the ownership in real estate, that doesn't affect, that shouldn't affect GDP. And that's why it's not in GDP. Of course, the real estate agent business is a business and that is part of GDP, but that's just a fraction. When we're talking about the actual full transaction
exactly.
That's much larger. And that's not in GDP. So when banks lend for asset purchases like real estate purchases, financial asset purchases, because it's money creation, it has an impact. Now, what impact is that? Let's look at Japan, 1980s. The banks were doing what? They were lending massively to people to buy property, real estate. If they were just financial intermediaries, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it's money creation. So actually, the banks are creating a lot of money and they're pumping it into the real estate market. And now you don't have to have studied economics to tell me what's going to happen with real estate prices. When all the banks are creating new money and they're pumping it into the real estate market through their real estate lending.
What's going to happen is what's happening in the United States where real estate becomes unaffordable. It's too
exactly.
high.
It's not rocket science. Real estate prices are pushed up. This is true for all assets. So when banks lend a lot for financial assets, the prices, the values of these financial assets will be pushed up. But it's a Ponzi scheme because it works only as long as the banks continue to create more credit for others to join the game and buy these assets. And the moment the music stops, the banks don't increase credit for asset purchases, then asset prices won't rise anymore. Because with this, when I discovered this, I found the causal factor behind the land price rises. And I tested it and it's true. It's the real estate lending explains the real estate price movement very nicely. And that's, of course, that has many consequences.
So big picture, please correct me, but I think what you're saying is that most of us assume prices are set by markets, which is a product of supply and demand. A lot of people want something, it becomes a lot more valuable relative to its abundance. You're saying that actually prices are determined by banks.
Yes, and actually it's more than that, because your question implies you're still, we're all influenced by what's mainstream, and your question is about prices. And then, of course, the price of money, the interest rate, and that is what we're being taught. Think about prices. It's all about prices. The economy, equilibrium, markets, demand, supply, prices. Quantities are much more important. And that's because there's no equilibrium. That's one of these other ridiculous assumptions. They just assume equilibrium. There's never been any evidence of any equilibrium. So markets are rationed. Ration markets are determined by the short side principle, whichever quantity of demand and supply is smaller. That's the common denominator. That determines outcomes. It's quantities. And what's the most important quantity in the whole system? The quantity of money. And where does it come from? Created by banks. And then it's important, what is the money being used for? So I told you one of the three scenarios so far. When banks create credit for asset purchases, you get asset inflation. That, by the way, will always lead to a banking crisis when it's large enough. Because once then, say, after 5 years of banks doing that, they then, for some reason, maybe the central bank, other external shock, they stop increasing credit for asset purchases. These asset prices collapse. But they're the collateral for the loans. And because bank equity is very small, 10%, and you've pushed up asset prices by 300, 400%, if from the peak they fall by, say, 20%, the banking system is bust. And that's why we have banking crises. And that's, of course, also what happened in Japan in the 90s. Once you analyze this and you understand credit creation, what banks really do, they create money, they create this Ponzi scheme, then it's very easy to forecast, okay, the banking system is bust. And they're bust very often. We have these recurring banking crises. But there's also ways to get out of it. I'll come to that. But just before, I want to tell you the other two scenarios. So when banks create credit for GDP transactions, for the real economy, it will affect GDP growth because asset prices, asset transactions are not part of GDP. So these bank loans don't even contribute to national income. The real estate lending and asset lending. But when banks lend to the economy, to the real economy, we have two possibilities. Number one, if banks lend for consumption, consumer loans, what happens is these consumers now have suddenly purchasing power. And of course, they're taking out the loan to spend. That's why it's called a consumer loan. So we get more consumer spending. But have we increased the quantity of goods and services in the system? No. So this creates inflation. So bank credit for consumption is inflationary. And that's what we had, of course, 2021, 22. I had the data from the Fed was out already in 2020. So I was one of the first to warn very accurately. This was in May 2020 on my Twitter, sending out messages. Well, based on this data, it was shocking data. We have to expect significant inflation 18 months down the road, which is exactly what happened. Nothing to do with the war in Ukraine. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing to do with oil prices, gas prices, and all that supply shock. By the way, when you go back to the 70s, it's the same. They told us, that was an oil shock. The inflation, that was an oil shock.
The Yom Kippur War of 1973 that OPEC shut down production. I mean, that's the story. I mean, I remember adults talking about it.
But look, I know, and all the media coverage is very consistent on this. But the facts already don't add up. Because when did the oil price quadruple from $3 to $12? That was in January 1974. When did there were two bouts of inflation in the 70s, early and late of the decade. So in this first bout of inflation, when did inflation peak? Well, in Germany in June 1973. June 1973. When did oil prices go up? In January 74. Something wrong with that story?
Right, that's not cause and effect.
In fact, when you look at bank credit creation and central bank policies, quantity of credit policies, they created it from 71 onwards, 71, 72, ballooning credit creation in the US, in Germany, in Japan. And it's a fascinating story because, and we're sort of going off on a tangent, but it's another amazing story because, and it's a very relevant one. Because what happened was, this goes back to before President Nixon detached the dollar from gold, which is a very euphemistic way of putting it, before America defaulted on its international obligations, August 1971. We had the Bretton Woods system from 1944, where the dollar was linked to gold, and all the central banks participating could at any time switch US dollar balances in their accounts with the Fed into gold. That was the system. Of course, you weren't sort of encouraged to do it, but it was possible. Now, all the currencies were in a fixed exchange rate to the US dollar. And the US, as some people had warned, were beginning to take advantage of the system. The Fed was creating a lot of dollars. The banking system was creating a lot of dollars. They were exported at the fixed exchange rate. You were printing dollars and buying up the world. And by the late 60s in France, because France wasn't part of NATO, it was not an occupied country. the French were speaking up. Germany was keeping quiet, and Japan was keeping quiet. They've got
U.S. troops. U.S. military bases in their
yes
countries.
But the French were speaking up for all of us, and they said, "Well, hang on, you're just printing dollars and buying up French companies and French real estate. Are you perhaps slightly abusing the system? Is this how it's meant to be?" And it just continued. So then the French literally sent. Well, first they said to the Fed, "Okay, we're going to change these dollars into gold." And initially, Fed reaction, "Oh, certainly, it's not a problem. It's all above board, very transparent. We will. Okay, how much? How much you want to switch? Just say the number. Okay, this much. Fine. We will now switch it with this gold from our gold reserves into your account with us." So
your account.
In other words, it's just another bank transaction. Okay, well, this is your gold now. Of course, we'll keep it. It's very safe with us. We'll keep it in custody. So step number 2 was then when the French decided, there's Pompidou, there's Charles de Gaulle. They decided, well, hang on, we better get the gold because.
For senior women who keep going strong, discover lightweight, all-day comfort in your new wardrobe savior.
It doesn't really change much if they just switch the name, the label of the account who's holding the gold, so, and they literally.
Mo. Why everybody quiet?
We waiting for the point.
Hello?
Yeah. No, because she asking a million questions. Man, I'm not finna keep typing. You asking too many questions.
You said I'm asking too many. So I would
They convoluted too. Huh?
Well, I ask.
You was talking about bank bailouts and failures.
Who was?
Mo was in the chat.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, to be fair, he was all over the place though. And he left a lot of open-ended questions. That's, from the first segment, you said continue to listen, but he continues to leave a lot of open-ended discussion out there, in my opinion.
Okay. The video ain't done. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. And then what are these open-ended questions? Did you write them down? No.
No, I did. I actually wrote some down. First, what is the empirical test? He never explained what the methodology of the test. I haven't heard that yet. I just keep hearing.
I heard it. I don't know if anybody else did, but I definitely heard it.
Okay, what was it?
He did a test with an actual bank on a loan with the borrower going through the banking process. So they did everything according to how his empirical test went. And it was true that this is how they would create money. He said that multiple times.
No, he said that, but what was the methodology, Chris? Are we serious right
now? Go
now?
read his book, man. Go read the book.
Now you come on, bro. I thought we were trying to have a discussion. Now you're getting defensive.
Yeah, I mean, you trying to have a discussion over an interview, brother. That's not how you do that. Come on, you gotta
it's not.
You gotta read his stuff. If you wanna criticize or you wanna debate somebody's point, you gotta go read their work, is what I'm saying.
I don't even know what the point is. How can I debate the point? And I just said, I don't know what the empirical test was. He went and got a loan at a bank and he observed the process. Empirical means
he went and did the bank test on the money credit creation. He had a bank do it where they did all of the accounting, and that showed that they create money this way. Now, if you want all the details, you got to read what I was reading earlier. This is an interview.
But okay, to that point, what else I wrote down? I don't dispute anything of that. Credit creation, central
Mhm.
banks, when they issue bonds, that's credit creation. When a bank gets a good rate from the central bank and then they turn around and then allocate a portion of that loan for a deposit, it almost like doubles their books. And he speaks to that. He's for the last 20 minutes, he's been talking about accounting practices. That's what I'm
Right.
hearing him say.
Yeah.
I said that before he even mentioned accounting practice. I said it all sounds the same. Banks do it at different levels. They do it different ways, but it still sounds like fractional lending to me.
But I don't think you was paying attention when he said that the way they do the accounting, they can change certain stuff. I don't think you heard that part.
No, I heard that part because I mentioned it. I said you have general accounting practices in the U.S. Europe has their set standards for general accounting practice. I said all that in the beginning, bro. But you
No,
think I'm attacking? I'm just okay.
no, that's not my point. That's not my point. He just said it doesn't matter if it's fucking Japan, China, goddamn UK, or the United States. They have the power to change something anytime they want. And he gave the name too. He said client deposit.
Hmm.
They have the power to change that into anything they want. And he said this is what they're doing.
Yeah,
This is why
that's
you can't say fractional reserve lending. Because no,
but
that's only one thing.
that's jargon under general accounting practice and principles.
Brother,
In my
I'm not
opinion,
here to. I'm not in the business of convincing. You make up your own mind. You do the research, and then you
okay.
galvanize
See,
whatever
I got you.
information you
I got
got.
you. Well, you said I didn't write it down. I'm regurgitating to you because that's how you responded to it. That it's
Right.
just it's vile. But the stuff that I heard and the stuff that I have questions about, but you're
I mean,
taking it
yeah, of
as an
course you're
attack.
gonna have questions because your mind is already in one belief. If my mind is already made up in one belief, I'm gonna question everything that you're trying to tell me. Of
No,
course.
I'm just
But
asking.
I haven't done no research on
Okay.
what this man is saying. So yes, I'm gonna have questions on this, and this, and he got to be able to give me a rebuttal on that.
Okay, bro.
I'm not saying you're wrong because you're doing it. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're doing it right to question it. But you saying that it's fractional reserve lending and it's not.
Oh,
That's why I'm reading it at. Because what he's saying about fractional reserve lending and what he's saying about credit creation are not the same thing. I can take in your money, deposit it, and lend it out. That's fractional reserve lending. But that's not what they're doing. They're creating money by creating loans, like he said. Now we have to get the details everywhere else. You just have to do more research. I'm not done with the research. This was just a good rebuttal to what we've been taught, and I can see through it. That's just me. I don't know about anybody else, and I don't care about anybody else's opinion. I can see through it because I study the shit. I don't just do this for fun. So when he mentioned that what was it? Uh when he mentioned about he mentioned the three theories, two already understood. The third, oh, banks can create money. Well, yeah, they can create money. How are they doing it? How are they doing it? They're doing it through credit creation. So one person would say, well, what about the Federal Reserve? I'm like, well, this has nothing to do with the Federal Reserve.
well,
But
I think they do credit creation. Well, go ahead, Mo.
They do
I
credit creation too, but
By issuing bonds, that's making money out of nothing.
right, but that's an IOU, the same as me depositing my money in the bank and them just typing the number in there. That's the same thing, and they can lend that to somebody else. That's an
Hmm.
IOU.
I
That's the
thought they
same
didn't.
thing.
My question was only based on the regulatory piece of it, that they can only do it based on a certain ratio set by the central bank. But you're saying no, they can do whatever they want. That was my contention.
They
That
they essentially can. So think about this. Why
it,
did the banks go bust in 07, 08? Because
because
they
Somebody would.
they end up.
hmm?
I was saying they end up having more assets than deposits.
No, that's not why
They
they
end
went
up
bust. They went bust because of bad loans.
I would say somebody was over leveraged. Lehman
Yes.
Marcus, not
Yeah.
Lehman Marcus. Yeah, Lehman Marcus, Lehman Brothers, not
Lehman
Lehman
Brothers
Marcus.
and Bear Stearns.
Yeah, over
So
leverage.
yeah.
right. That's the same thing. They're calling. Okay, wait. You confuse. You about to confuse me because
Okay.
deposit loans are considered deposits.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
They can be.
Right. So if they didn't have if they if they had more, well, when people defaulted, they ended up with the asset because now the loan, now they got all of this stuff out there that they're not gaining any money from.
The
Am
thing,
I interpreting that wrong?
those loans were never assets. They
No,
were they
no,
were
no, no. Right,
janky. Yeah, they were
right,
janky junk bonds, basically.
right.
What
But
those
the
particular loans were, yeah, fair point.
right, but the loans, but the people who acquired those loans acquired them for some type of asset, right?
Yeah, the money.
Exactly.
Right. So
Yes.
when the people default on it, then it belongs
Hmm.
to the bank, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. They ended up
I'm
with
not saying it didn't belong to the bank. I'm saying that I wouldn't call that an asset, especially if I'm lending to people with 400, 500 credit scores.
the
That's what I'm saying.
no, I didn't
Now
call the
we talking about the paper now. We're not talking about the conditions of the paper, but the paper
yeah,
itself.
yeah,
Hmm.
the actual loan, which is considered a
A
deposit
mortgage,
of a
which
credit creation, and that mortgage, right? That credit creation was for the buyer to acquire asset.
attached to a treasury note.
Right. And so when they default on that, now it belongs to the bank. The bank can't do nothing with it. The bank, if nobody else wants it or they can't get it out to make money from it,
Hmm.
then they end up with a whole bunch of assets that they can't do nothing with. And they sure can't lend that. That's what I
Well,
thought the buyout. They got bailed out for, and then
well,
when
that's
it
why the
came down
Federal
again,
Reserve. Well, that's why the Federal Reserve went ahead and bought it, and that's why they called the council to get the other big banks to try to buy this shit. It wasn't no
Mm-hmm.
fucking JP Morgan doing none of that shit. It wasn't no Citigroup or
right,
Goldman Sachs doing that. We talking about mundane banks. Maybe yeah, Lehman Brothers, they were stupid enough to do it. I mean, and Bear Stearns, they were stupid enough to do it. But they called these big banks in to buy this shit,
we gave
No,
them
wait,
money.
wait, 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 wait.
We
Hold
gave
on,
them.
Chris. No, hold
to
on.
buy their bad debt.
We gave those banks. Didn't we give those
Wait,
banks money?
no, 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 no. Tell it right. If we're gonna tell it, Lehman Brothers was holding the excess of subprime loans, them and Bear Stearns,
Yeah.
and it was Bank of America that came in and bought that debt. When they
Yeah.
called in other banks, that's how Bank of America became so huge.
Right.
Let's
Wait. They didn't do that without getting money from the government.
The
Who?
bailout happened. Well, Mo, it was a business deal that happened, but we're talking about Lehman Brothers went away after this.
But
Yeah.
They was the second.
Yeah, that was
right.
a sacrificial lamb.
Wait, don't run over that. Wait. Don't run
Hold
over
on.
that though,
Wait, I
because
need to go back to what you just said. The government gave them what? The government didn't do shit.
hold on.
Wait a
Federal
minute, Chris.
Reserve is the one that did it.
No, they did give them money. No, no,
No,
no, no, no.
they
They
gave
did give
money.
them money. Yes, I put it in the
Yeah.
chat. They
Who?
gave them money in that TARF
Who is
fund.
they? Who is they?
The
The
government,
U.S. Congress,
U.S. government. Look
they
at
bailed
I
Okay.
they
put it
bailed the
in the
banks
chat.
out. Yes.
Yes, they gave them money.
The U.S. Congress approves of a bailout that came through the Treasury to the Fed to bail them out. The listen, Chase and those other
They
banks didn't need no fucking money from them.
They took it.
they sure
Of course
did.
they did.
Okay,
Why would they
Yeah.
not?
then they
Why
bailed
would
them
they not?
out. I don't
Nobody's gonna give
care how
away
you
free money.
size that up.
Who
No,
not
no,
gonna
no, no,
accept
no,
free
no,
money?
Wait a
Come
minute.
on.
Wait. No, no,
no,
no, no. Let's not move away from that because see now
no,
y'all put that's
no,
revisionist history.
no.
Back
Oh my
then,
God, bro.
maybe not in
I gotta
2025.
start
The
watching movies, man, and read
What
the
you
data, man.
mean? It's
wait a
documented. I
minute,
didn't make it
Chris.
up.
Who the hell appropriates
I'm
the funds
listening.
for the
I'm listening.
government? Who who
Oh,
who
And guess what
appropriates
they
funds?
and guess what those banks did with that money? They made
Oh my
more
God.
money.
I don't care what they did with it.
No,
I
no,
said they received it. Point blank.
exactly.
Period. The question is, did the federal government give the banks money, quote unquote, bail them out? And the answer is
You keep saying
yes.
them out. Bailed who out?
The
Bank of
banks.
America, Citigroup, J.P. Morgan,
They
Wells
did not
Fargo,
bail out
Gold.
Bank of America or Citigroup.
They
What are you
gave.
talking about?
They did. They gave
Oh
them the
my
money to
No,
go
they bailed
assume
out.
those
They
debts.
bailed out the bank, the one bank that was failed that they were able to save because
Mm-mm.
those other banks agreed to do it. They didn't have to
All
do that.
all those mortgages were still that's still debt. That's money that's written on U.S. debt. Those mortgages are attached to U.S. debt. That's why the Congress got involved. So regardless if somebody live in the house, somebody paying on it or not, the U.S. government was still liable for that debt. Even though that dude keeps
Man,
saying banks are not intermediaries, somebody's
man,
holding that damn debt.
Listen,
man.
it,
Listen,
it
I get
said
all of that, but
it
what y'all
said
not
that.
getting? This is a Ponzi scheme.
I don't
Even all this
care.
Mm.
debt you talking about is a
It
Ponzi scheme. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
but
It
you
doesn't
saying that
matter.
it wasn't a bailout. This thing said the TAR funds given to banks were
Who said it
indeed
wasn't a bailout?
referred to as a bailout. The Troubled Assistance Relief Program was enacted by the U.S. government to stabilize the financial system during the Great Depression by purchasing troubled assets from banks and other financial institutions. The program, which allocated 700 billion, aimed to provide capital to these financial institutions to improve their liquidity and restore confidence in the bank sector. You could call it what you want. They That's what they called it. They called it a bank bailout. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying.
you just told me that they were bailing out Bank of America and JP Morgan and Citigroup. And I'm saying no, they were not bailing them out because they were never in trouble.
Okay, let's.
It was those other firms that were in trouble that because they had that bad shit on their books. They bailed those companies out. Listen, man, it's really this simple. It's really this simple. They
Mm.
called those Wall Street banks in to help save the motherfuckers. It's been documented. They talk about
The question was it called a bank bailout?
it.
It
Nobody
it
had no
was
questions about that though.
All right.
That's
Well,
irrelevant.
that's what I'm saying. That's all I
That's
said.
no,
irrelevant. Nobody
no, no,
was
no.
questioning that. What are
Okay,
you
well,
No,
talking
no, no,
about?
no,
no,
no.
no.
No, no, no. It does. Hold
Wow.
on, Price. So the reason I brought that up was just to say that I brought that up because the guy said, I mean, not the guy, but I was trying to give validity on the fact that the banks can do whatever, whenever, and I was just saying how and the other thing is I was trying to bring up the point that during COVID we would have had the same issue, but what the federal government did was create those programs and use the bank as a funding as that intermediate funding person where the banks was allowed to charge the federal government interest and also charge the consumer interest. And when they ran out of the reserve when it was over and those people defaulted on those loans and those banks used up all of their reserves, they was looking at for the feds to give them their money because
What banks are you referring to?
hold on, I'll give them to you. Let me look them up. Because a lot of banks that gave out money to consumers during COVID for PPP and EDIL, a lot of those people, a lot of those businesses defaulted on those loans, and the federal government had told them to use their reserves to help that out until they were reimbursed. And the way they were
Exactly.
supposed to be reimbursed was that the businesses would pay it back, and of course the interest, and or the federal government, if that business did not pay, the federal government would come in and they would take care of it, right? Because if they did a repay, I mean a forgiveness, then the feds would pay it off. And what happened was a lot of those folks didn't do forgiveness; they actually defaulted, and those banks wanted their money. Hold on, let me get it. You keep on. And the only reason I'm bringing that piece up was the fact that if the banks, if credit creation is if they could do whatever they want with it without any controls or regulatory regulations or policies from the central bank, then why didn't they just do it without needing the feds, period?
No,
They still have
they
some type of
can't.
regulatory.
No, and that's where I'm calling bullshit. I'm not even an economist, and I'm calling bullshit when we look at the bank in California that was about to fold from a run on the bank
Silicon
because
Valley Bank.
yes, when those
How did,
when
and
those
how did
bonds
Silicon Valley Bank fail?
because the bonds that they were holding as the rate started going up, the face value of those bonds started going down, and that made them illiquid on the balance book. I probably said that wrong, Mo, but I'm not the finance expert. You are. But that messed with
What?
their balance. That messed with their balance sheet.
That's not why
When
that
those
bank failed.
that
You
is why
said
that bank failed. They
Yeah.
they became out of balance when they started raising rates and the
It
face
was
value of those
mismanaged. Yeah, I got you.
it's mismanagement because of what? Because they weren't keeping an eye on the fucking bonds. Come on, bro. And even the Fed governor that's supposed to be over bank supervision, he wasn't or she wasn't even doing her job.
Who?
Whoever is supposed to be the Fed governor that's responsible for banking oversight to say, hey, you need to get rid of some of them damn bonds. You see we going up on rates. Why are you holding that?
Y'all
And then
making my point. You're making my point.
okay, I
no.
guess we're speaking different language then, because you told me this is what I'm conditioned to believe, and I told you what it sounds like, and you think
You
I'm
just
being
said
crazy.
the Fed governor wasn't doing their job,
Yes,
which I already stated earlier that the Fed oversees banks.
yeah,
I
but you
thought
said all banks, and I told you I said all three of those theories sound like different banks at different levels. It sounds like a central bank. The next theory sounds like a national bank, and then the third theory sounds like a regional bank.
But you still haven't proven a point to where you tell me a bank can't do what a central bank can.
I haven't even gotten clarity. Every time I try to seek clarity, I get accused of criticism.
It is criticism.
And
There's
and
nothing
and I
wrong with
get
it.
and I get
wait.
told to go do research. And I'm
I know
just
I
you.
trying to
thought
Why would you not do research?
I
That's
thought it was
crazy.
in. I thought. Wait. I wait. The
Okay, y'all
bank
running in circles,
cre
bro. Come on.
no. Wait. The bank can create
I'm shooting as
the
straight as I can.
I got
bank
you.
can create the credit, but they only there's a limit based on that ratio that the central bank.
I got
Um,
one question. Uh, how many of y'all did research on credit creation? Thank
I
you.
didn't know
Have a good
any.
night.
I'm just going off what we hearing right
I
now.
just heard
Okay,
credit
thank you.
creation
Have a good night.
tonight.
That's all. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
Well, how
Chris.
much
Hold on, hold on.
research?
That's
No,
all.
no, no.
No, wait,
How much
wait, wait,
research
wait,
have
wait,
you
wait, wait,
done
wait,
on
wait,
credit creation?
wait,
No,
wait, 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 wait.
it's not about that.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes, it
no.
is.
Let's
This is
not
why.
let's not
No,
do
I'm
that.
finna
Let's
tell you
not do
why.
that.
no.
I'm
Okay,
finna
You
go
tell you
ahead.
said.
why if y'all just stop. I'm finna tell you why. This is
Mhm.
how my mind works. If somebody is giving me a theory or a different perspective on something, on why something is a Ponzi scheme or how it's running is fake or whatever the case is, I can't watch uh, uh, a 2 hour video and then come up with a synopsis and be like, oh yeah, that's it. I didn't just watch the YouTube video. I went and got the man's work. And then I went and got somebody else work that has the same theory. Then I went and got somebody else work with the same theory. Then I went and got somebody who opposed both, like a federal chairman, Alan Greenspan. Then I went and read Bernard Bernanke. So from where I'm coming from, I kind of know what I'm talking about, at least a little bit.
Nobody said you
Y'all
didn't.
coming up with theories now, trying to debunk like Mo saying, well, if this is credit creation, then why would they do? You haven't
Nope.
studied
No,
enough
no,
to
That's not
no,
what
know.
I
Call it
said.
that. That's
no,
all.
no,
No, no, no,
no,
no, no.
no. I'm not gonna let you do that. Hold on, Mo.
Okay, you can't
With
handle
all due
Mr. Knight.
respect.
I'm just telling you.
No, 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 because clearly I said credit creation sounds like fractional lending to me.
And it's not. That's been
But you,
debunked already.
but you're saying you have done some research, but you haven't
Yeah.
differentiated. All you told me was the dude was gonna research it, but you haven't differentiated. What's the difference between the two?
We read the difference between the three. We just read it earlier. And then he just explained it to you. Now, whether you understood it or not, that's not my problem. But I literally read it to you earlier.
Now, I clearly didn't understand what he said for the last hour.
That's you, brother. I can't help you with that.
I
Hey,
got
put
you.
it like
I
this:
got you.
Do you guys trust the actual banking system itself or no?
But he wait, Brandon, before you do that. But he really just told you how people gonna think when something new is presented, when something has already been in place. He just really confounded them all. And
What's the new thing that he
I'm
presented?
just saying it really ain't even new. It's been here.
That's
It's
what I'm
just been
saying.
it's just been hidden. You've been told that it's all fractional reserve lending or
But it's
the
really
other
credit
one.
creation. That's what you're telling me. It's not, don't call it fractional reserve lending, call it credit creation.
No,
That's what I
because
hear you
there's three
saying.
theories. You're stuck on the second theory. That's where your mind is and where most people's mind is. And that's fine, because we all thought like that. Now, like I said, I did my back test and I'm not done with it. I'm still trying to figure the shit out. Shit may take some time. But this shit sounds very convincing. Cause why? Here's the whole theory. I study finance and economics. That's my profession. That's the fucking money I pay for to get fucking registered and licensed. They do not talk about banks in this matter. I'm telling you firsthand that they don't. Everything is the Federal Reserve. It's nothing with banks. Banks is just they're being intermediaries. That's it. Not as people who create money. I can show you all my damn textbooks. They don't have it in there. That's a
N-
fact.
Nobody disagrees with banks or
I'm not saying you do.
intermediaries.
I'm just saying. This theory about this fractional reserve lending shit, this is shit that people really believe. And that's the standard. So that's why I'm coming against it like that. But when we read all the data and the economic models he was talking about, and in finance, they don't talk about banks, except for the fact, oh, they serve the people. You know, you make deposits and such and such. So what I'm saying, when he says that, that's correct. That is a fact. And you can ask any financial advisor, any certified financial planner, do they talk about banks in this material like that? For people who get licensed or registered or get degrees or doctorates, that's kind of iffy. I gotta raise my eyebrows on that. And then you tell me a bank can't create money. I gotta have my eyebrows up on that. That's kind of weird. Oh, only the central
Yeah,
bank can do that. Well, what was they doing before the central bank was created?
I didn't say that they didn't create money because we know they're doing it based off the whole
Yeah.
loan idea. I was saying that they're regulated. They can only do
It,
so
Who
much.
said they
That's
weren't
all I'm
that's
regulated?
saying.
Who said they
what the
weren't
only
regulated?
the,
Well, that's what I
the
was saying. I
well credit
qualified
yeah, because
because
the
I
only one
said
that's
that.
I
yeah, the
never
only
said they
one that
weren't regulated.
wait, you say credit creation is unlimited or it has no ceiling. And the only one
Who
that
said
sounds
that?
like that. Well, I thought that's what how you describe credit creation, that it had no limits. Did I hear you wrong?
I never said that.
Yeah, I misinterpreted then. That's the only
Okay.
reason I asked the
I
question.
never said
Okay,
But
banks
so
weren't regulated. I said the Fed oversees banks and they're whatever they do. But can y'all believe that maybe
okay,
the
we
Fed
listen
don't
to
give a damn about what the banks do? Can you believe
no,
that?
yeah, because they already done set the guidelines. Hey, run me my money, and it's even a shorter term. It's overnight. The Fed repo. Hey, had this by tomorrow. Are you irreconcilable? Are
So
you insolvent?
here's a perfect example. When Richard Nixon, no, not Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan became president, who was on that stage with that man? I'm gonna see if y'all know what this is.
No, I don't remember. I really don't. I think I was maybe a
The
freshman,
CEO of Merrill Lynch, not no
and
punk ass Federal Reserve chair. It was the
but what?
CEO of Merrill Lynch, and that nigga told him, "Hey, hurry up, get off the mic." You know why he can do that? It's a motherfucking bank, big bank, because they do. The Federal Reserve does what banks want them to do. At the end of the day, I don't care what you're talking about. That's a fact.
Mm, I don't know about that one.
Okay. Good
You,
night.
you don't think banks have influence over presidents, dignitaries, over countries and stuff like that?
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. I don't think they have influence.
Who is the biggest banking family in the
I
world?
don't think. No, I don't know what the biggest banking family is. I don't want to get in.
I can tell you,
Who
Rockefellers.
is it?
Rockefellers.
Okay.
Thank
Hmm.
you. Have a good night. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Hey, you're not the only one that read the creature from Jekyll Island, bro. Don't
I
do
ain't
that.
saying I did, but if you didn't
I'm
know
just saying.
who the family was, then
No,
that's a problem.
no, because see now we're going between mystery and
That
and
ain't,
and, and what's supposed to be public knowledge.
that ain't mystery, bro. Stop it.
Okay, now
Stop it.
we on this theme, the secret cabal and all this and all
Come
that.
on,
And
bro. Stop it. You
How's
know
it a
damn
secret
well
cabal though?
the Rockefeller family is not a fucking mystery, and
mhm.
the shit they've been doing for hundreds of years. Stop it.
Like I say, we read the creature from Jekyll Island. That's not he didn't mention anybody like that. He just said banks. And he said all banks.
All banks have the power to do the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. And they do it differently. And then he spoke in his last 20 or 30 minutes, he spoke to how the lower, the regional, and some of the smaller national banks do it. They do it on the ledger, accounting,
Yes,
and they're subject to limits. So the only one that's not subject to limit
of
is
course
limits
they are.
is
It's a
something
small
like a
bank.
is something like a central bank. So what are we really saying?
And if you finish the whole video, you'll get the whole synopsis. You trying to stop in the middle and come up with a conclusion. Like you
I'm
know it
just trying.
all.
No, it's not trying to come up with a conclusion. I'm asking questions, and you're just getting offended
I'm not
that I'm not
offended at
going.
all. Cause
Well, you sound offended.
no, I don't care what it sounds like.
Okay.
I don't care what
You
it
sound
sounds like.
offended.
Cause I'll watch the video. And like I said, I already did some research. So I can be offended as somebody that has not done the research.
I don't even know what questions to ask. The questions I do have for clarity, they get criticized. So
But you
I'm,
trying
I'm
to ask the questions, you ain't finished the video. That's crazy. You haven't done the research. You ain't read his works. You cannot ask a question if you have not done that. That makes no sense, brother. That's like me. Hey,
no,
I
it
ain't gonna
makes no
let you
sense to
finish.
you.
I can't.
Who?
I ain't let you finish the question that you trying to ask me before I ask you a question. That
Okay.
don't make sense.
Okay.
That's crazy. How are you a
So
Capricorn and don't know this? That
no,
don't make
no.
sense.
Up
You
to
gotta
the
be
point where we
logical.
are. No, see now you just trying to distract from what
No,
I'm
I ain't
getting at.
distracting nothing.
No, because
That's
I'm
what
like,
common
what's his point?
sense.
No, it's well, that's what you call it.
I call it common sense. I can't ask you a question in the middle
Once,
of
yeah,
you asking me. I'm
hey,
give me
okay.
a
So once again, I'm still not clear on what the methodology of the empirical test, because the empirical test is supposed to generate empirical data that we never heard.
okay. So how are you? Let me ask you this then. Since you still waiting, How do you get the data? How do you get the empirical test if you don't research it?
There's a methodology of what he's looking for, and it's a
Okay,
data set. A data set comes up out of there.
okay, and where do you get it at? You get it from the person's work. He already quoted like three or four of his works already in the video. Did you write that down?
I have the one work that you pulled up. Can banks produce money? And
This
I
is
have his
my
name.
this is my whole point right here. That dude
What
gave three, four of his sources in this video, and all he wrote down was some questions.
I
This is
have
what I'm
questions
talking
about
about.
stuff that he said. What's wrong with my questions? He says, I can central banks create money out of nothing. I agree with that. Can banks
What's
create out money out of
there's
nothing?
nothing wrong with your
I agree with
questions.
that.
The questions is fine, but what you choose to write down is the problem. Is
Hmm.
the problem? Is the problem
So
there?
what did you start your research questions with? What's problematic for you, sir?
All of it was problematic. I had the question like, "What the hell is this nigga talking about?" But instead of me having a bunch and a million questions, well, let me go find answers. Let me read his work. The
What
work,
answers did you find? What
the
answers
work,
did you
the
find?
work he's quoted in in the video.
What answers did you find? What cleared it
That
up for you?
I'm not done yet.
What have you found so far?
What I found so far is we know this is a Ponzi scheme. Um, they do create credit creation because he showed the back test on that, the empirical data. I read that. That cleared up that for me. Now the whole what he said about interest rates, I don't know about that. I still need to read about that. Um, but banking itself, I think I'm pretty clear on that. Now, to his third theory about credit creation, which he gonna go on in the video and talk about how it can benefit, I would need an empirical test on that too. It sounds good, or it sounds better than what we have. Um, but what really got me though is that as long as somebody says that this is the right way to do it, this is the truth and not test it, people are gonna believe anyway, which is why you got a million questions. And other people do. If
No, I
they
didn't have
go,
a million questions.
no, brother, it's not literal. Stop. Come on, man. Uh,
Most of my questions sound just like the stuff you just reiterated. That's what I have written down on my card.
well, my point is that as long as something is in place and we're told to believe it and to believe that it's right and that's it, the people are gonna go with it. But when I bring something foreign, you know, the first thought is, oh well, you know, build let me build a case against it. Because like I said, you wrote it down a bunch of questions, but you didn't write down none of his works that he spoke about, besides the one that I pulled up.
Okay.
That's my point. That shows me where
I,
your mind is.
I wrote down 5 questions.
Five, don't matter if it's five, three,
And,
two, or one. You
and,
didn't
it-
write
and
down
it-
his works. You
I
didn't
did write down
write
his
down his
work.
work.
Can banks create money out of nothing? That's the work I wrote
You
down.
wrote down one, brother. He mentioned four.
Okay. If I get to one, I can get to the other four. I have his name.
Man,
If he's published and peer reviewed, come on, bro. You're not talking to some novice here as far as how to vet a
I know I'm
source.
not Price. I'm not
Yeah.
disrespecting you in
Well,
that way, but I'm
no, but
just saying.
you sounding real
I'm
condescending. Like I'm being
no, I know
disingenuous
I'm sounding
in
like
my
somebody that
questions.
studies behavior. I study behavior, and I know when somebody wants to, they got a bunch of questions, but when they mention the work, you ain't write none of it down. That's the first thing I did. I wrote down his work and went and researched it.
You keep saying I ain't write none of it down. None means nothing.
Okay,
Zero.
you wrote the one that I already gave
No,
you down.
I wrote Richard Viner and the one that you gave me. And you act like I can't find the other stuff that he mentioned. He
I
said
didn't say
he
you
had something.
couldn't. That's
Okay,
not the
well then,
point. That's not the
but you
point.
no,
The
but
point is you
keep trying to bring that up
chose
as
what you
if through
wanted to write down.
discredit to
That's my
me.
point. This
Because
has
I'm
nothing to do
listening
with
to the
anything else
yeah,
besides that. This
because
has
I'm
to do with
listening.
behavior, brother. That's all I'm saying. I
Okay,
study
I'm
behavior.
listening to the interview. You presented the interview, and I'm asking
Yes.
clarity, and then you want to say go research. You don't even have an
Why
opinion.
would you not? Why would you just listen to an interview and be like, "Oh, well, I mean, I got it." No, I
But
listened to
just
the interview.
okay,
I didn't
and,
stop there.
and,
What did
and,
I
and,
do?
and,
I went and researched.
instead of trying to say, "Hey, this is a behavior thing," just say, "I don't know, Price."
No, it is a behavior thing. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop
I'm
it.
not going to stop it. I'm going to
Because
antagonize the
it's
fuck
a
out of you now.
bias,
Now I'm
bro.
going to troll you.
You can troll me all you want to. I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna laugh
I'm
at you.
laughing. I'm laughing at you right now because we still
I
don't
mean,
know you.
you can laugh all you want. That shit don't bother me. But I
I
know
thought
what
we
I'm
started
saying.
off
I know
right.
what I'm saying is right
I
because
thought
behavior tells me everything. If that man mentioned all his four works and you didn't write it down, but you wrote down other questions, now you saying, "Oh, that don't mean I ain't gonna go look it up."
No, because I'm focused on the interview, on what he was discussing during the interview.
No, you weren't, brother. You was focused on asking questions, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. But you can't
Everything.
say, "Oh, I can ask questions," but you know, now you say I got to research too. Like that don't
No,
even
no.
make sense.
No, because that's your response. You've already seen this. You say you've done some research. I'm saying, hey,
Yes,
what does he mean by this? What did he mean by these three theories? Like, these three theories sound familiar to me. They
but
sound like
what's
this.
funny? Let me ask Brandon because you ain't using your common sense. So
Hmm.
I don't. Brandon wasn't even on here when I was reading earlier,
Hmm.
and I read those three theories then. So you mean you didn't comprehend what I read, and you didn't comprehend what the brother was saying in the video either. That's basically what you're saying.
You asking
That's a
Brandon? Or you
question.
asking me? You asking Brandon? Or you say let you ask Brandon? Are you asking Brandon? Or you asking me? Because I already
No,
told you what the three theories sound like to me. I
because
said that
Brandon wasn't on
previously.
here when I was reading. That's why I said, never mind.
So
Because I
who
don't
you
think
asking? Are you asking me? Or are you asking Brandon?
I'm
Because
asking you.
I already shared what I thought those three theories sound like.
but the purpose for going over this was to
Mhm.
say that the banks can um change the outcome of what we got going on right now in reference to the interest rates, right?
No, it has nothing to do with interest rates.
Well, that's what you brought up earlier.
Yeah, we didn't even get to that part. I never heard about how can when you said that if you do it the right way. He said
Yeah,
if you do
go ahead,
if
Price.
you
I'm sorry.
if you do the lending the right way, it can benefit everybody, and you can just
Yeah,
cut it out, and nobody gets hurt.
Yes, but
Versus people,
he talks about that in the video.
right.
But
So
it's further in the video. Y'all don't want to watch the whole thing. So I say go finish the video on your own, then come back with a conclusion. Because y'all
no,
coming
I
up
didn't
with
have an
conclusions
issue
right now.
with I
And
didn't
not
have it. I didn't
hmm?
have a concern about the direction in which his research was taking us. Only portion that I had a question on was that the banks are not regulated by anybody and they can do whatever they want to do.
Who said that though? That's why I keep
You
asking you.
you
Who
mentioned that in
said
the very beginning that they're not governed by, but I mean now you saying you didn't, and
I
I
told
may
you
have
I wrote in the chat that
I may have
the Federal Reserve oversees them. What are you talking about?
no I may well
no,
I'm
we
not
was talking
watching.
about the conditional the lending part, Chris. You kind of said that was
Yeah,
unlimited, and I
yeah.
do
No, I
see
never
this.
said anything was unlimited. That never came out of my
Okay,
mouth.
maybe I misunderstood you. So
Yeah,
that was my only
Yeah,
part.
I never
I
said anything was
misinterpreted.
unlimited. So let me correct that. I never
Yeah.
said anything was unlimited.
Okay, so that's the
I
only
just
part. Everything else I'm cool with and
yeah,
kind of yeah.
that would be crazy to say. Nah, I wouldn't
no,
say
but
that.
that does sounds like a central bank. If they got ability to print money, they are countable as long as people are willing to buy their bonds and they
Okay,
can push the that sounds like the credit creation to me, a central bank aspect. I mean,
so
that's how I would correlate that. That's I'm just saying, a bank
so
under this. Go ahead.
mhm. So I would just say, okay, let's say it is unlimited. What happens if it's unlimited? A crisis.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what it was saying. That's what he was
That's
hyperinflation,
going with.
inflation.
Right,
that's
that's what he was going with it. That it would be yeah. Keep
yeah.
going.
So even if it is unlimited, you get a crisis. That still
Right.
wouldn't make it untrue.
No. I never said.
No, nobody. We
No, I
never
ain't
said
said
it
it
wasn't
untrue.
true. I just told you
Yeah.
that's what it sounds like. A central bank constantly printing money, but there are consequences that come with that.
But that's why I told you that banks can do that. Or I would say certain banks. Let me stop saying banks in general because not all banks ain't created equal, like you
With,
stated earlier, Price.
within a certain limit.
That's what we was trying to say.
Within a certain limit, though,
But
right?
I wasn't saying that every literal bank can do everything every other bank can. No, they all can they all can do credit creation,
Right.
but it's going
Credit
to be a
creation
limit. It's going to be a
within a
limit.
limit.
We agree.
That
Chris, you
what I'm
see,
clear. I'm clearing it up to make sure that like you said, tiers, right? Like J.P. Morgan clearly is a bigger tier than a Smart Financial or
Right.
what's the
A
small bank?
local bank. A
a
Yeah,
local
local
bank.
bank, a little the little community bank or whatever, or
Right.
the little
yeah,
local credit union.
right. Fundamentally, they can do the same things, but J.P. Morgan can do more because of their size,
Right.
and they got different divisions, of course. So J.P. Morgan is just not a bank; it's a broker dealer. It's an investment firm, so they do more than just banking. Is my
No,
point.
we agree, but I'm just saying. But bro, I said that like an hour ago.
Well, no, I was correcting any gray areas that I left about, all banks can do the same thing, do what a central bank can do. Yes, they can do unlimited loans. Yes, it's gonna create a crisis. Just like when central banks fraudulently create money out of thin air, or whatever the case is. Because all you're really doing is putting numbers in a computer. That's it.
Right. But wait. Okay. So we back to that. Um. So I thought, or I read that there's a required ratio that they can't go over that's issued by the central bank. So
What ratio about what lending?
that yeah, to yeah, that they can do credit creation, they're lending, but they can only do it to a certain
To a certain limit.
ratio. Yeah.
Their books are limited by the accounting rules or whatever the regulations are.
Yeah,
By
yeah, right. Yeah,
Okay.
certain banks can do that. J.P. Morgan can do what the fuck they want though.
well, they kind of they're that big,
Well,
but
that's my whole thesis.
I
Is
don't think
that-
they can.
Why do you think that?
Because that's not what it says. It doesn't say that they can do that.
Where 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 does it say what they can and can't do?
Hold on.
well, okay, well, hold on, Chris, because Lehman Brothers before they folded, before they became over leveraged, they was the largest bank on the block, bro.
Right.
So I mean, I get what you saying. Yeah, they so big that they can do what they want to do
Too big to
until,
fail.
yeah, too big to fail. But
Here's
we
why
kind
I'm.
of seen.
Here's the
Well, go
only
ahead.
reason why I'm saying this. It's because J.P. Morgan is not just a bank. That's the only reason why I'm saying this. So they
What?
have other ways they make money outside of doing fucking loans. They have, like I said, they're a broker dealer and they're an investment firm. So they make money from all three, which is why I said they can do whatever they want. Now,
I agree with that.
doing
But
doing
isn't
whatever
BlackRock
the
bigger than them?
huh?
I say, isn't BlackRock bigger than them?
Um,
Don't
BlackRock,
they? Don't they got like 16 trillion in assets, managing assets?
yes, but BlackRock is not a bank, so to
Okay,
speak.
fair point. Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah,
Fair point. Fair point. Okay, I got you. Well, back to Jamie
yeah,
Dimon now.
right. So that's all I'm saying. Now, do they have unlimited power like a Federal Reserve, which is there to do whatever fuck is need to be done? Probably not. But can they do everything that a central bank does? Yes. But they probably more limited than the central bank, which is why there's a central bank.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think you shouldn't use the words "do whatever they want" loosely. I'm saying they have
I can.
options. They have different options that they can tap into, other than just banking.
But what's
But
your reason for saying that they can't?
what you just said, that they're
Be-
What?
limited. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
but
saying.
I said limited when it comes to the Federal Reserve,
but
because
yeah,
the Federal Reserve is this this power that cannot be destroyed, so to speak. But J.P. Morgan, has to be in a subservient position because it's not a central bank, but it is a bank. They can
Okay, but
lend, they can spend, they can create, they can do whatever. They can do everything that a central bank does. The only
they
thing is the central bank can bail them out.
and they're not back. Well, they may be kind of back just because of their proximity to power.
Hmm.
They're not backed by the sovereignty of a government and a
Who's not?
treasury.
The Federal Reserve is independent.
Not the
no, we're talking
Federal
about JP
Reserve. You
JP
talking about
Morgan.
J.P. Morgan? They just shy of a central bank. They're not a central bank. Even though they got a whole lot of assets, but they tanks were rolled to preserve the federal bank and the U.S. Treasury.
Wait a minute,
Their
you guys
tanks.
still wrong? J.P. Morgan or
JP
Yeah,
Morgan.
yeah,
Yep.
I want to hear Brandon for a while. He haven't said much,
Well,
but
go
yeah, you're
ahead.
right though.
I'm gonna
You're
go
right
on
though,
mute.
Price.
I'm gonna go.
You're right though, Price.
nah? I'm just listening to y'all. Go ahead, go. I mean,
I'm talking about, what do you think about the interview so far?
so far it's interesting. I mean, to Price's point, he's not throwing concrete facts like Price want, but yet still, Price, you gotta think like always outside the box. Like these entities and these companies do what they want, right? And they can manipulate any type of game they want. So I mean, when you say I need facts, well, actually you can't get the facts. That makes any sense.
No,
He
bro, I never said I need facts. I heard his facts. I said I'm trying to understand his methodology and what is his point. I
You
didn't.
talk
I
about the
didn't.
interviewer though, right?
I'm talking
Yeah,
about the
economist.
yeah, the doctor, he's the economist.
Well, I mean, again, Chris's point. I mean, like the interview's not over, but yet and still, I mean, like you can. I don't want to say you can read through the tea leaves, but like you know some of the stuff is not. It's not.
Yeah, he made one. I'm sorry to cut you off, Brandon, real quick. Don't go nowhere.
No.
He he made a very good point that I can't believe none of you caught
And what was that?
using credit creation to basically make asset bubbles to
No, no,
force
I did.
the people into the to play the game.
That's the first thing I picked up on. I have that written down. That's him talking about the real estate. I didn't
Yeah,
even
we
bring
were
that
talking
up
about
because
cash
we didn't even get into that.
and the farmers.
Yeah, it wasn't just real estate too. He talking about
The
all asset
farmers.
purchases.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think what he described is where we at right now.
Yep. Yeah, especially when we start talking about those farmers.
Go ahead, Brandon. Yeah, he was talking about farmers, the farmers back in with the Great
But
Depression in the 1920s, 30s.
Hmm.
but that's about to happen. The same thing's about to happen with them now. Well, it's actually happening.
We're going through it right now.
But I'm just saying, if y'all see it that way, then you have to believe that this is a Ponzi scheme.
Well,
You
we
have
know
to
everything
believe.
it's doing is.
Hold on,
I
Brandon.
say
Go ahead, Brandon.
believe.
Or Brandon? Was you done?
No, I was gonna say. I mean, like you. I don't want to say. I don't want to disrespect nobody here, but like you guys got to know, like getting in this age, like the government and everything like that is not playing a fair game, right? And you always got to have this thought in the back of your mind that like they're gonna try to undercut some people and do some things to the public. right? So I mean, when you spoke about like creating money out of thin air and using assets for credit, I mean, like you got to start thinking the other way first before you actually get the facts. That's how I think. Like, all right, I'm gonna listen to this bullshit until I actually believe it. And at the end of the discussion, I mean, I mean, like the guy spitting right now, like the guy that's speaking right now. I mean, he sounds like he did his thorough research so far, but it's just bits and pieces of it. So, I mean, like, if anything, I don't know if you guys want to watch it tomorrow or you guys want to play it a little bit more, but I just might watch this on my own for a little bit.
I was hoping, I was really hoping we would watch the whole thing. Nobody sends the CIA out to you if they think what you saying. Oh man, that just sounds like fractional reserve lending. The fucking U.S. government don't do no shit like that. They send the CIA out because they know you know some shit you ain't supposed to know, and then you got it out here promoting it too. Government don't operate like that, bro. I'm sorry. That's why I keep telling you there ain't no damn fractional reserve lending. It's not.
But Chris, I think fractional reserve lending is a Ponzi scheme.
Yes,
I
it's all
think
a part of it. I agree with
I
you.
think I
Didn't he say
think
it was a Ponzi scheme in the beginning? He said,
well,
"Oh, everything was a Ponzi scheme."
no, I think he
I
comes
thought it
off
was
like
exact
this is
words. It was a Ponzi scheme. Everything was a Ponzi scheme in the
and
beginning.
okay, but nobody's like defending the current system. I don't know how I'm coming off as defending the current system. I'm just
No.
saying
Yeah,
what
I
it
got you.
sounds like to me.
Okay.
And so the whole
Mhm.
system is set up. I think it's fucked up. Even with just the general accounting
It's all
practices,
fake.
yeah, that that a business gets to do what is it, earn after taxes,
Yeah.
taxes and earnings before taxes. I think that's fucked up that I don't even get to do that in my private household.
Mhm.
So I mean, I don't know where the disconnect is just because I'm trying to understand what bro is talking about. But I said I'm following him through the lens of my understanding.
That's
But
why
I'm
I'm
being
begging y'all. Can we please finish the video or finish the video on your own? I don't care which one you do. Finish it on your
well,
own. Come up with a synopsis.
well, that's my
And,
plan was that and to read the paper. But I still trying to understand what he's getting at.
and remember, this is an interview. If you want to see like him go through it, like this ain't some dude that just went to college 4 years and just decided to do some research. Man, this nigga is peer review everywhere, and I mean,
He went to the
I don't discredit people work, especially when they professionals.
I
I,
know it's all made up. I'm just trying to. I don't know where our contention is on the whole conversation at
Me
all.
neither. I really
my
don't. I really
contention
don't.
is my
We know.
contention is finish the video, read his work, come up with a synopsis. You can't come up with a synopsis and you only went through half of the video and be like, "Oh, I'm trying to see where he landed." You ain't finished. I couldn't even come up with a synopsis even by reading the last. I still got to get the Princeton Yin book.
No, well, everything that he's saying is already. I'm saying we here now. The whole thing is talk about real estate. Is talk about how the price. Is talk about interest rates. Is talk about the 1990s in Japan. Is talk about the 2008 GFC.
Talking about France
and,
recruitment.
and he's not the
Yeah,
only person that I've heard mention this. I
you
mean,
know what
I
I'm saying.
watch.
But
Yeah,
there's
I mean,
another dude that talked about this. His name is Robert Schiller. They have a whole index named after him that tracks the housing market. A lot of his talking points seem to sound like Schiller's index.
right.
So I'm not. I ain't come. I don't think I came off as discrediting anything he said. I'm
I
just
didn't
trying
say.
to
I
ask.
never said y'all was discrediting. I just said finish the video, get some of his works, and do your research. That's it. I can't do nothing with you with asking a bunch of questions and you ain't got your understanding yet. I can't help you with that.
I
You
asked the
got to help
question.
yourself
I
with that.
asked the question when it was stated that the federal government, I mean that the banks can do whatever they want and that they are not limited in what they do. So that's
And
why
that's
my
still
question
not
came.
untrue. By the way, that's still not untrue.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think about that because we done watched regional banks close within the last 2 or 3 years
I mean, yeah, and I see a lot of banks still open.
because they was out of tolerance.
I still see Bank of America open. People walking there every day. Wells Fargo, even though they scam people every day, they ass is still in there and they still operate.
But
So
them some of the largest banks in the country right now,
that's
bro.
that's my point. That's why I can say it still don't mean it's untrue. You
They
can't
get
you can't you
they
can't
get
debate that.
fined. They don't get to do whatever they want to do. They strap them on the
The hell
hand
they
No,
can't. The hell they haven't.
and they go.
no,
They
no. They
break
do
the
get
law every
fined.
day.
They pay the fines, but it's
Yeah.
just cheaper to pay the fine. But
And
when the chickens come home to roost, Lehman Brothers was like that once,
Right.
and they ass ain't here no more.
Yeah, but I know who still is. That's all I'm saying. You still got main players in the game.
Well, when the tide rolls off, that's when you find out who ain't got no swimming trunks on.
But in reality, in this Ponzi scheme, certain people is gonna stay on the chessboard and others are not. That's my point. So you can disagree with them doing whatever they want all you want to. The proof is in the pudding. Because right now they doing whatever they want and they getting paid from it. And you still a slave. So I'ma still roll with that.
yeah, because the
I don't-
government, yeah, because all they got favor from all of them. They all in the same boat. That's what I'm saying. I we ain't got no fun, dog. We can't win that fight.
And that's my point. This shit gonna keep running. It's gonna keep running.
Yeah, I didn't need the video to tell me that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
The
that's
video was for him to explain, his
Credit
work, what he
creation.
found out,
Yeah, yeah,
just his research and
I
whatnot.
covered
So
that one.
I still think Price is still a little jumpy. He just gotta do a little bit more recon. If it ain't enough, do a little bit more recon, and then say, hey man, this stuff still ain't adding up. Then I'll be like, okay, what you got a problem with, Price?
wait a minute. No, I never said nothing wasn't adding up. If anything, bro is feeding into my narrative on what's on the horizon.
I could have swore I heard Price say he still ain't said nothing.
I still don't know. I said he ain't said nothing new. I said
Yeah.
that's what I said. I said this sounds like this to me.
So you know what credit creation is,
Credit creation sounds like fractional reserve lending to me. That's what I said.
but
Making money out of nowhere, creating a ledger entry. And then I said all that, and you said, nah, bro, it's not that. Then he comes right down and start talking about accounting practices,
yeah,
which is that's how lower tier banks do credit creations in my mind. That's how I
but
perceive all this.
but see, you keep saying lower tier banks.
Hmm.
You specifying.
Yeah, because I think the only one that can do credit creation truly is like a central bank. That's because they're going to issue them damn bonds, and then for every bond that they issue, they're going to print $1 against every bond that they issue, and they
And
can do
see,
that
and see what
unlimited.
you just did there. You're making
Uh-huh.
bonds special. Bonds are not special. It's just an IOU. That's it. That's
I,
all a
I
bond
agree.
is. That's all a
Agree.
bond is. The IOU. But I can
It
create a loan and do the same thing.
That's what he
exactly.
just
That's what.
said.
I
That's what
just
I'm.
said
That's
that.
why. That's why the bank.
I've been
That's
saying
why
that
the
all
bank can do
night.
it. That's why the bank can do it. I don't need a bond. All I need is a loan.
But that loan is limited.
No, it's
That
not
bond.
limited, brother. Come on now.
If
Because if
I'm a
it was
bank,
limited, you wouldn't have bank failures.
well,
Point
no,
blank.
no fractional reserve lending. You can only do 90% of your holdings.
Price, what do you mean by the loan is limited?
It's limited. If you got $100, you gotta maintain $10, and you can do whatever else with the $90.
Oh, I'm glad you said that because if we kept watching the video, he explained this shit too. Because he talk about the reserves as well in the banks. So, man, just finish the video.
I will finish the video, but I'm just saying I'm not disagreeing with any of that, and I'm just voicing how I perceive this to be. You can only have so many loans. Banks can only make so many loans. They can only do so many at-risk loans because they got their own little rate on how many loans gonna default and all this blah 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 blah. I
Well,
gave
the
you the
reason why,
example of Silicon Valley Bank. I gave you the example that they had bonds on the books. And when the rate started to go up, their books got out of balance and they became almost on the verge of risk of insolvent risk because the face value of those bonds started to depreciate because the rates was going up.
that's why I need you to finish the video, brother.
Isn't that what they said about them 401k right now?
What?
But I'm tweaking. I don't understand. I'm buying into the system. I'm emotional. I got bad behavior practices.
No, I said I didn't. Nobody even said that. I said I study behavior because you didn't write down the man's work besides the one I gave you, but you wrote down questions. That's why I say I study behavior.
The questions were for the
That's all I
interview.
said.
That's
Huh?
how we moved in. You showed the work. I said, what's his name? Copy the title of their work. We went into an interview. He started saying things. When I asked for clarity, you say, let him finish.
Yeah. Why not? Let him finish. Finish the video. Even though I read a lot of what he's saying earlier before we even watched the video, I wish Brandon was on then because Brandon would be like, "Oh yeah, he did read that." And he read the differences between the three and whatnot. You wouldn't still be up here saying that I still think it's fractional reserve lending, because then
I
I'll be
said,
like,
it
no, that's
sounds
not.
like.
Huh?
I just got introduced to credit creation tonight, and I keep saying it sounds like this to me.
Okay. Even after I read it and after what you heard, you still saying it sounds like that.
Yes, it sounds like
I can
fractional reserve lending to me.
me and him can't do nothing for you in that regard. That's all I'm saying.
I was gonna say, Price, what is that actually to you? Like if
What,
you have to give it a definition, what is that? What is that?
what
Fractional
do you
reserve
mean?
lending.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get a definition of what Price is trying to, well,
I
his
can take,
definition of it.
if I'm a bank, I don't have to have a 1-to-1 ratio of what's deposited with me. I only have to have a fraction of that to be declared solvent by the system. And then I can take that other and just loan it out. So where it becomes problematic, and when he spoke to that, is when people start doing a run on the bank. If everybody comes and get their money at the same time, I'm gonna have a problem because I got money loaned out and I'm only making money on the long end of that.
Right.
That's why I can't have so many mortgages because I'm gonna make money over a course of 30 years. But if everybody comes within that 30-year interval making a demand on their deposits, I'm gonna have some problems and I'm gonna have to liquidate some stuff or move some stuff around or get some loans myself or go.
Right.
And that's the fractional theory.
That's fractional reserve lending. And to me, when you describe credit creation, that is just making an entry on the bank. I get a deposit and I take that deposit and I double it up. Now, instead
And
of
what?
having $100, I got $200 because I done took
That's
that $100 and I done made $100 in loans on it.
that's it right there. That's where you're wrong. It's not a
Well, okay,
deposit. It's no
well,
deposit.
well, fix that for me.
They just make new money.
It's an
It's just a
asset and a
new entry.
liability. It's an
I
asset
just
and
call it
liability.
I call it a journal entry, and I just
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it's
A
double line
journal
entry for
entry is a
yeah, for
journal entry is you
every
just
entry I make
created.
on this side of the journal, I make another entry on the other side of the journal.
And
That's how I see it happening.
I get
That's
that.
still different though, isn't it?
That's
Huh?
different. That's
That's still
different.
different.
He's saying it's the same, but it's not the same, and that's what the guy is saying. He calling it. Now he want to say journal entry. Doesn't matter what kind of entry it is. It's not. It's not a fractional reserve lending. It's not. Oh, I got 10, but it don't matter where it is. I gave it to you.
Because
No,
like you said
that's
in the
not the.
fractional,
That's not the same.
like in the fractional theory, you still have to make that money back, or you still have to make money back with that credit creation. You can still make money back and yet still get rid of that liability too. if you
Okay.
choose to sell it.
It's just like
over
going to the
time.
bank. It's just like going to the bank. Oh, I want to deposit $100. Okay, you deposit the money. You don't know where that money is going. It's probably going to somebody else that need a withdrawal. So you come back a week later. Oh, I need my $100. That's not the same thing as credit creation. That's not even close to the same thing. He even spoke about it later. He said that's basically me as a person. I'm lending the bank money to do whatever the hell they doing with it, whether they invest in it or giving it to another person as a withdrawal.
Right.
And he's saying that credit creation don't need a pre-existing deposit. It just
It,
creates it.
They
It's
just need
just
a person who wants to borrow money.
and it becomes a line item now. Here you go.
He said that a few times in the video. That's why I'm just like, brother,
yeah,
why you
but
keep saying this? Hey, I get it. You keep saying it sound the same. I'm just like, no, it don't. It's not the same at all.
it
It's
is
not the
the
same.
Chris. Okay, so as soon as they loan that money out that they don't have, you got a line item on the credit side that's going to have to match up with a line item on the debit side. That's
Now,
the general accounting.
what are you talking about? You talking about the fraction, or you talking about the credit creation?
No, I'm
Yeah, they
referencing the credit creation that he just said. That's
yeah.
general accounting right there.
Yeah,
If you
one
put
becomes
something,
asset and the loan
yeah,
becomes a liability.
I don't care what they call it. You know, they call one side loan and one side asset, special asset or not real asset, but it's going to be a line entry that matches up on each side of the ledger. So I get what you're saying now when you said that they don't have to have nothing to match that up to, but I guarantee you there's going to be a line entry there that matches up with the other side of that.
Yeah, just like
Deb,
the Federal Reserve does. It's
and
the
actually,
same.
this what is
It's the
it?
same thing.
Debits is what is it? Come on, Mo, you the finance person. Was it debits, credits,
Yeah,
liabilities?
What's that?
Those
It
are the
isn't.
line entries, general accounting.
If
equity.
if I do a
That's the
loan,
equities. I'm
you get
sorry.
it
Yeah, yeah, equities.
right. According to the credit creation theory, then banks create credit in the form of what bankers call deposits, and this credit is money.
Hmm.
Me
And
bringing
it's
in tangible cash, fiat, into the bank to put in my account, whether they do it or not, can be called credit, but it's a debit on my balance sheet, on my account statement.
yes.
But that's not creating money. That's money that's already there. That's not
No, we talking
creating
about.
anything.
Chris, I get everything that you're saying, bro, but that's all
It's the same thing.
accounting. That's the ledger. I clearly said that accounting.
Yeah, he even talked about the accounting practices too, right? You quoted
I
that.
exactly.
So we come right back here to the point. If I'm a bank, I can create all the accounting practices that I want. I can change that shit to what I want. That's the problem.
No, the bank is subject to the bank that's over it.
What bank is over it?
The bank that sets the general accounting practice and guidelines.
And who is that?
I don't know what office that is. I don't know if it's the Office of Treasury or the Office of Management and Budget, but there is a thing called GAO,
Yeah,
General
general.
Account,
Yeah,
that where motherfuckers go to jail behind that.
And who interest do they have?
What do you mean?
it's
Who who are they? Who what interests are they protecting?
governmental.
Well, I would say governmental and shareholders. It just depends. But like
Or
Jamie
who's more
Dimon
weighted
is,
though? With
Huh?
that,
huh?
who's more weighted, the government or the shareholders?
The government.
Government.
No. That's supposed to be in the interest for the people. They don't give a
He
damn
ain't
about the
never in the
people.
interest of the people.
That's
Bro,
my
stop.
point.
You
That's
gonna
my
say
point.
no? You wait. So the key word you just said there was supposed to be. Are we talking about reality? Are we talking about supposed to be?
Just I'm talking about
Because you were just
reality
saying
and what's
you.
supposed to be.
But I'm
I'm
just
talking
saying
about
no, no.
reality and what's supposed to be, just like the SEC.
Okay, but you were just
And
saying it's all a Ponzi scheme, and we're
it
exposing
is a
why it's a
Ponzi
Ponzi
scheme,
scheme.
brother. It is a Ponzi scheme. Yes,
Okay,
I can
okay,
save 2 or 3 people when I can really save 2 million. I'll just save a couple thousand just so I can look good, like I'm doing my job. That's what the
I
SEC
got you.
does all the time. That's what a state administrator does all the time. That's why they can get away with shit and only just get a fine. Because guess what? Yeah, we just got to show that you're getting in trouble. That's it. We really don't give a fuck, but we got to show the people that we care.
Well, a lot of them agencies, that's how they fund their operation, is by issuing fines,
Yeah, they got a
like the
whole
SEC.
fund for it. But that's a part of the Ponzi scheme. I got to show that a couple players get in trouble to keep the people honest. Well, at least the uh, the dumb ones, because the smart ones gonna look right past it and be like, "We know what this shit is." But the dumb ones that I can keep sleep, that's fine. They know what it is. You know, we can do a slap on the wrist. You can pay a $10 million fine and be done with it. $50 million fine, be done with it. Guess what? It's back to business, Monday through Friday. But the whole point is that credit creation and fractional reserve lending is not the same thing. Totally
Okay,
different.
well, fair point. You just they sound synonymous in my mind, and just like I said, I just learned one term today.
What's that? Credit creation?
Yeah, the credit creation. But I
Yeah.
told you what it sounds like to me, and I think I'm pretty clear on it because I went straight to the ledger.
Hmm.
It's done with accounting, and I just think it happens differently for different banks. All of them, I don't own a bank. I'm not even a community bank, a regional bank, or a national bank. So only
Oh,
only way I can create some credit is to go to Capital One and say, "Hey man, give me a line of credit."
here we go. Here goes some more right here. The banks in their lending business are not only limited by their own capital, they are not, at least not immediately, limited by any capital whatever. By concentrating in their hands almost all payments, they themselves create the money required. In a pure system of credit, where all payments were made by transference in the bank books, the banks will be able to grant at any moment any amount of loans at any, however diminutive, rate of interest. Um, let's see. This is somebody else's. Who is this? Oh, Withers, 1909 something. I think this is just a source. But Brandon, brother, I would like you to finish the video, and if you can, you can read one of the brothers' works about what is it? Oh, can banks individually create money out of nothing? The theories and the empirical evidence. So, and that's the question: can banks create money out of nothing?
Yes.
By virtue of the loan, yeah, we know that. We just seen that.
Oh, that wasn't for you. I was just saying that in general. And Price wants the empirical evidence, which is what he did with a individual bank that allowed him to do that, to do the loan itself. He didn't really go into. I don't know if he got all the details in this video, but it's in his work how it went. He explained a little bit, and then he got off course, and I think Tucker had said something. That's why interviews it's not the all be all when it comes to something like this. You got to actually read the work. But he does discuss a lot more in the video, because that was like what, an hour or something. That was
Yeah, I think we may have made it about halfway.
yeah. So he goes into a lot more stuff. He goes into going to these different events where different Federal Reserve chairs and those type of people are there. He actually introduced himself to Alan Greenspan, bitch ass, and Alan Greenspan act like he didn't know who he was because he read his work, and then Ben Bernanke actually used his work, and they did it to kind of spite him too. And that's where you get into where, they sent the CIA after him.
No, well, I'm gonna check it out. I done been in, I supposed to been doing the OSI model tonight. I got some research. I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay.
I'm gonna listen to the video, the remainder of the video. I'm gonna check this paper out, and I'm gonna bet him against the NBRE, Chris. I mean NBER,
The
and see,
National Bank of Economics.
yeah, National Bureau of Economic Research.
Yeah,
See,
yeah,
he's an
yeah.
economist. So,
Yeah. I don't trust them motherfuckers either.
well, I'm just
They
saying.
have yet to come out and call for a recession or say that we're in a recession. But yeah,
Well,
you're right.
they ain't gonna have
They
no
big time.
choice soon. They
Yeah,
ain't gonna have no choice soon. And then it's all that data is always retrospective. So,
right. Okay, I appreciate that though.
but I'm gonna get out of here because I stayed longer than I was intended to. It's supposed to been just a pop in and pop out. I supposed to been doing some work.
Okay, appreciate you for coming popping in though.
Bye.
But you gave me a new term to, to look up. Well, not look
Yeah,
up, but to research.
yeah, it was just to introduce something different.
But I'm out, y'all.
All right, peace. Right.
Bye.
Now, Mo, you about to play the rest of this video.
I don't care. I
Let's
ain't got
play.
no calls with the video. I just said,
Can we watch the rest of it?
hold on, what happened?
I want Brandon here for it. Hey, what happened to Mo?
Y'all still there?
Yeah.
Can you hear that? Hold on. Gotta redo it.
No. And it was kept low profile, but it was beginning to become a story. And if others followed, so then,
Hey Mo, right quick.
1971, President Richard
Did the
Nixon.
French get the gold?
They got some gold. Yeah, this really happened. This did happen.
Pause it real quick, Mo.
They walked to the Federal Reserve.
Hey Mo, can you do me a favor to stop the actual ads coming? Can you go to the URL up top?
Say it one more time.
Can you go to the URL up top of the video, like where the
What do you say, Brandon?
the URL right above the video?
Yeah.
I think it's YouTube. Between the T and the U, put that little dash in between it, so you won't have to have. And remember, we're at 5843.
Wait, do what again?
All right, so the URL up top,
Mm-hmm.
all the way at the top, where it says like YouTube,
Yeah.
right? Between the T and the U, put a little dash between it, like the little dash right above the P, the small one. And then hit enter. Right, now move it all the way to 58, I think was whatever. I go back, yeah, right about that. Okay.
Story, and if others followed, so then August 1971, President Richard
Did the
Nixon.
French get the gold?
They got some gold. Yeah, this really happened. This did happen. They sent their ships. They walked to the Federal Reserve and from their dock in Manhattan. They got the gold. I guess they had some trolleys because it's really heavy, that stuff. And they wheeled it back to their ship. But not long after, the Treasury, the Fed and the Treasury advised President Nixon, look, you better make an announcement. What announcement? Well, that we have to protect the dollar from speculators. That's what he announced. We're going to strengthen the dollar by protecting it against speculation by severing the. Now, how did he say? I love this. We're temporarily suspending the convertibility of the dollar into gold. Temporarily, of course, it's now 51 years of
54.
54 years, yes. Crazy.
Amazing. Did the introduction, speaking of gold, of fiat currency into the West, did it make all of this possible? Like, could a bank create money if it wasn't fiat money?
Banks have always created money. If you go back into the history of banking, it's always been about money creation. That is the secret of banking. And that's also why it's been kept secret until my paper proving it.
But how do you do that if you can't print something worthless and call it valuable? If it's tied to a commodity whose price is set by people you can't control.
Yeah, but that's just marketing. That is just, to build the credibility. It's a marketing tool. I mean, it goes back to, in my books, I've got this story in there, Princes of the Yen also. It goes back to what happened several times throughout history. And a good example is when it happened again in England in the 16th and 17th century. In China, from the 10th century, they had paper money, which is a smart system, especially because the government was creating the money. As Western people, the public thinks it's happening with us, but it's not, right? So what was the difference? So while the Chinese had paper money, in Europe, the rulers, the governments, the princes and principalities thought gold is money. So what do you do when you're the government and gold is money? Well, you try to create some gold. Well, certainly in Europe, and particularly in Germany, where there were 355 principalities as part of the Holy Roman Empire of German nation, each one of them had a court alchemist given a lot of R&D money to create gold, turn any other base metal or mercury or whatever into gold, which is why, of course, in Germany became leading in chemistry because of that massive overinvestment in alchemy, what was early chemistry. Really? But it never succeeded.
So BASF is actually a sort of product over time of the
alchemy. Of course, that's why in Germany you had so much knowledge in chemistry. It was alchemy.
Did it work? Was alchemy ever successful?
Well, not directly. In a sense, it was successful because the alchemists concluded mercury can be turned into gold. And we know with nuclear physics, this is true. It's just so expensive. Today we can do it, but it's pointless. It's too expensive. So it's, better buy some gold or dig for some gold. So also Newton, who's famous physicist from England, he was very interested in alchemy and he wrote a lot on alchemy. And then the Bank of England was created, and Newton was very interested in that. Because basically the Bank of England was alchemy at work. You're creating money out of nothing, but not through the actual, physical alchemy process. It is the credit creation alchemy. Because banks create money out of nothing, but it's a trick. So what happened is this: when gold is money, and people think we need gold for transactions. One thing was the government's investing in, creating gold, but that was of limited success. Now the reality is though that people don't want for their transaction to carry gold around because it's dangerous. Even today, if you go around New York City, Manhattan, you don't really want to walk around with too much visible gold hanging around you.
That's right.
It's kind of in London, you wouldn't want to do it. And that's 21st century. So imagine, 15th, 16th century, 17th century, you don't really want to do that.
Bandits on the roads. No, not a good idea.
So what do? Well, you put your money, your gold, where it's safe. Turns out there's some professions that were working with gold, and therefore they had safe places. They had their own little private security team, private army to watch their safe with the gold. And these are the goldsmiths. They make gold jewelry for the king and the aristocrats and the rich people. And so people started to deposit their gold with the goldsmith. Obviously, you need evidence. Like, what if something happens to the goldsmith and his son taking over the business denies that that's your gold? So clearly you need some receipt. Okay, so that was the convention. They got a little fee for safeguarding the gold. Fine, everyone's happy. But the next step is this. Let's say I'm, in the province, somewhere in Hampshire, in England, and we're neighbors, and we agree I'm buying this plot of land from you, and we agree on the price, and okay, how much gold? Fine. So what are we going to do next? Well, I've got the gold with the goldsmith in London. Okay, I will go and get the gold. By the way, what are you going to do with the gold? Because if you're not going to keep it here, then it's kind of dangerous. Like, I'm risking my life going to get the gold, bring it here, and then you bring it back to the goldsmith. You might as well leave it in the goldsmith, and I give you my deposit receipt. And that's what happened. So the receipts of deposited gold, of deposited money, became the first paper money in Europe.
Gold certificates.
Yes. Exactly. That's how it works. Now, so the goldsmiths, of course, realized what's happening. Oh, nobody's coming to pick up the gold. That's kind of convenient. And this already explains the secrecy that suddenly then engulfed the whole thing. Because people also realize, well, the goldsmiths have the money, they have the gold. And if you get into trouble or you lose your job, you need money. Where do you go? Well, the goldsmiths have money. So people came there begging for money and asking for loans. Here's where the secrecy comes in. Until around 350 years ago, in almost all European countries, it was illegal to lend at interest.
Of course.
That's Christianity. Christian rules. The Bible was against interest, and interest was everywhere forbidden. So the goldsmiths would say, oh, well, yeah, maybe I can lend you some money, but we have to keep this very secret because, of course I'm going to charge you interest. Yeah, I'll pay interest. Yeah, we'll keep it secret. And this is what happened. Now, so the goldsmiths realized we can lend out this gold that everyone is depositing with us. Some of it, particularly the one that's like bullion in a standardized size and whatever, we can lend out. Nobody will realize. And we keep it secret. Everyone's sworn to secrecy because, we're doing something illegal here with the interest. We're charging interest. That's, by the way, how the bond market was created, because it's pretending not to charge interest. Discount bonds, where you have no coupon. You come and you want to borrow money. Okay, I'll give you 90 and you pay back 100, which is the bond calculation of that is the interest, really. But anyway, so all these tricks came about because of the prohibition of interest. But the goldsmiths then realized next, well, hang on, maybe we don't even need to lend the gold. And of course, like every guild, any trade association, they were meeting regularly, they were talking shop. And, how do we deal with this issue? Of course, we don't want to lend out too much gold. We might get into trouble. Also, we need to collaborate. If some goldsmith suddenly needs more gold, we have to help each other. Otherwise, everything will come up and we'll all get arrested for lending at interest. So they were sworn to secrecy. And one goldsmith, probably the first one to have this idea, said, well, hang on, guys, I've got an idea. We don't need to lend out gold. I'll show you. So there's always this guy coming every Monday morning. Okay, so let's wait. He's coming probably in 20 minutes. They always want to borrow money. I've turned him down. I'll lend him money to show you. So he comes around. Oh, please. Oh, dear goldsmith, I need to borrow this money. All right, today I've decided I'll lend it to you. Here's the standard contract, all the small print, the interest. Your daughters will be sold into slavery if you can't repay. It's a standard practice, all that small print. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know. Okay, it's fine. Just one more thing. Before I give you the gold, okay, we said 300 grams of gold. Here it is. I will, you sign there, I sign, and I lend it to you. But I want you to deposit the gold immediately with me. Well, I need the gold. I need the money. Yeah, but you get the deposit receipt. And, oh, yes, of course. Yeah, that's all I need. I need the receipt. Get it? So what happened was the goldsmith, loan contract signed, and the goldsmith buying that loan contract, that's an asset on the balance sheet, hands out the 300 grams of gold. Now you see it, now you don't. You've deposited it. Here's your deposit receipt. It's all very transparent and with double entry accounting, which was created for banking, to hide the truth of banking. It looks all very transparent because you can't see the money creation at first sight in double entry accounting. So why is it's all correct? The borrower deposited the money. Didn't you see it? Just deposited it. But it is still fraudulent. It's fraud. And you can prove this because did this person, the borrower, when they walked to the goldsmith, did they have gold with them? No. But they're leaving the goldsmith with a document that confirms they've deposited gold. Well, how did that happen? And also, secondly, if you measure the amount of gold at the goldsmith, did that increase? No. So that's fraud. Now, that's also modern banking. That's how it came about historically.
That's an amazing
And that was
story.
your question there. How did this come about? This is how it came about.
So how did central banking come about? What is in layman's terms, difference between a bank and a central bank?
It's the bank of the other banks. And that's how they came about. It's the bigger banks and the bigger bank owners getting together. Well, really, we should have for stability. And if there's a crisis, we should have our own sort of maybe government sanctioned or somehow being given the halo of the government. We should have this bank of banks because then we have no more problem. Bob's your uncle. If you get into trouble, well, that bank with government authority can then also create money, but it's different. It has the government authority. And then we'll never go bust. And that's how central banks were created. And they were all created originally privately owned. And of course, to own a central bank is kind of useful, isn't it? Kind of profitable.
How do, let me ask a very dumb question.
Oh, by the way.
Yes.
Actually, Tucker, I always tell my students, there's no such thing as a silly question. Well, and you have to do me a favor for the sake of the audience, pretend you know nothing about economics because you must ask very simple questions. Because you see, in finance in particular, there's this macho idea never to admit, you said it earlier, the experts never admit ignorance. So they will never ask, like when they don't understand something. And that's how in financial markets, you get some very major mistakes because
no
these
one
guys
wants to ask what a derivative is.
But they don't want to admit that actually they don't understand. Yeah, for example, these, credit derivative, sliced and diced mortgages, credit strategy. So anyway, there's no silly question.
Well, I'm actually a little bit more ignorant than I realized that I was before our conversation. How does a bank get so rich? You said it's just the course of things that when you are a part owner of a central bank, you're going to wind up extremely rich. How does a banker get rich?
Well, I mean, the money creation creates money for the bank through the return on the equity. So that's, in a way, it's a traditional way. It's just that it's because of this privilege that you're creating money that it's much easier than other companies to have that return. And particularly if that's for a normal bank, but if you're a central bank, then it's almost unavoidable that it's extremely profitable. So in principle, banks get their return from the difference between the interest they pay on deposits and the interest they earn on their lending. But the key thing is that for the actual lending, they're not really giving up intrinsic resources because they're creating new money. So it's actually easy for them to earn this.
It's all fake.
But it is, there's technicalities and you have to do it properly. It doesn't mean, you can be careless. And sometimes when they are careless, it blows up and we have banking problems, and banking crises. But the regular banking crises are mainly when banks create credit for asset purchases. And that's what creates these boom-bust cycles. In the UK, bank credit, 85% of bank credit is for asset purchases. And so you get these asset boom-bust cycles, banking crises in regular intervals. In some other countries, I haven't mentioned the third scenario now. So bank credit for asset purchases, no good. It's not sustainable. It's not productive. Credit creation for consumption it's for the real economy, but it's for consumption. Therefore, it's inflationary. It's also no good. It's not sustainable. The third possibility is the redeeming feature of banking. And that's why we can turn banking into a very positive, very powerful positive force for creating prosperity and abundance. Namely, when banks create credit for productive business investment, for the investment in the production of goods and services, implementing new technologies, implementing new ideas. It's actually the driving factor for growth and prosperity when banking supports entrepreneurs that implement new things. And that's when you get very high economic growth without inflation, without asset inflation. And so really what we should do is bank credit creation should be mainly only for business investment. But this is not what regulators do. Regulators now have not just hundreds, they have thousands of rules for banks, and banking is the most regulated industry on the planet. Most of them are useless. They don't achieve the goal of preventing banking crises. For that, we can scrap all these rules. We just need one rule, that banks should only be allowed to create credit if it contributes to national income through business investment. If banks focus on that, you get very steep economic growth. That is, by the way, the solution to the puzzle of how some countries have had the most amazing economic growth, taking off like a rocket. You know, this is another measure of success of macroeconomics, is how many countries, we've had this macroeconomics, development economics for 100, 200 years, mainstream economics coming from English classical economics, neoclassical, is more or less the same. And the IMF and the World Bank have implemented this now globally since 1945. Developing countries forced to more or less carrot and stick, to implement these policies that are considered orthodox, deregulate, liberalize, privatize, and allow foreign investment to come in and, follow the orthodoxy, then interest rate policies. So how many countries using this IMF World Bank approach to economic development have actually succeeded and have developed? We've had 80 years of that. So it's enough time to actually say, okay, let's take stock.
It's a longitudinal study. Yeah.
Yeah. So how many countries have decisively moved from developing country status to developed country status as a result of these policies? Well, there isn't one. None.
What about Haiti?
Well, is that an industrialized?
No. No, that's so.
What I thought you were going to say, what about China, for example?
India.
What about? Well, you see, we do have some countries that have developed. The ones you can count them on 5 fingers of one hand. The countries that in the 20th century and perhaps early 21st century included have moved decisively from developing country to developed country status, namely, in that sequence, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and China. Now, with China, if you want to quibble, because it's such a huge country, some parts of it have not yet made that transition, but key parts of China have actually, and so I think we can include China in this list. In fact, China is the best example of how this was achieved. They all achieved in the same way. Japan was the first, and the Japanese model, which is also what I found in my long research on Japan, and which is described in detail in the book Princes of the Yen. What is this high growth system? It's a magic system for having high growth and prosperity. Well, China is the best example because most of the time in the post-war era, they didn't follow this model. Under Mao, it was Soviet, Stalinist, planned economy. And of course, also looking at banks. How many banks did they have? One, the central bank, the People's Bank of China. Okay. Now, after Mao died, there's some to and fro, but then a new leader came to power, Deng Xiaoping, in November 1978. Deng. And he was a smart guy, and he gave a speech very early on. It's the first speech where he was, rising to power, and he said that, I'm paraphrasing. Essentially, he said, let's forget about all this ideological stuff. I had to be careful, obviously, because there were still hardcore Maoists probably in the room. But let's not talk about ideology. Why don't we focus on what delivers growth and prosperity? Essentially what he's saying. It's a famous expression. It's like, it doesn't matter the color of the cat, whether it's a red cat or a black cat. That's what he should have said. As long as it catches the mice, it's a good cat.
Yes.
And he was talking about the economy, It doesn't matter what we call the system, as long as it delivers and achieves what we want. Which is high growth, prosperity, which of course strengthens China. So everyone wants that. Let's do it. That's what he was saying. Now, and he was switching from ideology to practical, empirical work. And there's another expression, learn truth from facts. You know, where you get these 4 Chinese characters.
Yes.
Proverbs made up of 4 characters. So seek truth from facts. That's the empirical methodology, not ideology, which dominates economics. So it was pretty radical for China. It remains revolutionary for Western economics, where they still have ideology dominating it. Essentially, their Western type of Mao's little red book is still dominating things in economics, whereas the Chinese decided, okay, we've done that cultural revolution, great leap forward, which was a great leap backward. I mean, this all seems to be happening now in Europe, you know, all this ideology and deindustrialization, which is what they tried and didn't really work, wasn't really good. So let's look at empirical facts, what works. Now, he had a neighboring country that was performing really well, Japan. And what did he do? He went to Japan. Already before he was appointed, but in the same year, 1978, he traveled to Japan with his experts. And he knew, I think because a lot of, when I was in Japan for 12 years, and when I was a student initially, you realize the large majority, the biggest majority of foreigners in Japan is Chinese. There's many Chinese, and among the students, so many Chinese students. So they know Japan well. There's generations that have studied in Japan, speak Japanese very fluently, really know everything about it. So he came with his experts, and I'm sure they knew one charming feature, which I also discovered of the Japanese people, who are very kind to foreigners. I mean, kind to everyone, but very friendly and kind people. They have this additional charming feature that they want to tell you the truth. But culturally in Japan, there's this interesting thing. And when you go to Japan and you read some book about Japanese culture, what are the difference? Usually it's mentioned, in Japan, there's 2 truths. 2 truths? What is that? Yes, the official truth and the real truth. Yeah, well, that's true everywhere, isn't it? Yeah. But in Japan, it's culturally recognized. And so what happened to me a lot of the time when I was in formal meetings during the day, trying to ask questions about, how does this work with this foreign investment, real estate transaction, bank credit? They would give me answers. And several times on the way out, one of the group speaking to me would say, Richard, that was, of course, the official story. Well, let's meet for dinner. I'll tell you the real story. The official story is called tatemae, which means the facade, the front, the outside, the outer appearance. And the true truth is hone, the real intrinsic truth. And this happened many times because Japanese people want to tell you the truth. And because it's recognized that what you hear in official meetings, government announcements, or even business meetings during the day, that's just the official narrative, but it's not true. There's a gap. And that's, by the way, also why they have to work such long hours, because there's a rule that after 6 o'clock, it's off the record and you can speak the truth in informal setting for dinner and so on.
So there's an honest part of the day?
Yes. But in fact, that's so important, as you can imagine. That's why they work so long. They have to, because that's finally...
I would show up at 5:30 just to get it out of the way.
So I'm sure Deng Xiaoping knew about that. And I checked the records. They did have some banquets, some dinners with sake and motai flowing. And that's when they tell you the truth. And he did ask the question. He said, I have come, here's the Chinese leader coming to Japan. These countries were at war, Second World War. And it was not just making peace. It was literally, he was saying, thank you for receiving me. I have come to you to seek the elixir of high economic growth. He was alluding to this legend that both the Chinese people know and the Japanese people know, namely that there's this legend there was an ancient scholar, one of the sages with the long beard and the flowing gowns from China, going to Japan, seeking the elixir of life, which is a bit like the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemy, which, is probably the link to money creation. But anyway, and it's a famous story. Now, he didn't find the elixir of life in Japan, but, this Chinese scholar seeking it. So he was alluding to that when he used that expression. Everyone knows. And, of course, the Japanese know that their culture, the writing, there's so much is from China. Actually, there is a close relationship,
Yes.
And I think both peoples actually quite appreciate each other. It's usually, I must say, it's like foreign policy neocons from the US who want these countries to be apart. It's like Germany and Russia must be apart. But anyway, And he told him that. Do you know how the Japanese reacted when he said, "I've come to you to ask you what is the secret of high economic growth, the elixir of high growth?" They told him. Now, what did they tell him? Well, it's not recorded. There's no transcript of this dinner, but we do know what he did after that. And I can imagine the conversation. Probably the first question. These were all senior people from the Ministry of Finance, Bank of Japan, bank leaders. I can imagine they will have asked, okay, so how many banks do you have in China with your, I don't know, at the time, maybe 500-600 million people, already a multiple of Japan. And of course now beyond 1 billion. But so how many banks do you have? Oh, one? Do you think with one bank deciding the creation allocation of money, you can get prosperity for everyone? Think again, you need to have many, many banks. You need small local banks.
You haven't even finished your explanation of the meeting between Deng Xiaoping and the Japanese leadership. And you just, here's what I think you're saying, or about to say, that one of the problems with China's economy was that one bank could never efficiently allocate credit, which is the driver of the economy. You've made that case, I think, really powerfully. And so you said what you really need are smaller banks because they can more precisely allocate credit to different parts of the country that have different needs. And if you don't have that, you have like stagnation and inefficiency and like death. And that kind of describes what's happening in the United States. I'm sorry to ask you to pause.
No.
Is that what you're saying? Am I following this?
Yes. No, you're not just following. That's exactly the next point. In fact, I did a study on the US with my collaborator, former PhD student of mine, because America still has just about the largest number of banks in the world, although the number used to be a multiple.
Yes.
The Fed killed 10,000 banks in the 30s. It killed 10,000 banks, almost 15,000 banks in the post-war era. Central banks want to consolidate and reduce the number of banks, but the more banks, the better for an economy, for the country, for the middle class. What we found in the study is we looked at what is the link between the size of the bank and the size of the borrower, and what we found. I mean, it makes common sense, but it wasn't really demonstrated properly in the research by others yet. It's a simple fact in banking. Big banks want to do big deals with big customers. Makes sense. That's how they earn big money. Who lends to small firms? Only small banks. Now, why are small firms important? They're the biggest employer. Small and medium-sized enterprises employ 65-70% of everyone in every country in the world. In some countries, it's 70-80% of employment. When you study finance, and I'm teaching finance at several universities, basically they focus on companies that issue stocks and shares. Well, that's such a minority. 99.9% of companies don't issue and publicly trade stocks. They're not listed in the stock exchange. They are small firms. Where do they get money from? Small firms. 99% of the companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. They get their money from, internal money, friends and family, yes, but external money is only from banks. Now, which banks? If you have an economy that's mostly dominated by large banks, extreme case is the UK. 5 big banks dominate, the banking system. 85% of deposits with 5 banks, the big 5. Then, because they want to do big deals, they don't lend to small firms. Small firms don't get money.
And that means only big cities survive.
Yes, everything becomes concentrated. Now, Germany...
But it's reflected in demographic trends. It's reflected in wealth allocation.
Exactly.
So, because this is a trend. Like when I was born, 1969, like there was a lot of wealth in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There was a lot of wealth in Des Moines, Iowa. There was Portland, Oregon. It was more diffuse.
Because there were more banks, more local banks. Everything is affected, even fertility, because if everyone, has to move to the big cities where property is more expensive, smaller apartments, small dwellings, can't have another child. So many things in society are actually affected directly by this trend. And this trend has been driven very hard by the central banks. They want to reduce the number of banks. Sometimes it's official, like the ECB, we think Europe is overbanked. There's too many banks. And the ECB is the youngest major central bank. It's only founded around 2000. And it's already managed to kill 6,000 banks in Europe. Wow, well done. So it's very sad. Now, Germany in Europe used to be the country with by far the largest number of banks, and still is the one with the largest number of banks. But in the last 20 years, under ECB pressure through their policies of reducing banks' profit margins, zero interest, negative interest rate policy, and then this over-regulation made life so hard for small banks they had no choice but to merge. That was the goal, and that was achieved. So the number of small banks goes down, and that means banks lend less for productive business investment. The best way to make sure that banks create credit for the best of these three scenarios, to make sure they don't lend for real estate or for consumption, but mainly for productive business investment, is to have many, many small banks that lend locally to small firms. And that was the system in Germany. But it's been under threat. But it also, while Germany was doing well until a few years ago, Germany produced the largest number of hidden champions. Do you know what these are? These are special small firms that's why hidden, because basically we don't know the names of all these small firms. They may be dominant in their market niche, but they're so small we don't know the names. And you can look internationally where these hidden champions champion because they have top 1, 2, 3 market share, gold, silver, bronze, like a champion in the Olympics. That's where this concept comes from. And if you look internationally, Germany had by far the largest number of hidden champions of any country in the world, much more than China, Japan, even the US. And it's because of this extremely decentralized banking system with all these thousands of small local community banks. But by now, the numbers already dropped a lot in the last, particularly under the ECB, last 20 years. But that explains why Germany in the past did very well. But that's now being eroded. And it's the same in the US. The US has been in the past a very strong economy because there were so many small banks, local banks, community banks.
So let's put it in political terms. I'm not a genius. This is taking me a while to figure this out. But it does seem like there's a direct connection between the way credit is allocated and by whom and your political system. So
yes,
a totalitarian system has a smaller number of institutions providing credit because they can control the country more.
And therefore a smaller number of beneficiaries of the system.
Exactly. Exactly. So the fewer sources of bank credit you have, the more centralized your society is, the more control there is in a smaller number of hands, the less democratic your country is.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Okay.
And of course, this is also what immediately Deng Xiaoping realized for speaking to the Japanese, because they told him, well, it's all about banking. Banks create great credit, and credit is needed for growth. Because what is growth? Growth means more transactions this year than last year. That means more money is changing hands for transactions this year than last year. That's in our system only possible if there's been more credit, because that is the money supply expansion. And of course, then it depends where's the credit going. Is it going for asset purchases? That's no good. Asset inflation, consumption, that creates consumer.
You're blowing my mind. So, I mean, again, I've spent my whole life imagining that the M's,
that's what they want you to believe.
M1, M2, and all that, that the Federal Reserve was, the source of the money supply, just the Fed, but it's all banks.
Of course, it's true that the central banks are powerful, but they're powerful through their control of the banking system. And they have power over the banks. And, those who control these central banks is a small number of insiders, historically, probably some big banking dynasties and so on. And of course, they exert the power. They reduce the power of everyone else, all these other banks. And the central banks can manipulate banks, for example, to lend more for unproductive, unsustainable asset purchases, create the boom-bust cycles. That's what my book Princes of the Yen shows, that the Bank of Japan created the asset bubble of the 1980s on purpose. And I could even show that it was intentional. And it's demonstrated in several dimensions of proof, both eyewitness accounts, the data, the anecdotal evidence, it's all there. Essentially, the Bank of Japan has admitted that was the goal.
Why would they want to do that?
In order to have what follows, a massive long recession. I didn't expect it to be a 20-year recession. I mean, that's pretty brutal and crazy. But that's what they wanted.
Why did they want that?
In order to blow up the successful system. Japan was far too successful. It had to be destroyed, just like the German economy and others in the past.
Who wanted it destroyed and why?
Well, if you go back to Japan's relationships with other countries in the world in the 60s and 70s, particularly 70s and then early 80s, it became clear the one country that was most unhappy about Japan was the United States of America. They had one political initiative after another to try to force the Japanese to change their economic system.
Yeah, slow down.
Structural impediments initiative, this, that, and the other. No, this is unfair. You must change all your business practices. Now, officially, in terms of the economics, the argument was always, we want to help you become a stronger economy. Are you sure? It didn't work politically. So the central bank was used essentially as a traitor to blow up the system. It's the same in the Asian crisis, With the Asian crisis, I was at the time at the Asian Development Bank, and I was sent as an official representative to the government and central bank of Thailand to analyze what's going on with this Asian crisis and what are the right policies. And it so quickly emerged the same mechanism, the same goals as in Japan. This was to destroy the success, blow up the system, create a crash, create a crisis, and then also IMF forcing them to open up to foreign investment, and because there was so much strong growth and prosperity, but the Western big owners and banks didn't have any ownership in this. And the Asian crisis and Japan crisis, Korean crisis was a way to force it open, and then the West could buy it up very cheaply.
So you think that the Japanese recession was created, by the Bank of Japan, but with the encouragement of the West in order to slow down?
Yes, the U.S. and particularly the Fed. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I show in my book. There's no doubt about it, and there's been no contrary evidence, or that anything in my book was incorrect.
So you write this book, published only in Japanese, at least.
Yes.
First. And it, as I said at the outset, rockets to the top of the bestseller list in Japan, beating Harry Potter, which is amazing. And then what happens?
Yes, what happened next?
And why haven't I read this book, and why is it not on our bestseller list?
Well, yeah. What happened next was, of course, in Japan, I was constantly being interviewed. I was by the daily press, by the weekly magazines, by the monthly magazines. I was given monthly columns. I was writing for years, every month in the Japanese Economist, in the Japanese Newsweek. I was on their television. There's some
in Japanese.
It's all in Japanese. There was some big live shows.
So your Japanese is good enough to explain economics on TV.
もちろん、経済はもちろん説明できるんですよ。
I wonder how many of our viewers will know what you're saying. That's impressive.
And so, but it was all in Japanese, So it was, in the media. There was some way you could see there's some pressure being applied, some high-profile live Sunday TV shows, like canceled on the day, and then the senior executives inviting you around, embarrassed to try to explain. And the Japanese love the truth, so they did tell me the truth. Well, sorry, we had no choice. You see, our advertisers, the advertising revenue is very important, and it was it was our biggest advertiser, and told us, Richard Werner can't be on this show. So you mean a company like Toyota, Canon, or something? Yeah, I can't say the name, but a company like that. Well, hang on. They have nothing against me. I have nothing against them. Why would they say that? Yeah, of course it's not them. And they also said that they have nothing against you, and we're all really sorry about this. But, is their bank saying that they have to say this? But hang on, I don't even criticize the banks because I show that it was the central. Well, yeah, you see, the bank had to say that because the central bank asked it to do so. So that's the chain of command, And so then I was canceled in that show, or some magazine editions even. There was one, it was one of the top weekly magazines I was interviewed in. That, it was very proper and formal. They came with several photographers and recorded. I checked the script, everything was a big deal. And they even then sent me the actual copy of the magazine, but there was no article of me. It was like last minute. They even forgot to take me off the distribution list. So I called them. I was, thanks for sending this, but where's the article? Where's the interview? And they explained, well, we had to kill it because of pressure. So that happened on the one hand, but still, I mean, I would say more than half of the time, my interviews got through. I thought at the time, wow, that's pretty controlled. I now realize with hindsight, that was pretty open, because once I went to the UK, it was like fully controlled. And, I did not have this media access anymore. But it was only in Japanese. So one day I got a call from a Reuters journalist. From Reuters, this name, British guy on the phone apparently. And he mentions my book. Oh, so I thought, oh, that's impressive, because it's all in Japanese. And usually, the foreign journalists, they don't speak Japanese. So I was quite curious. And I expected, he wants to interview me on the book. And then he said, oh, no, it's, no, sorry. It's about your book, but it's a personal matter. Really? Personal matter? Yes, I'm calling. It's a private matter. I want you to help my wife. Right. Well, I'm confused. Can you explain? Well, you see, her job is to translate your book. Well, hang on. This book has been translated. It's a great translation. I helped with it. The publisher, we sat together. We really word smithing every sentence to make sure it's got the right nuance. I wrote it in English, yes, but it's a very good translation. What do you mean? Her job is to translate my book. Yes, her job is to translate it back into English. She's given a very tight deadline. And, if you give us the manuscript, the original English, then she's done with her job. Excuse me, what? I own all the language rights. I've sent it to some American publishers. I'm still waiting for the result. This is like a pirated translation. I'm sorry. I mean, I'd love to help you and your wife, but I can't do this against my own interests. Right. So I had to decline. Now, he did say where she worked, and it was one of the major, I don't want to say it, I don't want them to get in trouble, even though it's 24 years ago, but it was one of the major places in Japan that are more considered official, where you also think, well, hang on, why do they need to read this in English? Because the Japanese people are quite happy. If something is in Japanese, they will only read the Japanese. You've got a choice. Nobody will say, okay, I'll read the English. So it was clear there's somebody outside Japan who wants to read this, but who could use one of the major, was considered government institutions as a translation bureau. Well, the puzzle was solved a few months later when somebody came to visit me from America, from Washington, head of one of the think tanks and economists. I had met him before. He knows me. He's doing Japan. He wanted to. A lot of people came through to see me on Japan and asked me on my analysis. And so, we met. And first thing he says, Richard, great book you wrote on Japan, Princes of the Yen. Well, hang on, you don't read Japanese? No, of course not. No, I don't. But the translation is circulating in Washington. and then a few months later, I got the call from the U.S. Embassy. It was clearly a Japanese lady working there, very polite, as you'd expect. Professor Werner, we have a request from the U.S. State Department. It's like, okay. There's a senior person from the State Department who wants to arrange a meeting with you. Well, I guess that's in Washington. I have no plans to go to Washington at the moment. Sorry. No, he's coming to Tokyo to see you. So I thought, okay, let's meet in a public place as opposed to a dark alley. And sure enough, when we met, the main message was, the CIA is watching you. That was the message. That was the main message. It's like there's no quizzing or trying to manipulate me or get me out. It's just the CIA is watching now what you're doing.
They weren't trying to learn from you. They were trying to tell you something.
No. Actually, somebody suggested when I told him the story, that also was my opportunity to ask for something, like, be president of one of the Federal Reserve banks in the US as part of the deal to stop talking about credit creation. Actually, it reminds me, I need to finish another story I started. I told you about Keynes moving away from the truth.
I just want to pause and savor this for a moment. So you publish this book in Japan, in Japanese, explaining the Japanese recession, and within a few months you get a visit from the CIA.
Yeah. Well, I'd spilled the beans on what is the most powerful mechanism for both economic growth and prosperity, or arranging for the boom-bust cycles. And of course, this is something that's been happening across the globe in the last 200 years quite a lot. And I was mentioning names. And I need to tell you, to finish that before we come back to to Ben Bernanke and colleagues. After that visit, all the US publishers sent back their polite letters turning down my book. I mean, imagine, this is a book that was the #1 bestseller in Japan. It did have a chapter in it on the US. There was a link. I had a chapter on Asia, the Asian crisis, same story. And I had a chapter on my encounter with Alan Greenspan. And based on that encounter and some analysis, I concluded, and that was in that chapter, that actually the Federal Reserve is on track, and Alan Greenspan was still heading it at the time, was on track to create the biggest asset bubble in history. And they will do likely the same as in Japan, and it will be a crisis. It will be a bust, but because it's America, it's going to be a global financial crisis. That was in my book. It's published in the original Japanese in 2001. Now, I then found one publisher that has I don't want to mention the name, it's a very good name. And they have international offices, global, excellent top reputation, and their US operation is quite independent, has editorial independence. And I sent the whole manuscript to the CEO of the, their US side, and they have excellent distribution in the US. And then I went to New York and I called him and said, I happen to go through New York. Can we meet? Oh, of course. We met in the Four Seasons. The first thing he said when he saw me is, Richard, thanks for sending me your book. I read your book. It's the best business book I've ever read. That's what he said. Of course, we'll publish it. So that's how the lunch started. And I thought, well, this is good. This is starting good. I better immunize him a little bit on what's going to happen next. People will approach him, and I experienced this in Japan. They will say that this is a dangerous book. That phrase was used. Some particular journalists working at the New York Times, but probably also rather, in the Mockingbird style, perhaps working for some of the agencies. They did some sort of activism against my book because I wanted a book launch on the Japanese book for the foreigners and the foreign journalists in Japan at the Foreign Correspondents Club. And the head of the Foreign Correspondents told me that these US journalists were really trying to block that. Anyway, so I told him, they will say this is dangerous. And he was just laughing it off. Nobody can stop me. I have total editorial independence. And this is a brilliant book. It was a bestseller in Japan. Are you kidding me? Of course we'll publish this. So 2 weeks later, I was back in Tokyo. Email from this guy. Dear Richard, it's great to meet you in New York. I love your book. Unfortunately, we can't publish it. I guess he also got a visit from the CIA
That's
people.
Was it ever published in the US?
Yeah. So then I was getting, to be honest, a little bit frustrated because I wanted the message out, and it was already more than a year that I couldn't find a publisher for a book that's a bestseller. So then I thought, okay, what is it that in the US they're particularly upset about? And I concluded it must be that chapter with Alan Greenspan. And I need to now tell you the background of that and what happened when I met Alan Greenspan. You see, my first article, after I published this paper in Japan for the Development Bank of Japan, solving the puzzle of capital flows, was credit creation was the answer. And it's still the only paper to explain Japanese capital flows, with credit creation for asset purchases explains capital flows and also this huge outflow and the collapse. It's published then, it takes years with these academic journals, published in 1994. land prices in the Japanese asset bubble and capital flows. And so that I'd sent to The Economist at the time, because I'd taken the next step, because I realized this is so powerful. I can explain capital flows, but I realized with this, I can explain almost everything. I can explain Japanese GDP growth, and that worked. I can explain, the ups and downs of the business cycle. I'm now expecting a credit crunch and a banking crisis. So, because I linked it into a macro model, there is one very simple macro model that links money and the economy, which is quite famous throughout modern economics in the last 300-400 years, actually, the so-called quantity equation, MV equals PY. PY is prices times, for some reason they use Y for real GDP, real income, because the I had been used for investment by Keynes already, then used Y for income, real income, times prices is nominal GDP. So really we're saying money, M, times a constant velocity equals nominal GDP. That's what it says. So there's a direct link between money supply and GDP. But the relationship broke down because velocity wasn't constant and it was all over the place. And that's when monetarism failed in the 80s and people thought it's not working. But what I realized was that equation is wrong. It's a special case. And because it's basically wrong on two counts. Number one is it assumes that all money creation is used for GDP transactions. But what about credit creation, money creation used for asset purchases?
Yeah.
It's just, which, of course, since the 80s has ballooned. And that explains the velocity decline, you see. That explains it. So I realized we have to have two equations. One is the money going into GDP, the real economy, and money going into asset markets. And I did that, and it worked. Well, how could I do that? Milton Friedman himself at one stage said, I wish we could divide money into its use. Well, we can, if we understand the money creation process, which is credit creation. The credit data you can disaggregate. Credit for the real economy, credit for asset purchase, and that's what I did. So I call it the quantity theory of disaggregated credit. It's really the general quantity theory because it turns out the ancient MV equals PY is a special case. I've got the general case, which is credit as money and divided into the two flows, money for the real economy, money for asset prices. Anyway, so that's what I did at the time. I sent this to The Economist. They wrote a brilliant write-up, a whole page on my work. This was the economics editor at the time. And because this is pre-internet, now anyone who wanted to read this, I actually, it was in the public domain. I presented this at various conferences, Economic Royal Society Economic Conference and an Asia Pacific Conference. Anyway, but people had to write to me. Who wrote to me? It was the Bank of England, Rothschilds, JP Morgan, and the Fed. Now they were like, there was a fax, there was a phone call at Oxford, where I was in the Institute of Economic Statistics, and it was like urgent. Everyone's saying, the Fed, the senior people from the Fed, they need the paper. We need it yesterday. So, okay, and I sent it to all of them. I never heard back from anyone, but they were all clearly curious about it because, in the write-up, the keywords credit creation were mentioned, and, my whole approach was mentioned. And the author, who's a good economist, Clive Crook, he wrote, you will hear more about this. Or perhaps he expected it to spread faster. He perhaps underestimated the resistance against the truth spilling out. He may be at some other meet. I think he's still writing, maybe for Forbes, or I can't remember. Yeah. Anyway, so there was this write-up. I sent it out, and then the Fed had wanted to see it. So later, when I was actually also thanks to that write-up, I got job offers from various investment banks to be their chief economist in Tokyo. I was interviewing with Goldman Sachs, had an offer from Swiss Bank Corporation to be head of research, and then Jardine Fleming offered me their job as chief economist, which I thought, that's not bad, for my young age of, 25 years old. So I took that, went to Tokyo, because they gave me the leeway to implement my credit creation model. And so I quickly rose to being one of the top economists in the various surveys, Institutional Investor Survey, Greenwich Survey, the top 3 economists on Japan, because my forecast worked. If you use credit creation, it works. You can forecast what's happening, what's going to happen. But so they sent and these firms send you around the world. You sing and dance for the institutional investors. You're on the sell side presenting, and you get some really tough questions. It's a good way to get feedback and get critiques of your theories and models. So they've been pretty much, tested against a lot of resistance. And when I was, and of course you go to places where there's money. So New York, Boston was also part of the itinerary as you're going around the world. But I managed to arrange an afternoon in Washington. And then I went to see the Fed. And the senior economist at the time wanted the paper. We had a good meeting. And so I asked him at the end, so, who was that senior board member you had mentioned wanted to read my paper? Oh, that was Alan, of course. Oh, okay. Alan Greenspan. Great. So it made my day. And then another 2 years later, there was the annual, biannual meeting of the IMF and the World Bank is outside Washington. It's somewhere in the world, and happened to be in Hong Kong. And my investment bank, the Asian headquarters, was in Hong Kong. So they had a big dinner with all the big cheese people there. And I managed to get myself to come over from Tokyo. And there was Alan Greenspan, usually crowds around him. And all the top guys, finance ministers, central bank governors, everyone there. And at one moment, crowds had receded. Okay, my chance. I'll go and talk to Alan Greenspan, introduce myself, and had prepared this chat-up line, which I then immediately used. May I introduce myself? My name is Richard Werner. I believe you've read some of my research. And of course, you'd expect, this is 4 years later, you'd expect him to say, your research? Like, what was that about? Tell me more. Which is sort of what I was expecting. You know what he said? Richard Werner, credit creation. The paper on Japan. Yeah, I read it twice, in The Economist and then the actual paper. It's like 4 years later. And I'm like, would you venture to comment on my paper? Next surprise. You know what he says? Can't remember. Turns around and walks away.
Well,
hang on. Hey, he's just proven that he remembers every single detail of this, but he clearly didn't want to talk to me. So that was kind of scary. And so when I got back to Tokyo, we had the system called Reuters 3000. It's all sort of pre-internet or very early stages. So I looked up Greenspan's publications, his speeches, anything written, anything uttered by him. Because, he said it, Richard Werner, credit creation, the key words. So, when and how often has he used credit creation in his, and he was central bank chairman of the board of governors for 18 years. So, he's been prolific in his utterings and speeches and publications. You know how many times he's used credit creation? I did this keyword search. 0. Never. Now, of course, I knew through this encounter that he knew extremely well why this is so important, so powerful. He knew this very well. That was very clear. But he was playing ball. This is a taboo. He's never used it. And I thought, that can't be. There must be something. I kept searching. And then I discovered there's a book edited by Ayn Rand. And he wrote a chapter in it in 1967 when he was not yet at the Fed. And it's about, credit creation and how gold is a much better way to run the system, because once you give central banks this much power, they will create too much credit. He basically, when you read it, he criticized the Fed for creating the asset bubble of the 1920s in the US and then the Great Depression in the 1930s, which was the Fed's job. They did that. And it wasn't an accident. And of course, the Bank of Japan was doing the same thing in Japan. So I realized, wow, this is how it works. He then was offered a job at the Fed, but he was basically told never to talk about this again. And the same is true. Now back to Ben Bernanke. He started to work on credit when he wrote about the Great Depression. And, there's some papers, but he hadn't discovered the credit creation aspect, like banks create money out of nothing. He'd never written about that. But he's more and more writing like, we need to look more at credit and banks. Why do we drop out banks? We need to understand what's happening there. This sort of thing. That was his work. Until 1993. This is already after my first paper was out. And I think the Fed decided we need a counter argument now. And there was this paper by Bernanke with a headline, credit creation and the macroeconomy. Wow. That's like, wow, this is what I'm talking about. So I read it. And you know what he says? Oh, credit creation is the financial intermediation of banks gathering deposits and then lending them out. He's defined it away. There was no credit creation. And then he also writes, oh, I used to write a lot about bank credit, but it's not so important. Mea culpa, even in a footnote. I was wrong writing about bank credit. It's not so important. And where was this thing published? Federal Reserve publication. That's where his career started. And his career then took off and he became chairman of the board of governors of the Fed, but he would never talk about it. Now, when he did use the knowledge was when he copied my quantitative easing. And I must mention this because, of course, I said earlier, once you create this asset bubble, you get a banking crisis. But it doesn't need to be a 20-year recession. It doesn't need to be a 10-year recession as a result. It doesn't even need to be a 1-year recession. You can have an immediate recovery and you can get rid of the non-performing assets in the banking system just like that. At zero cost to society. So whenever they say, oh, we need to use fiscal money, we need to have national debt now based on this bailing out the banks, and now we need austerity, all the ordinary people need to, tighten their belts now. This is all a lie. We don't need any of that. It's just an accounting problem. And the central bank has the tools to legally just change the accounting such that there's no more problem. Namely, and this is my original proposal. So I published this in the Nikkei, Nihon Keizai Shimbun, the main newspaper, financial newspaper, daily, highly respected, big article, 2nd of September, 1995, headline, we can have a recovery and high growth through quantitative easing, which was my proposal. And I explained bank credit creation. So the first thing is, we have to boost bank credit creation for the real economy. And here's how to do it. And I have there's 3 things the government could do. And so, simplistically calling it just QE1 is the first thing, QE2, second type, and then the third measure. QE1 is for the central bank. When you have a bust banking system with all these non-performing loans, the central bank can just buy them up. Of course, at face value, as if they were still valued at 100 at par. And the banks clearly will be very happy about this. Their balance sheet will be very strong. They will be more liquid than ever in their whole history. You've solved the banking crisis. There's no more banking crisis. Now, you could say, well, hang on, aren't we just shifting the problem to the central bank? Well, no, because the central bank doesn't have to mark to market. You can just forget about these holdings. But hang on, isn't the central bank now creating money? Aren't we paying for this through inflation and a weaker currency? No, because it doesn't create money. Because money creation is when the banking system creates credit and injects it into the non-banking system. But this is a transaction within the banking system between the banks and the central bank. The central bank buying non-performing assets from banks, it doesn't create money at all. It just cleans up the bank balance sheets at zero cost to society. There's no need to use tax money.
Then why not do that?
Exactly. Well, now listen to this, whenever the central banks don't want a banking crisis to turn into a major thing and recession, that's when they do it. I'll give you 2 examples. August 1914, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland declared war on Germany and her allies, which meant the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Ottoman Empire. Okay, so that's how the First World War started. Britain declared war, just like with the Second World War. The trouble was, I think the next day, the Treasury, the Bank of England, and the government got visitors from the British banks. And they said, maybe clutching some balance sheets and documents, sorry, you've declared war, we're bust. Well, how did that happen? The British banks were bust. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them. Well, London was the number 1 financial center for everything. So even for bills of trade, bills of exchange, and financial settlement between Ottoman Empire and Hungary, often it would go through London. London was the place. And of course, often also pound denominated. That was the most liquid international currency, And because now all these countries, these are major countries, Germany, Ottoman, Austria-Hungary, they're now considered enemy country. All the paper held by British banks were deemed non-performing because irredeemable enemy.
Of course, how do you get the money?
Exactly. So, and it was large enough for the banks to be bust because capital is not high in banking, 10% or less. So you quickly reach that point where your equity is wiped out and you bust. Now, because Britain had just declared war on all these countries, was it a good moment to have a prolonged banking crisis, recession, economic depression? No. So this was a situation where the central bankers did not want this to turn into a big thing. And so what did they do? My QE1, the Bank of England just bought those up at face value. They had also another policy where the Treasury issued paper money, actually, because they felt we need to somehow protect the credibility. So we'll have this measure as well. So people look at the Treasury. They don't look at the Bank of England buying these assets at face value. But anyway, that was the key thing. Second example. And so, yeah, the problem is gone. No banking crisis.
May I ask you, since you brought up the First World War and we're on the cusp of a war right now, potentially a global war, what is the view of war by the banks? Like, what do the banks think of it? You've described the banks as the single greatest control mechanism of human behavior in a society, I think.
Particularly the central banks, because they have the
bigger the bank, the more the power, but their power extends beyond just like their relationships with other banks. Their power like determines a lot of what happens in your country.
Yeah.
And they're not under the control of voters, right? So it's an extra democratic institution, which happens to be the most powerful, which is like crazy. I'd love to know how that happened. But how do they feel about war?
Well, central banking and warfare are very closely linked. As I said, I mean, the modern major bank, the first modern major bank and central bank was the Bank of England, of course. And in the very act of Parliament, the law founding it, it says this institution and mechanism, because they didn't want resistance. They don't mention Bank of England. What we're doing here is establishing the Bank of England. They kept that secret. We're doing a new mechanism by these investors to raise and lend a lot of money to the government, namely by establishing a company. Will be allowed to establish a company. That's the Bank of England. In order for what? In order to wage war. It was in order to make war. So they're closely linked. And of course, if you look
at
its
founding document, it says that.
In exactly the Act of Parliament establishing the Bank of England, it said the purpose is to make war. Do you know why the Federal Reserve was established? And there was a rush to establish it for 1914.
The year the First World War started.
Exactly.
Destroyed Europe. Yeah.
And again, it was done with subterfuge. I mean, they're gathering everyone on the 23rd of December, 1913, when nobody was there. And then also introducing income tax. That's also at the Bank of England. It was established together in the same act, calling for establishing new taxes. Why? Because when you have these central banks, privately owned central banks established, it's basically this trick where these entrepreneurs persuade the government, you don't want to issue money. Issuing money, we'll issue money for you. What? That's what they're essentially saying without being so direct about it. But that's what they want to persuade governments to give up the power to create money themselves. We'll do it for you, and we'll lend you the money. And henceforth, well, how do we get our money back? Well, we love to lend to the government because you can raise taxes. And that's why taxes were introduced. The federal income tax didn't exist before the creation of the Fed. It was also created in 1940.
So you couldn't have one without the other?
Well, whenever a central bank is created, they introduce new taxes, one way or another. Yes.
And the central bank of the United States, the Fed, was created right before the war. I mean,
yes,
right before the war, exactly. 2 months before the war. What was the role of the central banks during that war, the most important war in the last 1,000 years?
Yeah, well, it was really at the pinnacle of the war economy. There's no doubt about that. It's very clear. And the same is true, of course, for the other side. And now from 1917, the US and Germany were at war, which is very sad. A lot of Americans are of German descent, and Germans didn't really want to be at war with Germany, but that's what happened. So we've got these two countries at war, sad, the soldiers dying in the trenches, and their economies organized as war economies. At the pinnacle of the war economies are the central banks. So who were the key players in the German central bank, the Reichsbank, which was 100% privately owned? Well, was somebody called Max Warburg, or Max Warburg, you might say in English. And who was at the pinnacle in fact, was a founder of the Federal Reserve, and who was the key person there. It was somebody called Paul Warburg, his brother. But of course, the soldiers have to kill each other, and these two countries are at war.
Wait. The head of the German central bank and the head of the American central bank were run by brothers during a war between the U.S. and Germany?
Yes. Now, I have to qualify. They weren't the formal governors, but they were the key people.
Did anyone notice this?
Well, some people did. I mean,
probably encouraged not to
with
that.
With Paul Warburg, it was obvious because until 1911, he was a German citizen. He'd only just come over for that purpose to set up the Fed. And he was speaking, I mean, half German, basically, when he spoke English. So, it wasn't... I mean, if you were looking for some details, you'd quickly find this.
How did the brothers do during the war? Were they destroyed? Were their fortunes taken away?
Oh, no. Of course, Max Warburg stayed in power at the Reichsbank. He was the one who signed off on Hitler's proposed head of the central bank, even in the 1930s. It was also Max Warburg still.
They were those, I can't believe brothers were at.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Those banks.
Yes. And of course, I don't want to just, pinpoint the Warburg family, but, there's other families and there's many families. There's JP Morgan, and they're of various backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds and whatever. But the principle is we do have...
that it's an inside game.
Well, yeah, bankers, particularly those that are close to central banks and maybe are private owners of these central banks. And the Reichsbank was 100% privately owned. And, when I mentioned Keynes, when he became a director, he must have been an owner of this privately owned central bank because they have these rules. If you're a leading person, well, you must be a leading shareholder, That's how it works. So... Now, I just want to give you the other example of to prove this point that you don't need to have a crisis and a recession, even when the banks are bust. Because the second key example is 1945, Japan. Even Japan. So the Bank of Japan knew very well how to get out of these problems because in 1945 it was much worse. The banks were 100% bust. They were lending to the government, East Asian Greater Prosperity bonds, basically war bonds of a country just defeated. You could trade them in the flea market for almost nothing. And secondly, forced munition loans to, the military industry, most of which was also bankrupt or was not even in Japan any longer because the country of Japan shrank a lot, right, after 45. The whole of Manchuria, no longer under Japanese influence. Yes. Taiwan and Korea were intrinsic parts of Japan until 1945 for half a century.
Philippines, Vietnam.
Of course, these were added, during the Second World War. But, Korea and Taiwan were already for 50 years were part of Japan.
1905.
Exactly. So these banks were bust because all these loans had no value. It's like 100% non-performing loans. What do? Is 1945 a good moment to have a big banking crisis and long recession? No, because they had bigger problems. Most cities were devastated by these incendiary bombs and the carpet bombing of civilians, also like in Germany. So then you don't want a banking crisis and recession. What do? Well, you don't need to have one. The central bank buys the non-performing assets at face value and the problem is solved. And that's what they did. So you can't tell me the Bank of Japan didn't know what to do. That's QE1. Now, I was quite convinced that even if I proposed this in 1995, even if at that time the Bank of Japan were to buy all these non-performing assets, most people at the time were still saying, oh, it's not so big a problem, these non-performing assets Richard Werner always talking about. I was quite clear that they would rise to 25% of all bank assets as non-performing because you just look in the 80s, what was, the real estate lending, how much did it increase, and you got the numbers. And that turned out to be a very correct estimate. So I was convinced that even if the Bank of Japan just wiped that clean by buying it up at face value, you would still not get a recovery in bank credit, but you need that for an economic recovery because the loan officers are shell-shocked. They see what happened. And it's human nature. And even if you get bailed out, you're not going to immediately increase lending. So I came up with this proposal on how the central bank can force banks to increase credit, which, we can call QE2. So QE1 is the central bank buys non-performing assets from banks. Okay. QE2 is the central bank buys performing assets from non-banks. And I gave the example in my report at the time for investors. I wrote, well, the central bank needs just to buy real estate in Tokyo, because all this is going to turn into non-performing assets, dud loans, and the real estate is the collateral. The central bank should buy it up, the loans, the real estate, therefore coming with it, and turn it into parks. Because we don't have enough park space in central Tokyo. It's not such a green city as it could be. And that is a very simple thing to do, which improves quality of life, but also it creates money. It forces banks to create credit. Why is that? It's because normally, let's say here's a property owner, they don't have an account with the central bank. So when the central bank buys their land, they will tell the central bank, well, please pay me. Okay, what's your bank account number? Okay, they give the central bank their bank account number. What happens next on the balance sheets is the central bank instructs the bank to pay this client of the bank. And because this is between the central bank and the bank, this is unusual, right? The bank gets reserves from the central bank on the asset side, and it must now credit the account of this customer with those deposits, which is deposit creation. That is the credit creation, as we discussed earlier. That's how the central bank can always force banks to push up bank credit. Now, and then you get within 6 months, you get a massive economic recovery. There's just no way around that, because Japan was in deflation. The economy is shrinking. Credit was shrinking, negative credit growth. It was really bad for many, many years. And so this proposal would have solved the problem. I actually contacted in Greece later after the European sovereign debt crisis, and Greek credit creation was negative. Same game always. Spain credit creation negative. Huge recession. Vast youth unemployment. 50% youth unemployment.
Population.
Yes,
I mean,
and
the
the whole
cost of this is intense.
the human cost, and the young generation, basically their future wiped out. No job prospect. So I went to Greece to speak to the Treasury, and because even when the central bank is not playing ball, and the ECB was clearly trying to create this problem, it was not trying to help. There's something the government can do. That's the third form of QE without the central bank, Treasury QE, which is again something we have to look at in the US. I think there'll be Treasury QE as well. This is where, if you look at the bond markets with this crisis, the bond yields jumped in Greece, double digit, 50%, 60%, Spain approaching 7%, which is quite crisis level. Ireland, double digit, 20%. Jeez. Why would they even issue bonds? And I told all these
great question.
Don't issue bonds. What is the interest rate borrowing from banks in your country? Oh, it's only 4%.
Yeah. Right.
And when you borrow from banks, unlike the bond market, you're creating credit directly. But you're in a shrinking economy. Credit creation is shrinking. That's the solution. That's the third way you can reflate the economy. Now, they all refused to do it, not because it wasn't possible. It was legal. I checked with an expert on ECB law. It's perfectly legal. They could have done it. That's where the political power comes in. They were essentially scared into not trying these policies. The Bank of Japan for years said, oh, no, we can't do this QE1, QE2. We can't do it. It's like, no. Well, came 2020, March 2020, they all suddenly could do it. And that's the next surprise. So what happened actually in March 2020 was the Federal Reserve implemented QE2. And I should also add, in 2008, so actually Bernanke, he implemented my QE1. He made actually a speech at that time in January 2009 saying, well, I'm not doing what the Bank of Japan had done, because they used my expression QE, but they were faking it. They were just buying performing assets from banks, which doesn't really do anything. You have to buy non-performing assets from banks or performing assets from non-banks. That works.
Exactly.
But the Bank of Japan didn't do that, but Bernanke did in 2008. That's why the US recovered first from the global financial crisis, even though it started in the US. It's because he borrowed my proposal of purchasing the non-performing assets from banks. He didn't credit me when he gave
countries a bank bailout.
Yes, but who pays for it? You see, it shouldn't be the taxpayer. It should be those who messed up. That's the Federal Reserve, so they should pay for it, and they did. So that was fair. That's to tackle the moral hazard problem. Those
Well,
who mess up
exactly.
have to pay up.
Which is one of the main problems in the United States. So the last area I want to get, I mean, we could go on forever. This is like you've totally overturned my primitive understanding of economics. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
What, given your record of prescience in assessing, where economies are going, you look at the United States. What's your 10-year projection for the U.S.?
Well, it depends on so many factors. Actually, before we come to that, can I just tie together some loose ends we have? I'll be very, very brief. So on Greenspan, the reason why I talked about Bernanke and Greenspan was because we were saying Princes of the Yen, the publisher's turning down the book. It wasn't published in English. And you see, I concluded at the time, how did I get this published by a good US publisher? It's probably that chapter where I write about Alan Greenspan, my encounter, but credit creation. He said the words, so he knows credit creation are his chapter. And I concluded he's doing the same thing as the Bank of Japan. That's why he doesn't talk about it. It's secret. So it's going to be a global financial crisis. That was my prediction. It's probably that chapter. So I took it out. It's the last chapter. Send it to the next publisher, an academic publisher that they also had some books on Asia. I thought they could be interested. They immediately accepted it. And it was published without that chapter. Later, that publisher was bought up by a British publisher. I wrote to them, the new owner, I want my copyright back. Oh yeah, of course. They thought it's just some academic book. Okay, fine. Got it back. So I've now republished it with quantumpublishers.com, including the long lost last chapter. So it's back in there and one can get it. That was on that one. On Deng Xiaoping. So once he found out the secret, the elixir of high economic growth, he went back to China. And what did he do? He founded thousands of banks, small banks, local banks, regional banks, provincial banks, village banks, savings banks. Thousands. There's almost as many now in China as in America, almost 5,000 banks. And economic growth took off. And of course, their job was to lend to small firms. And the logic is very clear. If you compare the Soviet system that he had previously with one bank, that's maybe, let's say there's 5 people at the board making the decision how much money to create and who to give it to. Well, the Japanese must have laughed at that and told him, look, why don't you have 5,000 banks, which is what we have now, almost in China, 5,000 banks with 35 branches each, with 30 loan officers each branch, lending to small firms, checking millions literally of loan applicants, checking them, kicking the tires. Does it make sense? Can this be repaid? Then you have more than 5 million decision makers. If you do the calculation, these loan officers is more than 5 million deciding how to create and allocate this money and who to give it to. And it will be used for productive purposes, business investment. So which system is better? Those 5 guys at the central bank trying to do this for 600 million people, or the 5 million loan officers? And of course, I think Deng Xiaoping was smart enough to realize, okay, it's a no-brainer. We'll have these banks. And economic growth took off. China delivered double-digit economic growth for 4 decades. When you have 15% growth, then every 4.5 years, you double national income. And that tells you we can all have prosperity. All we need is for bank credit creation to be mainly used for productive business investment, and can be done and has been done. All the high growth economies have shown it. We can have it in the US. We can have it in any European country. We can have it in any developing country.
A lot of our credit creation has gone to asset purchases.
Exactly.
And boy, does it show.
Exactly.
Whether it's counted as inflation or not, it is inflationary. I mean, things are more expensive.
Well, asset inflation, and then derivative from that, you get all sorts of other prices going up.
So, given that, where does the U.S. stand right now?
Exactly. So, exactly. And it's good to contrast this to what is possible, because the fact is every country in the world can have high, sustainable, equitable economic growth without crisis and without inflation. And wouldn't any politician want to deliver that?
You'd think.
But And I think they would actually like to deliver it, but they realize the steps to achieve that are just not allowed. And they quickly reach the limits of their power and they get whispered in the ear.
Allowed? Which steps are not allowed and why?
Well, to create many small banks. Our research on the US shows that even the small banks, as they merge, as they do naturally, as they do under central bank pressure to merge, and the number of banks goes down as it has in the US.
Dramatically.
Yeah. Thousands have disappeared already. But even the small bank, and so then banks stop lending to the smallest firms. As they get bigger, they lend only to the bigger firms, and you already get less economic growth. And secondly, even the smallest banks, as they merge, they reduce their lending to the smallest companies. So we constantly need to create new banks, actually, just to stay at the same level of having money going to the small firms. And the small firms are the productive job creators. Give $500,000 to a large firm is not going to create jobs.
No.
Give it to a small firm, there'll be 3-4 new jobs,
Exactly.
And that's what people need to understand. So we need a decentralized banking system, but that also gives power, purchasing power and prosperity to the middle class, to local communities. And that's what the central planners don't like.
No.
And so it is actually a war against the middle class that's happening.
Because it means autonomy. I mean, a country with a strong middle class is an independent-minded country because you've got self-reliant people in it.
Exactly.
A country that's rich and poor, very easy to control.
Exactly.
That's the Latin American model.
Exactly. And sadly, that seems to be where we're heading. So with this background, back to your question, if you look at, long-term historical charts, it's very sad how economic growth has been declining in the post-war era in the US, most European countries. Now we're being told, that's because of demography and, aging societies.
Climate change.
And exactly, climate change and the need, in fact, to lower growth because of the limits of growth. I quickly want to address that point because, there are many people out there who seriously, they have good intentions and they think, well, hang on, Richard's talking about trying to have higher growth, but isn't that a bad thing? Isn't growth bad? Aren't we destroying the environment? Well, hang on. I am all for protecting environment. I love nature. I think you love nature. And we want to protect the environment. Yes, but economic growth is not the problem. Absolutely not. It's not the enemy of the environment, of nature. No. And the quickest way to explain why is to actually to analyze what is economic growth. We'll ask a physicist who studies physics, what is economic growth? And they'll say, well, I don't know. In physics, there is no growth. What are you talking about? You see, it's nothing tangible, and therefore there is no limit to economic growth. In physics, there's no growth. You can only transform energy from one state to another.
Matter is neither created nor destroyed.
Exactly. So what is this economic? Well, it's economic growth. And where does it come from? Well, it's a statistical illusion created by statisticians. Now, I looked into the history of this. Sure enough, you hit on the same, you find the same answers. So when did this start? The way we calculate national income and GDP, it used to be GNP, so GNP and national income. What's the history of that? Where did it start? It started just before the creation of the Bank of England. Why? Because the bankers were going to lend to England and they wanted to figure out what is the ability to pay of these people in England. We need some statisticians to measure this. And that's what national income accounting was created for. And that also, yes, exactly.
To assess the creditworthiness of the borrower?
It's the ability to service national debt.
Wow.
And that explains the other puzzle. And actually, again, tying together loose end here. I told you that when we talked about how the interest theory is the main propaganda, lower rates lead to higher growth, higher rates lead to lower growth. Well, and I told you there's 0 studies showing that. There's no empirical evidence whatsoever for that. And so I did the first empirical study on that. It's published, again, open access. You can look it up. It's called Reconsidering Monetary Policy, and then something interest rates and growth. And we know what we found is together with a very good statistician from Korea. And it's state of the art econometrics. So you've got to do this properly and it took years to get this published because everyone hated this. Because what we found is that the relationship between interest rates and economic growth is the opposite of what they tell us in 2 dimensions. It's the opposite. the correlation is supposed to be inverse negative.
Yes, of course.
Low rates, high growth. And
no one questions that.
And the causation is supposed to be from interest rates to growth. Yes, interest rates are supposed to affect growth, of course.
Of course.
Well, we found that both are not true, and it's the opposite. The correlation is positive, and the causation, as far as statistics can prove it, Granger causality, statistical causality, is from growth to interest rates. So instead of the official story, low rates lead to high growth, the real true narrative is the hone, the real truth, as the Japanese would say, is high growth leads to high rates. Low growth leads to low rates. It's the other way around. That's the true story. And now, actually, what we also found is, and I found this much earlier already, that long-term interest rate, 10-year government bond yields, they follow GDP. I mean, sometimes coincidental, of course, but they don't lead GDP, okay? And it's roughly always the same. And I'm always puzzled about that. Why is, 10-year government bond yields usually similar to nominal GDP growth, which, of course, was therefore also why I was forecasting when I was forecasting inflation for 21, 22, a huge bond market crash because rates will have to come up with such high nominal GDP growth due to inflation. But why is it that bond yields usually very nicely track, in the US, very nicely track GDP growth? Why? And you see, it's the same answer. It's because what is GDP? It was created by the bankers to gauge the ability to service national debt. So think in those terms. Now you've created GDP to figure out how much can they pay.
Yeah.
Then what is the interest rate you're going to charge? Well, you want to charge the maximum without blowing up the system. What is that? Well, it is the same as the economic growth rate, because that is the income generation.
Right.
If you charge too much, it becomes a debt trap.
Exactly.
Your debt spirals out of control. And I'll mention that in a moment. And if you charge too little, that means below growth, you're leaving money on the table, which they don't want to do. So that explains it, you see. So
to address the debt trap for a second.
Well, when interest rates are higher than the economic growth rate, which is your, economic growth, national income growth is the ability to service and repay the debt. But if the debt rises faster, then you can never get out of it.
Right. And it compounds.
It will spiral out of. That's what they did to developing countries. That's the IMF, World Bank system to exploit developing countries. Because what the IMF and World Bank have done over the last 80 years is tell them, based on this economics, which is true and very scientific, axiomatic, deductive, made up equilibrium stuff. There's no equilibrium. That's heresy, by the way, to suggest there's no equilibrium, but it's just ordinary.
You need a food taster.
And so they're told, well, you need to deregulate, liberalize, privatize. You want growth? Well, you need savings. Sorry. Oh, you don't have enough savings. Well, you need to borrow foreign savings. The World Bank is willing to lend you some. The IMF will lend you some.
They're claiming that the loans they're delivering from the West are the product of Western savings.
Yes. Exactly.
And so there's a moral cast to all of this. You certainly see it here. Just blaming fat working class people at Walmart for all of America's problems.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a sense in which they turn the culpability, the moral responsibility onto the victims of the scam.
Yeah.
It's your fault.
Exactly. And so these countries have been encouraged to borrow from abroad when it's a scam, because who are the foreign lenders getting the money from? They created out of nothing. The foreign banks created out of nothing, which is something.
But the argument is we virtuous people have just saved a lot of money.
Well, we know the savings rate is pretty low in the US, if not negative. So, but yes, that's the argument they use. So it's a trick, because developing countries can have their own banking system based on many small local banks. They will have growth and prosperity, and you don't need foreign money, because actually foreign money never enters the borrowing country. So it's always a trick. It's one of the rules of banking. Let's say it's a developing country, let's say South Africa, and they're told, oh, we need money. We don't have enough savings. We need the savings from abroad. Okay, we'll take a loan from Barclays in London for £500 million. Okay, they tell us that's what we need. Okay, well, where does Barclays get this £500 million worth of money from? It creates it out of nothing. Credit creation through the banks. Now the South African Finance Ministry says, well, actually, we want to use this money in South Africa. So Barclays, send over the money. Oh, you mean you want South African rand? Yeah, sure. Well, we can arrange for that. There'll be some costs, and FX and whatever fees, but we're happy to do it. So what happens next is Barclays calls around South African banks. One of them may be a subsidiary of Barclays. It doesn't matter, but South African authorized licensed South African banks, you see. Why? Because they're the ones that have their accounts in South African rand. Barclays can't create South African rand. And they will ask for a quote. We want to sell pound and buy South African rand. What happens next? The South African bank will create that money out of nothing, which is something South African banks could have done without the round trip abroad, which indebts the country. And usually you debt for equity swap, or you can't pay your debt. Well, we own you now. We own your assets.
That's exactly right.
And that's been the trick. So it's been a terrible system to keep growth low, prevent countries from developing, and even industrialized countries. We're also victims here. It's not as if, the rich countries are exploiting the poor. That's not exactly true, because we're also being exploited in the rich countries, and the middle class is being exploited and is being drained of wealth. We could have prosperity and abundance. This is what people need to realize. Everywhere in the world, we can have peace and abundance, but we must address the financial system, the banking system. And the best system is when you decentralize the power. As Lord Acton said a long time ago in Britain, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you are this powerful central planner, central banker, power creates temptations, and human nature tells us, and history tells us, most people can't handle these temptations.
No, that's
and
right.
That's when you get the abuse. And in the end, it's all about maximizing that power for the central forces. And of course, so what we need to do is create many small local banks, also in the US, in every country in the world. We should create state banks, state sovereign banks, as they have in North Dakota, because there's only one state-owned sovereign bank in the United States, in North Dakota, as a result, because that basically protects the local chartered banks. They're not so dependent on the Federal Reserve or on the FDIC, and therefore they can make sure that these banks stay in business and thrive, and therefore the economy and the small firms will thrive, and therefore job creation will thrive. We need more of that, particularly in this day and age where the central planners want to do the opposite. They don't want these many small banks. They want to force them to merge. And the biggest club they're wielding now to get rid of the small banks is actually the introduction of central bank digital currencies. And since you ask about the next 10 years ahead, we have to talk about it, because that's definitely top of their agenda, to introduce central bank digital currencies. Now, what is that? How does that fit in? Well, first of all, again, it's marketed in a very devious way. They're telling us, it's the digital aspect that's new. We used to have cash, paper, that's old-fashioned. Now we need digital central bank money. Well, hang on. We've been using digital money for many decades.
Of course. And
there's no problem, really. It works. Yeah, maybe some fees could be lower, but, for that we need more competition, not less competition. So what's the problem? What's actually new? We've been using BDC, bank digital currency, for half a century, almost, yeah. So that's not new. What is new about CBDC? Was the C, central. The centralization. It's about centralizing things. Central banks are about to break this old contract, this deal between the banks and the central bank. The deal was central banks are supposed to be specialized, to stand behind the banks, back them up when needed, but not replace the banks. And that's also why we need now state-level sovereign banks, because they will stand behind the banks in their state. And the Federal Reserve has failed in standing behind banks and doesn't back banks. Even Silicon Valley Bank, they only injected liquidity after it was bust and changed ownership. Oh, that's kind of funny, isn't it? And the Fed Now system meant that more money left the Silicon Valley Bank in one day than ever before in history from any bank.
Giving a blood transfusion to a corpse. Too late.
Well, it was afterwards. So, CBDC is the central bank's opening accounts for the general public at the central bank. which means that you just need to create the next banking crisis, and the central banks are very good at doing that. And all the money will leave the banks. The banking system will shut down, and it will all be in the central bank. And we have, hey presto, we've gone backwards. China moved from the Soviet mono-banking system to thousands of small local banks and thrived. Doubling national income every 4.5 years for 40 years, becoming the most powerful economic power, in such a short time, actually faster than Germany, America before in history, and lifting more people out of poverty than anywhere else before in history. But we are moving in the opposite direction. Our central planners in Europe, in Brussels, and at the ECB, they are killing banks, and they want to now introduce CBDCs, which means they want to move to central planning. And the same, as any country in the US. At the moment, the Fed is saying, fortunately, no, we're not going to do this. But of course, they're studying it and they're preparing for it. So when the time is right, I'm sure they'll wheel it out, because central bankers, they're human. They're tempted by the temptations of power. They already have so much power. De facto, no accountability. I mean, when are central banks held to account for their actions?
No, you can't audit them. You can't really know what they're doing.
And they think just giving a speech in Parliament or some committee where being questioned, that's good enough. That's accountability. No, it's like you wanted to have 2% inflation. Now we have 10% inflation. Shouldn't you lose your job? Oh no, that never happens.
I don't think it's ever happened.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to oppose the introduction of CBDCs. And of course, it's not just that, what I mentioned, it's much worse, because it's a programmable control tool.
Of course.
And the programmability is really scary.
Instant compliance.
And they have said this, central bankers have said this, that they can then write the rules and they have the technology to enforce those rules. And that's what's going to happen with CBDC. So it's not really money, it's potential money. You have to apply, may I please use it to buy XYZ? Oh, sorry, your carbon footprint has been used up, or whatever the excuse may be. You're outside the 15-minute city.
Or you criticize the central banks.
Or you've been a critic criticizing central banks. Very sinister.
So final question. If people have made it this far into this remarkable interview and want to learn more about this topic, so much has been written about central banking, so little of it bears any resemblance to what you just said. I mean, you're thinking about it in a very different way. It sounds to me like a much more accurate way. Where do people go to learn more on this topic?
I think the best is to get also my very up-to-date, shorter reports and analyses on particular markets. Just now I finished one on the bond markets. Is my Substack, which is rwerner.substack.com. And there's a small monthly fee of, I think, $9 or something like that. And otherwise, get my book, Princes of the Yen. Also, I have a Princes of the Yen at quantumpublishers.com. That's where you get it cheaply. It's on Amazon. Sometimes they have horrendous prices, and it's, or in many countries, not available, strangely. And otherwise, I'm sort of growing my YouTube channel, Werner Economics.
How many languages do you speak?
Well, fluently and able to give lectures and presentations is 3 only. So German, English, and Japanese.
Just 3. Yeah.
I can partly get by in French, and I did Latin in school, and my Chinese is very passive, and only the writing from Japanese, the Chinese characters which you use in Japanese.
But you can write in Japanese.
Yes, yeah. Although it's time consuming, but yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I love those Chinese characters. There's lots of truth and information in there, because they're like messages from 5,000 years ago, how people thought and how they lived. It's all in the Chinese characters.
Professor, I can't thank you enough for this. I hope you'll come back.
I'd love to. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
What do you think about that, Mo?
Well, I don't think anything. What I gathered is different from what I don't know what I thought I heard initially in the beginning. So I'll just tell you what I heard, and that is that um to fix what we got going on now, central bank can buy the non-performing assets from the banks, and the banks, and they can buy the performing assets from customers. And if we want to fix what we have going on right now, the we would open up more banks in all over the world and allow them to lend to businesses. In return would create employment, and in return would help households. But if we decide we want to stay on the pages of centralized uh banking versus decentralized, then we're gonna stay where we are. And basically that affording lending opportunities is the way to go versus withholding or streamlining. That's what I got.
What you get, Brandon?
I'm just there for the. I mean, uh, honestly, for the story for a little bit. I did walk away for a little bit, but there was a lot in there. There was that last part really got to me on the digital current assets.
Oh, CBDC.
Yeah,
Trying to centralize everything.
man. How they can create a recession and
Right.
that was wild.
That centralization only cause problems. And
Yeah.
so really right now with an in my interpretation, the US is the laughing stock because they're causing problems for their people. That doesn't necessarily have to be.
Right.
It just shows how much your government loves you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they on that power and control trip, which is gonna cause a problem for them too. But they would rather wish they're so stuck on themselves. They don't want to live happily ever after. They just want themselves to be comfortable. Um, I like how I I um I appreciated him saying that economic growth and environment are two different things. Because what we dealing with here in the Carolinas is the only economic growth that they are attributing, well, the only area of economic growth that they're attributing is to destroy the environment and contributing that to economic growth with the type of companies that they're bringing in here. And I'm glad he separated that. Like you don't have to destroy the economy to have economic growth. You
Yeah.
just need to open up some more business, bankings, and lend to more small businesses.
What they call economic growth is asset purchases. That's what they call economic growth. Inflating asset purchases. And that's not real economic growth. Real economic growth is ideas, entrepreneurs, business investment. Create an economy um, that produces goods and services, or growth in goods and services. And we don't have that.
Well, here in Carolina, they're they're putting theirs into nuclear, uh, data centers, and battery company, and all of which are pollutants to the environment.
Yeah.
And so I appreciated him saying that one don't have nothing to do with the other, but because that's how you are. I asked that question. It was really funny he brought that up because I asked we had a town hall with all our elected officials, and we get ready to have a do a needs assessment. And I asked one of the county councils because they're doing a comprehensive plan, and they know that 70 plus thousand people will be moving to the Carolinas in the next couple of years. And they said, well, we need economic, we have potential areas where we can produce economic growth. But the growth that they're bringing in, like I said, was those type of companies. So I said that, well, pouring into big businesses who are not pouring back into those local communities don't constitute economic growth to me. It seems to me that you would be ensuring that the businesses in your community benefit from quote unquote these economic opportunities so that they can hire those people in their community, which would in turn put food on their tables.
Mm.
She was like, girl, go sit down. So, of course, I never said it as eloquent as he did, but the idea, the
Mm.
idea is there. I wish I knew what I was talking about, but the idea is that hey, you get but we are closing banks. We're closing uh banks, and actually, there you being forced to either bank online or to travel to a bank. And then the only time banks here, or a percentage of the time, let me say that, banks here lend money is when the government give them a program to funnel that money through.
Mm.
Otherwise, they don't want to lend to, or let me back it up. Let me stop. Let me don't say it that way. Not that they don't want to lend. The criteria or the checklist or the qualifications to receive funding always have this one variable that they know is going to wean one or the other out. And so therefore, you have those businesses who has the potential for hiring, um cannot, or they can't expand. Let me say that.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
So when you said earlier they can fix it, I understand now. The fixing mean come in, buy up the non-performing assets, level it back out, open up more banks, send more lending, and allow these businesses to do what they do.
Right.
Uh, you know, but instead they wanna redistrict, have centralized voting power, one-sided vote power, do whatever, and then live happily ever after while everybody else suffer. Which down goes to America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't want the information in America that hey, downsizing is not the right downsizing is not what we need. Um, but America hides it under the banner of big government
Yeah.
instead of uh yeah, okay. I connect the dots.
Hmm?
We have a way with words.
Right.
There's opportunity to create a way. It has been done. There's an examples of how it can work, and it could be very beneficial. But we're choosing not to. Well, that's my little 2 cents though. But I got my own little notes.
Okay.
Oh, and I wanted to say this reminded me of the conversation. Not that it's the same, but it reminded me of the conversation when we had that conversation with Unc, and he said that he said it was about how was I mean what is money backed by, and he said money was backed by supply and demand, and we were saying that money's not backed by anything. That that reminded me of that conversation.
When was that?
You remember that, Brandon?
No, I
When
don't think I
him
was there for that one.
when AE and Unc and then that and then I mean they were going back and forth about that. What is money backed by? And we were pulling up Investopedia and if Garfield wouldn't erase those videos, I probably could find it. But it was a day when we were all on and Unc came on. That was probably the only time he came on
I
and had
remember.
that extensive conversation. And he was like, money is backed by supply and demand.
Right.
And we were like, money is not backed by anything. And then AE went in on, just did the whole Vestopedia deal, went through it. And it was a long conversation. And that's what this reminded me of one side of the aisle saying, hey, um, yeah, this is what this is. And the other side of the aisle saying, nah, don't be deceived. This don't have no leverage.
Right.
um,
Credit creation is what?
oh, it's just loans, expanded really just expanded loans, terms of deposits, lend it out to people. They just create it as a goal. To the people they want though. Not to everybody.
Right, I heard that part.
Hey, we have credit creation, but guess what? It ain't going out to everybody.
Hell
What
no,
what he yeah, what he's saying is you should want to do that because it actually helps you, not hurt you.
What does?
The credit creation. We
Right.
got the biases that comes into play in the US with their discrimination biases, prejudice, you name it. All that stuff that come into play where they know it could benefit, but they don't care about that. They only
Right.
want to help their ill,
Right.
which is kind of crazy. And that's why he's saying, why not live peaceful and happy ever after? Well, not with them greedy knuckleheads.
Right.
So, so we have the ability to walk peace with credit creation. However, um, they don't want to do it.
Nope. They want to get. They want to stagnate the middle class.
Mm-hmm. Or wipe them out.
Yeah.
Actually wiping out. And it ain't just one look right now, it ain't just one class of people because I think their people was holding on mainly in that farming industry. And I think that's why that farming industry showed back up in the bill. However, there's the areas where they were benefiting, they're stripping it away and they don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that has these big farming opportunities are their people because they was already blocking us out, and they're hurting in more ways than none. They're hurting micro and macro because
Yep.
they're the ones that was farming enough crop to ship to the global market.
Hmm.
But what that without no, without no support, they're unable to do that.
Right.
And that's annual support. That's not one time and I'm on my way. That's because and they need annual support due to natural disasters, not no fault of their own, but they're in the type of industry that can get destroyed at any time, whether it's drought, heat, um extreme heat, catastrophe, whether it's hurricane, tornado,
Hmm.
flooding.
Right.
I was wishing it's two areas I was wishing well, three. I was wishing he had allowed him to elaborate his point. One was when he was getting ready to talk about Foreman. Two, when he was talking about when he was getting ready to explain um the quantitative easing, when he was getting ready to break out the two, he mentioned one of the ways you could clean up the central they can clean up the central bank buying long-term assets to clean up the balance sheet. He mentioned the British declaring war on the countries, and then the Bank of England purchasing up the assets, and then he was getting ready to talk about the 1945 uh when Japan purchased non-performing assets. He was getting ready to elaborate, but he cut him off and started talking about something else.
Yeah.
He was that farming thing, that, and then the third thing he cut him off on is the quantitative easing, when he was getting ready to talk about Q1, Q2, and how to bring it in, and then he cut him off. Shit. I was like, oh man.
Hmm.
But those are but like he said, those are and it's crazy. US didn't want to publish because he had a chapter in there about on green on what's his name?
Who? Alan
Well,
Greenspan?
Alan Greenspan, yeah. And
Yeah.
then when he take the chapter out, then they publish it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's some haters. He
Can't
got
have
salty.
can't have you exposing the Federal Reserve and
Mm-mm-mm.
know how what they really thought. Why they sent the CIA after him.
Mm-mm-mm.
Y'all missed that part.
No, I heard it when he said they came visit him and or whatnot. They kept their eyes on him or
Yeah.
whatnot. But what's crazy is that we messing with so much stuff that we ain't even gonna know how to fix the shit. That's what's what I'm gathering of what's going on.
Yeah.
We untampering so much that we not gonna know how to fix it.
I mean, in, in my opinion, I think that's only true one way to fix anything, and it starts off with yourself first. And it boils down to what we've been doing as far as these markets, as far as these contracts, is getting the bag for ourselves.
You better,
Yep.
you better.
Because like you, it's good to hear information like this, but it's hard to act on it, because you can listen to the information, but the thing is like how you gonna implement it, how you gonna get a mass of people to help you out to implement it, and then you got to think about like who's gonna believe you, who's skeptical, how do you persuade them? It's just a big headache.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
But
Cause,
out of your control.
yeah, right.
really, that's why I say it just really come down to awareness. Really.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you could know how to move.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what's going on in the big crystal ball. You know how to move. You know what? And it's crazy because like I do all this little community stuff or whatever, and we had this conversation, and we had a conversation last weekend. I was sharing because you know how we'll take a bill and we'll align it with either your own personal goals, or we'll look for opportunities within it. So instead of dwelling on the negative, you
Yeah.
start to look to see, okay, well, they got to have something up in here. Everything can't, you know, everything can't be bad. Normally they give us a little corner, right?
Right.
And I had aligned it with Carolina goals and objectives, and it was the farming, medical, like medical type businesses, the in-home health care, intellectual disability, opioid clinics, that type of stuff. And those are the two initiatives, or in small business, those are initiatives that I thought, and I keyed in on the small businesses because the county had started to do training, and I'm like, okay, they up to something. So let me go look at this, because when they start doing all these different trainings and start throwing out like at these community meetings, you got to start paying attention, because obviously that's where they getting ready to throw some money.
Right.
So I was sharing it, and of course, one person says, well, you can't come tell people what to do. You got to find out what they want to do. And I said, let me explain something to you. If they knew what to do, they would be on this call with us. They would be in these engagement meetings when they have them. They've had 3 in the last week, and I don't see a mass number of people. And people keep hiding behind the notion that they are so busy working the field that they can't come out and participate, or they're so busy in their life that they can't take 2 3 hours or send someone to come get the information on their behalf.
Right.
Y'all, I'm so sick of that shit. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. They've pushed out, I don't know what they're doing in y'all state, but I'm watching how the feds are redo. I'll give you one example. We have a lot of farmland here. They post November, I mean July, I want to say it was somewhere around the 11th or the teens, whatever it was, in the middle of the month of July. They posted, if you took a loss in 22 and 23 and 24, that you should look out for something in the mail, because we're going to compensate you for the what you were denied. So if you took a loss and you were denied, we're going to compensate you. You need to contact your farm office so that you can put your paperwork in. If you took the loss and you did not report it, the second phase will be in September. Make sure you get your stuff together, right? So that you can get compensated. Then they came back out again and they said, we want to make sure that local farmers and um mom and pop type farmers get their food to businesses or the American local market, farmers markets, things of that nature. Here's the much money we putting out. Then we had the business strategy, where they updated the um certification, and they changed their website so that and then they telling you what you need to put into it, because disaster season coming, da 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 da. So I'm watching this happen. I'm sharing information. These fools, I'm like, y'all don't see what's going on. I don't have a farm. I'm not in this county, so I can't benefit from it. But I'm telling you, this is what you need to get ready for. This is how you need to get done. And the only thing you guys can come back and say, well, we don't know. We're not available, or it's growing season. I'm like, bruh, oh God, I just don't even want to be a part no more. Cause I'm saying to myself, If you're not paying attention, nobody's gonna give you no handout anymore.
Right.
That stuff, it's time out for that. They're not gonna come knock on your door, say, "Hey, Chris, I noticed you got 10 acres in your backyard growing corn. Here's what you need to do next." No. Chris better have his ears to the ground and know when they about to give him something for that corn. Or he better have had that map of that territory in his backyard on file. So when the benefit does come, take advantage of it.
Right.
Oh, there's not gonna be no more SNAP benefits, or people gonna be weaned out. Okay, but guess what? No SNAP benefits, but there's a redistribution program with every grocery store in the state. All you gotta do is go get it. And if you're not gonna get it, then you need to designate somebody who can, that can go get it and redistribute the food in your neighborhood. What are we doing?
Yep.
I can't.
That's the truth.
Then they say, well, we're taking all the money out of public schools and putting it into private and charter schools. Why are you fighting for the building they just built? They got the $1 million for it to be public when they just told you they're not putting money in the public schools. Fight for them to change it over and make it private.
Yep.
A charter school. What are we doing? And these folks have built up all these damn private schools and independent schools. They changed it. They changed the teacher's requirement for teaching in the classroom for non-certification. And y'all sitting over there crying, talking about we need a certified teacher in the classroom. For what? Your grade score is low. Certification or no certification, what are we talking about? At this point, they want anybody in the classroom, anybody who can teach these kids something. Shit, what are we talking about? I can't, y'all. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't.
It's best not to stress yourself out.
Oh man, listen.
Only thing you can do is just put the information out there and see if anybody will read it.
Honey.
Yeah, they something else, boy.
We getting left behind on our own recourse.
Yeah.
I can't even say it's the people. I mean, to a degree, we know how they get down, but there's also, like what they doing in your state, Chris, trying to redistrict so that they can do whatever, right?
Yeah.
We know how to get down. Well, we getting smart and we going to other states, say, okay, well, shit, if you gonna pick up 3 over there, I'm gonna pick up 3 over here.
Right.
Okay, we get a little smart, but then on the ground and in our individual households, we so busy entertain. The only time we pay attention, like they just push another 11 states, say, okay, with your SNAP benefit, you can't buy junk food. You more mad about buying junk food than you are of getting, finding an economic opportunity so you don't need it. And then you can buy whatever you want with your own money.
Man. Ponzi scheme.
This whole government is a Ponzi scheme shit.
Yeah.
It's a Ponzi scheme and a sick ass science experiment.
Science experiment, yes. Definitely. Look, they just want to, you know what? It's like little people in a castle looking out the window.
Yeah.
And you wonder why other countries, they just, they may not have all the beautiful buildings, this, that, or whatever, but they just so happy and peaceful because ain't nobody bothering them. Laying low.
Yep. No awareness.
Oh, we too busy trying to wear the red cape.
Yeah. Keep telling people, especially the Black Power people, they think they got the answer to every fucking thing. Oh man, it's because white supremacy. And I'm just like, man, this shit ain't about no white supremacy. This shit is about cronyism and rich supremacy.
Say that again. You say cronyism
Yeah,
and rich supremacy.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we ain't never lying. No, you either got some or you don't. The class.
He was talking about China, how China been growing so fast,
Mm-hmm.
and look, that's the evidence right there that shit worked.
They changed up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. They changed up.
So, bro,
We
so
don't.
many people are moving to China because how the economy is, uh, opposed to America or any like European nation.
That's why they start can sell us so much. Could sell. We over there buying from them.
Exactly. I'm
We
like,
buying
bro.
from them in bulk.
I'm like, bro. China create most of our shit.
Yep. And they try to sell it to us for a million times more, and we just get on the internet and buy it from them for cheaper.
Yeah, yeah.
Why we don't see that, bruh? Why they don't see that?
Yeah.
I
It's
went
that
in.
side experiment.
Yep. I refused. I went in the mall, and they was like, "You're not gonna buy that." Man, I refused to buy some shit out of here when I could go right there on Shein and Temu and buy much quality and get a whole for $100 and
You
be
said
and be
$400 less.
Man, listen, $100 less. I bought my whole. I went to Vegas for 7 days, and I
Mm.
bought my whole damn suitcase from Sheen. And they was like, "Damn, how many Sheen bags you got?" I said, "Man, if I had gone to Walmart, Target, damn Lane Bryant, Express, goddamn Cato's, it's Fashion City Trend. It don't even matter. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have had half the stuff in here. I probably would have had 4 outfits, if that, and shoes. And I went right down Sheen for 10, probably no more than $15. I may have had my wedding outfit was I think 24. Everything else was at least $15 or less. Man, you think I'm about to go in there and shop for what? I'm not shopping out of none of them places. Now I done bought too much stuff. Now I don't need to buy nothing else. I bought so much stuff. I spent 250, I think, or maybe 260. I bought enough for 2 trips. Man, I ain't even wear most of that stuff. I said, "Oh shit!" I put my stuff away. I said, "Oh, I ain't going shopping no more. I think I'm good. I got enough outfits for any occasion." But I only said that to say that to Chris's point that they selling China is selling to us for little or nothing, and they got a booming economy, and we selling to us for 10 times as much, and our economy is going to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
But these companies have a market cap, or have all this income, market caps out the yang, and they want us to spend more with them. Why? Why would I buy with you? You got a huge profit. You ain't giving nothing back to the community. You ain't putting nothing back into the community.
Right.
Nah, they lucky we can't buy them goddamn phones from China directly. I'm telling you, shit. And we weren't scared. And they lucky, like I seen a lot of people they were buying food trucks from so the DHEC or the inspectors started getting funny and not, not qualifying the product had to make all these different changes or whatnot. I say they just hating. Because instead of buying it from America, 20K, you get it from China for 5.
Yep.
You know.
Simple and plain.
Mm-hmm.
Which is crazy.
I don't know. What's going on in Illinois, Brandon? We know what's going on in Texas. We got a governor race coming up, so there's dog eat dog world over here.
Shit, we got a governor that still don't know what he's doing. He's been in for what, 2 years now. But shit, people still shooting.
Uh-oh.
Crime rate still going up. Food is
Uh-oh.
getting crazy.
Uh-oh.
Like any fast food you get out here is gonna be no more than $20. Oh no, no less than $20.
That's about right. Shit, I was probably no less than 17.
Uh,
Unless you get the little special.
right, or you find a coupon or something.
Yeah, you find a coupon. You're right. Shit, I started cooking every day. I ain't gonna tell you no fibs. Every now and then I might go get something, but shit, majority of the days straight in that kitchen.
Yeah, same here. I'm starting to pick up a frying pan all over again.
Oh yeah. Listen, I
Maybe,
mean, hey, I think yesterday I invented a recipe.
hell no.
Oh shit. I've been
And
looking. Hey, shit, them bell peppers and onions starting to be my best friend. What? Shit, my ass got, listen, I cook enough to try to make it last for at least 3, 4 days. Hey, leftovers is my best friend now. My friend was like, shit, if they don't eat them leftovers, I'll come get them.
you say you cook in bulk now?
Oh, man, listen. But, man, shit. I'll cook 3 pans of 3 different meats and the sides. You can mix it and match it however you want. Cause that wasn't making no sense, man. Spending so much money eating, like you said, the meals are so expensive, and I have to buy for 3 people. Shit, yeah.
I get you.
I think.
My sister over here is doing food prepping, and she cooking all her food like on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
She's got like 9 Tupperwares in the goddamn fridge.
Mm-hmm. That's me.
Like
Right.
shit.
Hey, shit, you gonna learn to appreciate them damn meal preps.
Hell yeah.
Ain't got nothing to prove to nobody,
Mm.
man. I trying to get more on the water kick. I even start making smoothies again.
Uh-huh.
Heck yeah. Shit, trying to curb my damn appetite.
Shit, what I've been eating popcorn to do that.
Yeah.
I been getting popcorn. I got like 4 boxes of popcorn down there. Eating that shit like crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's just and then I stop when I leave, I go straight to my office. And when I come back, I come straight to my office. So I let my niece drive around to get my nephew because her car only take $20 to fill up.
Uh-huh.
And so if I have to bring Zion somewhere on the weekends, I do that. But shit, my ass, I don't move if I don't have to. And it don't bother me one bit. I got a certain little side hustle that I get. I make $175 a week. I use that. I'm trying to put myself on a budget that's all I spend in a week, unless I have to go somewhere. I'm trying to change my habits all around.
Uh-huh.
Shit, with this economy, you gonna have to.
Yeah, but people are trying to force you into something crazy. You just gotta be disciplined, you know?
Yeah.
Like I had wanted to switch houses and then I just started paying attention how things are going. I said, shit, I stay my little ass right here. I ain't gotta be cute for nobody. Mm.
You said you ain't got a what?
Be cute?
Oh,
Nope. Surely don't. I stay my little butt right here.
right.
Cause things is just weird, man. You know, even with cooking, the groceries are so expensive. I used to be able to go in the commissary and get cheaper meat. Shit, it's almost the same as being in the damn regular store.
Hey, fucking a bag of lettuce is $7 where we at now. So I'm like, all right, well, let me go ahead to what's it? One of these farmer markets.
Yep.
And people, and that's been crazy too, because like the farmers market we go to, it wasn't that that popular, but now we go like every other Sunday, and it's always packed. I'm like, damn.
Yep.
You get that lettuce with the brown shit on it, you be like, scrape that shit off. It's good.
Yep. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
everybody trying to get to it now.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, shoot.
Fishing.
Huh?
Yeah, we got our MWR has a fishing trip coming up. I'm like, shit, I need to go fishing. If West wouldn't have that damn job they just calling for in Charleston, shit, we were going fishing. I'm like, let's go on this fishing trip. Go catch these fish. That's how we do the back end. That's how we do in the boot. My cousin don't be worried about nothing, child. They stay fishing. They be like, shit, we ain't never gonna be hungry.
You
Right.
know, fish more.
Yeah. And I do a little something.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't scared. Got a little survival skills. I don't like hunting, but I'll fish. It's something about shooting the animal. Just kind of, ugh. I can't. I don't like to do it.
You never killed a rabbit before?
No, I'm not gonna kill the rabbit.
Why not?
No, it just doesn't. Ugh, I don't know. I just can't do it.
Not even a chicken.
I could catch the fish, but I can't kill the rabbit. They used to kill blackbirds and squirrels and rabbits. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
She said,
Mm-mm. I can't do it. I can't do it. Mm-mm. Nope.
Yeah. That shit I can't eat. I just want to eat squirrel and rabbit. I think I'm good.
Blackbirds. They do that where you from, Chris?
Shit, yeah, they do it in Arkansas. They do it down here. Shit, my uncle, man, my uncle Tommy he used to kill a squirrel and then skin it and cook it. I mean, rinse it off and all that.
Yeah.
He did all that by hand. I'm like,
Hey,
this country ass shit.
did y'all get that part where he said the only sovereign bank in the U.S. was in North Dakota?
Yeah, I heard that. I don't
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
what type of bank that is.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot he did say that.
Hmm. I try to keep a couple notes that
That's
are.
it's a bank. It's a state bank.
Hmm. And he said they. What's his nationality?
He German.
Okay, I thought that's what I caught. And then he moved to Japan, right? He took
Yeah.
that job in Japan, that internship.
Yeah, he got a YouTube and all of that.
Yeah, he said he building his YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
Well, interesting thought. Y'all trading any?
hmm?
Y'all trading any? Day trading?
I'm messing around with futures right now. I'm just paper trading that.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
I did it for a little bit, and then I stopped.
Yeah. I ain't really done no trades.
Me neither. I just been letting my stuff do what it do.
Yeah. Just been studying for this next exam.
I've been taking cybersecurity class
Yeah.
with some Nigerians.
Uh,
They cool.
yeah.
I want to at least get me. What you say, Brandon?
He said you've been taking some classes with some Nigerians about
Cyber.
cybersecurity.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we have a guy, he moved here. He's trying to teach underserved communities cybersecurity. Trying to That's one of the things that's in the bill too.
Yeah.
Infrastructure, manufacturing, construction, and cybersecurity.
Hmm.
So I'm just trying to, if I could get me a level 1 certificate and have that skill set, shit, just in case some shit pop off. We don't. He take all our little veteran benefits. I could at least get a job.
Right.
I'm just trying to stack my little chips. That's it. Trying to make sure I can stay in the know.
Right.
You know. He came on here last week. He got class on Wednesdays.
No, you do.
Yeah, they started at 7.
Yeah. Sonny was on last time.
Yeah. Yep. He was sharing a little bit. Chris met him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he passionate about teaching our community, trying to help. He's they have a certain demeanor, and sometimes some of the people, like in the class I'm in, is more Nigerians, but um well, more continental Africans, but the other class that I was in on, where I sat in on, it was more, it was probably a few more Americans, and they sometimes had a hard time with his delivery. But then that's just because he's so passionate about getting you to understand it. So a lot of those younger people, they were just wanting, just tell them the answer. They ain't got time to learn or comprehend. And but he's not a he wants you to learn by doing. So he has live scenarios, or I mean live people live inside of the system, and you know how people, when they're on virtual classes, they got their cameras off, they're not paying attention, you know and by the time he goes over any of the information, they don't know what's going on because they moving around not paying attention. Well, I don't know how you expect to learn anything when you're not tuned in.
Right.
So they be like, "You learning something?" I'm like, "Hey, yeah, cause I damn pay attention. I got my notebook. I'm writing stuff down. You know, I'm screenshotting. When you over there running around the house doing all kind of stuff or driving, I don't know how you expect to pass a test, a proctor test that is."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get my little cert. I think I'm gonna be pretty good at it, provided I got an audit background. Paying attention to details, looking for the unknown.
Yeah.
Management.
Yeah, that should work.
Surprised you on. You usually be gone by 10, 11 o'clock.
Hmm?
You don't have no sessions.
Who?
You.
You said what?
I said I'm surprised you're still on. You usually gone by 10, 11 o'clock.
Who?
You.
What you mean gone?
It usually be me and Brandon talking.
No. You be the one that be falling asleep.
Boy, that was a long time ago.
I got Brandon right here for proof. So
Brandon. Brandon done ran away himself.
oh yeah,
No,
he's
I'm
still
good. I
there.
was laughing.
Oh, he told me he was laughing.
Okay. I might do one better. I made out first this time.
Nah, it's time to get off anyway.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m.
Shit,
Well,
it's
yeah.
2 o'clock.
I
All
gotta
right,
get up
so y'all
next
have a
4 hours.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris, for the video.
All right, y'all.
All right, y'all.
All right.